There's a
Ladies,
voice and video.
ladies and gentlemen, we are live. I'm with Psyche, and we are going to see an amazing match here, Psyche. Tough showing for MRC versus Zeta. You know, it really went down to the wire there, and it was just one match. But how are you feeling about the matches so far? I know you're watching in the background.
Dude, they were intense. It was crazy. I'm happy to see some of the more laid-back hunters that are now finally getting attention in Call of Abyss. Gamekeeper, that was a really cool match to see. Seeing so many traps, seeing the effectiveness of them, and seeing the versatility of Gamekeeper. Ever since they buffed his animation speed so that he travels every single time he hooks to something, just travels so much faster. He's become a lot more versatile. Still not the best, but a lot more versatile. Besides that, these hunters are extremely good. So are the survivors, very talented, and is just like you said, just the best of the best. And we'll see who comes out on top, and it could be anyone's game.
It could definitely be anyone's game. You know, we are going to feature the next match, which is Group C. And we did see there, just real quick, that was B4U. They're going up against Team TE, the first team to qualify in the Chinese mainland division. Before anything else, big shout outs to everyone that is watching here. We're going to start things off real quick in the second match that we're going to see. Again, shout outs to Chili, Just a Girl, Chris, Shiryuki, everyone that's watching in the chat, and Nora, Estelle. Any shout outs you want to give out real quick, Psyche?
Yeah, I saw what's his name? I saw Zuka in here. Zuko? Yeah, I think that's his name. We saw
Zuko's here? He's looking for the airbender.
Yeah, there's Zuko. It's like a player I see in the NAU server. We saw Dr. Dubs here. I saw a couple people from my stream even. We got Oscar, I think. Oscar was here earlier. Oh, and we got we got B4U finally coming out. Check him out. Yo, look at how stoked Roland is. Sprinter Schmitty, look at Schmitty waving. Paul. And we got Paul, OG, Leg. These are some OG members of B4U. Very long time standing here. Still to this day, playing Call of Abyss, all the way dating from, I believe, Call of Abyss 2. Now, there weren't all these members in Call of Abyss 2, but a couple of them were in the team, and they've evolved since then, and almost all of them have been playing since then. But now, we have the other team. No, we got not now. Sorry, it's okay. TE. We got TE coming out.
Yeah, TE, like I mentioned, is the first team to qualify. Again, they're no slouch whatsoever. So big test for B4U. And in this Group C, Psyche, we have some hard hitters. You have Wolves in the same group as this. You have Scars, and you also have Cat from South Korea Division. And, you know, we did see B4U. We also saw B4U's coach Aaron that was gracing us in the chat. So big shout outs to him and big shout outs to B4U because they have a huge, they have a tough test at hand here. So let's check out this interview by Sprinter.
Excited to prove myself in Call of Abyss 7. We are hoping to win and beat. I think we're very confident going into this Call of Abyss tournament. Li Bao from TE because the past two COAs I have faced him and I'm excited to face him for the third time.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自大陆赛区的 TE 战队的监管者佩佩，现在心情非常的激动，因为毕竟是第一次来到线下。这次的目标我们就是大家都发挥好，只要成绩不太差，我们都其实都可以接受。我们对接下来的比赛还是比较有信心的，因为我们战队目前状态比较好，然后也比较适应这个版本。我想对 B4U 的监管者说。 到时候少杀2个，让我压力没有那么大，拜托了，西拳。
And right there, we just saw the hunter from TE begging for mercy from Spencer. That's how far his legacy has gone. His legacy goes overseas, begging for mercy to not get too many kills. Spencer's a good hunter. Spencer to this day remained on the very top of the leaderboards, just absolutely dominating, still not losing his skill. And here, we got Roland, we got the survivors. Posh, would you like to introduce us?
Yeah, of course. We got Roland here. You know, he is the known rescuer of the team for Team B4U. Again, when it comes to B4U, these are like the OG members that have been through thick and thin and all the way through. Green is also an addition, but he wasn't on stage just yet. He was actually in the qualifiers. He took round number 1. First half, he was Gardener and switched out with Paul Blems. Now, Paul Blems, really known for his kiting abilities, but what else do you have to say here, Psyche, on Paul Blems?
Dude, Paul, He's a cool guy. He's a chill dude. He wants you to know that he's good. He will make you know in his profile that he is one of the best IDV players out there. So do not underestimate his skill. Leg, we got Leg over here. Leg, in history, by history, he has been the decoder of the team. He has played Mind's Eye from the day one. Back when Mind's Eye was B tier, an actual usable survivor. That was also back when Hospital had 2 pallets on the top floor, to be fair.
Yikes.
But Mind's Eye, Mechanic, we got Explorer here for Leg as well, along with Barmy and other kiters. Leg is just an overall very solid player. Him along with Paul make for a very strong duo in rank. And here we go. We got the carrot, the big dad carrot, I guess is the way you say. We got Schmitty here, as he likes to call himself, the big carrot in his server. We got Seer, an OG Seer player, Schmitty. Going back to the good old days, back when Seer could still gain owls while inside the tide turn, while inside of another owl. Man, those are some crazy days. He's still playing Seer to this day. He's still known for Seer.
Brought out 2 Seers in the qualifier match. He also brought out Airplanist. Also has a really good acrobat, really good patient as well. So not just on that Seer side. So really excited to see how it's going to fare. And we're going to meet the hunter of Team TE, which is Pepe here. Pepe. Known for his, as we'd all know it, the opera singer round 1. He goes for gamekeeper round number 2 and a bit of Naiad in round number 3. So let's hope that B4E is going to be ready for this, because Psyche, I think it's safe to say that B4E are the underdogs in this matchup.
Absolutely. Now don't take them not seriously, I suppose, because B4U has been around for a long time. B4U has no business not showing good skill, but like you said, Poch, they are undoubtedly the underdogs in this situation. They're going up against these teams who practically play ID5 for their life. You know, Schmitty has got his own real life stuff. They all have their own real life stuff, and they really come together for COAVII to work together to try to achieve this grand goal of getting as far as they can in Call of this. While these other teams, they have plenty of tournaments, they have plenty of practice going on. It's difficult for sure, and they've shown great promise in the last Call of this. They've almost beaten a couple really strong teams. They were very close, and I don't see why they can't beat a couple teams this time either.
100%.
They probably will, I think, make it to brackets, right?
Fingers crossed, right, that they're able to do that, because that's going to be really great. I mean, Schmitty was talking about it when we interviewed him, that they were so close, you know, they're able to get notable victories and really make the big team sweat. So we are going to go to Arms Factory to start things off here. Kind of a change of pace, because what we have been seeing in the qualifiers in the previous games, they really opt for big maps. So what does this say, Psyche, here for Sprinters, Hunter, for any of the picks that B4U is going to bring out here in Arms Factory?
You mentioned big maps, and they're picking a small map?
They're picking Arms. So we usually see the big maps, right? So now we're seeing Arms Factory. So what does this say for Sprinters picks for the B4U survivors as well?
I mean, Sprinter's always been known for his Dreamwitch since the very beginning of Dreamwitch coming out. Sprinter has never lost his Dreamwitch skills. So, as we all know, Dreamwitch is one of the best hunters on Arms Factory, mostly because the Cyphers, well, also the survivors, but mainly the Cyphers, because that's what survivors are attracted to.
Right, correct.
They're super close together, which means you can get multiple leeches off, and the way you really kill with Dreamwitch effectively is you need multiple people close together, or at least multiple leeches. So that way you can have multiple things going on, and that way you have like one leech in one place, another leech in another place, just slowly sandwich the survivor until they have no place to go. Of course, though, Dreamwitch is also tends to be nowadays easier to tie against after all of her nerfs that she's gotten by having survivors de-leech faster. As more survivors get leeched, as more survivors go down, they've only nerfed it more and more and more, and it hasn't made Dreamwitch's first chase weaker. It's only made her mid-game weaker, and it's easier to tie against her now, not to say that it's easy by any means.
True. So I'm excited to see how Will's gonna, like you mentioned, all the changes that we did see, but Sprinter has still been very consistent with that Dreamwitch. And in a map like Arms Factory, where, like you said, and all the survivors are bunched up together and her radius of the leeches are actually closer by, that could spell disaster for any survivor team that will be going up against Sprinter. But we do have to note that TE's Hunter, Pepe, has not brought out the Dreamwitch in the qualifiers, but how do you think Opera Singer would fare in a map like Arms Factory?
my brother in Christ, I see no reason why Opera Singer can't do well on this map. She does well on basically every map. Like, the only map I could really think she doesn't do well is maybe something like Moonlit if she can't dash from the, like, on the bridge from the side to side, and she'll need full presence for that. And honestly, I'm pretty sure she can still do it. It's just really barely on the edge. It's still one of the best hunters, and with all the trees in the way, with all the trash, all the junk that's messing up with survivors, it makes it so much easier for Opera Singer to go from place to place. I mean, Leo's memory is the king of junk on the map. It's just a great way to get
a lot.
clown and dash.
There's a lot of obstacles. Yeah, definitely a lot of obstacles in the way. A lot of debris that you can definitely jump from shadow to shadow from. So, yeah, safe to say that Pepe is definitely going to have his fair share of jumps here if he does pick that Opera Singer. And we have yet to see like a direct counter. Yeah, Gardener is okay. You got some stunners here and there, but more often than not, and I always tell this to chat, to just expect that we're going to see a lot of Opera Singers round number 1. And what do you think about Sprinter's Opera Singer? Because he did pretty well at Opera Singer in the qualifiers as well. Not to say his Dream Witch isn't better, but like he also has that in his back pocket.
Absolutely. Now, Opera Singer, it's hard to argue Opera Singer as not the best hunter in the game. Dream Witch is up there still, but Opera Singer is just, why? Why would you go through all the effort of Dream Witch when you could just get a much easier tie with Opera Singer? Now, maybe it's up to the debate, but at the end of the day, like you said, there's not a great counter to Opera Singer. Kind of like there's no, well, there are a couple of great counters to Dream Witch, actually is a big problem. So I take that back, but still though, Opera Singer, one of the strongest hunters in the game. He could go Dream Witch, he could go Opera Singer. I think it just depends on the layout, on the team layout, for what the opponents will go. Simple as that.
All right, folks, we're heading towards the picks and bans here. So I got to ask you a really quick random question. Can you give a random emoji for Team TE? Because I feel like the carrots are definitely going for B for you. So give me a random emoji for TE that the chat can spam here.
Carrots. Absolutely, carrots going to B for you. How about the B emoji? Just the red letter B. For
oh,
TE.
letter Bs. Okay. Wait, but then won't they think that's B for you though, or Bs? Like, is there Bs?
Oh yeah, shoot, you're right.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would need to give the Bs to B.
How about
for you. I don't know.
How about
What
okay,
if
carrots for B for you, and let's pick another vegetable for TE. Is there a broccoli emoji? Let's just do that.
I don't know. Give him some mushrooms or something.
Yeah, some other
crazy.
Another vegetable.
Here,
TE. I think it's like a fungus, but yeah, definitely. Just whatever you guys think.
It's
but
like
carrots will definitely go for
you heard it here first.
It is possibly. I know it grows on things, but anyway, let's look at the picks and bans here. Coordinator, perfumer, first officer, definitely going. First officer, definitely going to Roland. Perfumer, possibly Paul Blems. Maybe my leg on the coordinator and see if Schmitty might go for that patient. But it seems like the Gardener will be the last ban on the side of Pepe, so he might be gearing up towards that Opera Singer, since Gardener is the closest he could possibly get from negating the offense. So let's see what the last pick is going to be.
We'll see. I mean, I've had some people tell me that if they go super hard into countering Opera Singer, Anne is not a bad pick. I just have a hard time seeing a win as Anne. So if you're going to go Anne, I mean, she would do so well against something like Perfumer, let's say, but Opera Officer, okay, but undoubtedly Opera Singer is just going to be overall better. I mean, let's be honest here. It's also just as lucky as a tie, if not higher for a tie. And honestly, higher chance for a win, I would say. So overall, the better pick. I mean, come on, Explorer, Gardener. It's kind of hard to not go Opera Singer when you kind of have the right bans for the situation. I mean, they didn't take Gardener sooner, so why not? Gardener is a pretty big deal for Opera Singer.
100%. So it seems like this is, on paper, the proper Opera Singer matchup to go up against. But since Gardener, Explorer, like, you can take your time with these chases. So we're just going to have to see the spawn points and location. Seems like Paul Blem's going to take the center, Roland right up top, the Perfumer. Leg is going to get the Ruins area while Schmitty takes the factory. How you feel about the Psyche? The
this is a really interesting spawn. I was going to say, like, this is a spawn that I always say not to go with. So we have the shape spawn, the magical shape that the hunter didn't spawn where I wanted them to make the shape complete. But the problem here is we got two people in corners. Now, Leg is fine. His stuff is not going to get blocked. Acrobat's always going to get blocked. The problem with this spawn is one of your teammates are always going to get Cypher blocked. The other problem is if the Hunter really wants to, they could spawn closer to one person in a corner, and they don't really have anywhere to transition, especially against Opera Singer. Wow, taking a look at this here, we got Excitement, probably just for the coordinator. I mean, maybe he's going to like Excitement a mud ball if he really needs to, otherwise, no. It's just for the coordinator.
Interesting that he just brought
Stewie build here. Yo,
yeah.
check out the build on Paul. What do you think about that?
Oh, I wasn't able to see it because we were gonna head straight to the map.
It was tied and broken window.
Interesting. But before anything else, Potch Spice and Psyche, your commentators for this first half of this round number 1, and Pepe not wasting any time. So, like you mentioned, we got tied on Perfumer, so it's very interesting. Pepe's still looking for the proper target here. He's already in the shack area, just guarding the center of this map. Seems like MyLeg might take this first kite if Pepe continues to walk in this path.
Look at this skill with the shadows, going back to back. Absolute skill, just going endlessly fast, perfectly balanced as all things should be. And yep, you're right, like will absolutely be the first stage. She hasn't got an Opera Singer yet, which is what I like to say when she tries to dash on a shadow and she dashes into the same shadow she was already in. Leg out here, gonna take the first hit here. He could have shot there sooner. But the excitement was already up. That's unfortunate because with coordinator, if you're worried that they have excitement, you really want to shoot sooner than later. Now, Leg is in a tough spot already. Kind of like what I said about the whole corner issue. He didn't have any place to transition to. He kind of starts to kite immediately. Granted, you do start to kite immediately against Opera Singer anyway, no matter what. So maybe it's not that big of a deal.
Mind game's gonna happen. Gets the hit, and now Pepe has downed early on in the 1 minute 20-second mark of the game. So yeah, it just seems like the gun should have been used, but he can still use it. But yeah, he is holding on to this excitement, and we're not sure yet if B4U has caught on that it is excitement that is the trait that is brought, since that down was so fast that the blink wasn't negated in being used. So Pepe is going to monitor around the area. It seems like there's already a survivor here that's going to feed out that tinnitus, possibly go for that rescue, since we do have some tide turners on the board.
Absolutely, and honestly, all things considered, it wasn't that bad of a kite. I mean, they got 60% on each. Yeah, the Perfumer finished the cypher. Here we go. We got Schmitty rescuing. He does have tide turn. We have a lot of tide turners on this team. In fact, we have 3 tide turners. I didn't even know the third tide. So they're going crazy offensive with the rescues. It's going to cost them health, though. You guys got to remember, every time they rescue, it's going to cost them health. It's going to make it easier for the Hunter to snowball later on. So they have to be really careful when they rescue. They can't just rescue mindlessly all the time. That being said, the tides also make it a lot easier to tie if you can just get that first kite to be slightly long enough just for a tie, and then the tide turners will stall it out long enough to the point where when the person finally dies, you got like 1 cypher remaining, 50%, something like that. I mean, look at it. We're already having it happening in motion right now.
Now switches the blink, and now he switched the blink, and now the excitement is not used. He missed the blink hit, and MyLeg was able to capitalize onto the coordinated flare gun. Pepe now is on the back foot. MyLeg buying so much time. 3 ciphers already popped, and he continues on the kite here, Psyche. So doing pretty well, I would have to say. Pepe missed the mark just a little bit, and this is actually one of the strengths of MyLeg. He is just so hard to down, and now still out in the open, forcing out a hit, and now he's finally gonna fall.
That is such a greedy play from the Hunter. I understand why they were going for it. I mean, if they knock him down, I didn't get a chance to glimpse if Basin was there, but if, let's say Basin was there, that would have been absolutely huge for the Hunter to just knock down the coordinator while they're still low on servers, so they make them second guess, should I even rescue this coordinator? Because he hasn't used a trait once, he's probably got excitement. The fact he switched to blink and he missed, it's like you shot against the Hunter who had excitement and they just used excitement never, basically. They never used excitement, they have no trait.
Roland getting hit out early on, and now this is so dangerous. He gets stuffed with the rescue Perfumer. Paul Blems is going to try to go for this rescue. He doesn't have that much time. First officer is going to get picked up. He's going to be put on the chair. A double down situation looks pretty imminent here. He hits MyLeg, and that was so pivotal. He was able to snipe out Roland before the rescue happened. Again, that was an excellent call there by him switching traits. And then you got the coordinator flare gun on the side of MyLeg. But now it seems like Pepe was able to kind of bounce back because we have a double down situation. 2 ciphers remaining. 1 is about to pop. And now he has this other survivor that is down. First officer's back up. And they
Dude, Posh, they were so close. They just needed to not mess up that rescue. That is the one thing, because then they would have had First Officer helping out on the ciphers. I'm not sure if like maybe the cipher next to First Officer was already done anyway, so maybe it didn't matter. But that's huge. Going backwards here, this is really interesting.
Yeah.
I guess he knows someone has to be here, and it looks like he is gonna get that second person he's looking for. But ooh, I mean, he has a chance here. He has a chance. Roland has a shot here. It's not over.
He needs to. The teleport is not ready yet. The trump card's not ready yet. So it seems like Pepe is already gonna allow the exit gate to open. So Roland is the last survivor standing. Can they push for more than just the tie here? I haven't seen where the dungeon is at just yet. Dungeon's already open, and he's actually chasing him away. And now Roland is out in the open here. So it looks like a tie might be imminent. He has Shaq, but now he's gonna get hit. It's a tie, Psyche.
Unlucky. 66% chance. The dungeon was just in the right spot. The favor was in for them. They had the favor. But I don't know if you guys caught that. The hunter was already worried that maybe dungeon was there. So what the hunter did there, very small detail, they walked outside of the range of the pocket watch. So that the pocket watch isn't giving Ty Turner, and he can see where the first officer is, so there's no way he would be able to get dungeon anyway. So very smart play, very clean play from the upper singer at the end. They're just being very careful. But man, that was absolutely amazing from Myleg right there. Shooting that flare gun and saving himself, saving the team. I mean, that whole 60-second situation was completely unnecessary from the hunters, and they tried it. They tried to bite the bullet, and they got shot for it. So it was not good. It's not good.
Both. I would have to say, like, highlights on both sides. Like, Myleg, amazing kite, but you also have to give it up to the hunter Pepe for being able to stuff the rescue of Roland, like, right out before he popped the pocket watch, was able to hit him out of it, move towards the rocket chair, hit him. But like you said, you know what? There are 3 tie turners for a reason. And Paul Blems was there for the rescue, just for that support. So again, kind of a scrambly match. You got to give it up for Team B4U for scrapping it out and putting Pepe on the back foot here, because we have a tight game, and getting a tie over Opera Singer is definitely a win in their book. And considering this is also their map selection, now they have Sprinter to get the upper hand here in whatever hunter he picks.
I mean, absolutely. Whenever you tie against Opera Singer, it's like a win in the Survivor's books. But that was incredibly insane. To be that close to a win, it kind of hurts. It hurts to not get the win after that. But I love that the Perfumer was there already ahead of time. I'm not sure what happened with the watch, because I was so busy talking, and then pause. You're like, hold up. Let's see what's going to happen here. And then the first officer ended up dying. And so that was a huge, huge loss for the B4U team. And they really needed that rescue. Having extra people on the ciphers is probably what would have saved them in the end. I'm not sure. We have to look, because it was a matter of seconds, and every second really counted there. So amazing tie from like 103.2 seconds against Opera Singer. This is absolutely ridiculous. An Opera Singer with excitement, mind you. That is insane.
So it begs the question, I know that you brought it up also when it comes to the traits that were brought. Like, he just brought excitement for that one flare gun. There wasn't even that much of a acrobat to worry about, because we didn't see much of Schmitty here. He only had 10 seconds of screen time. But yeah, the fact that when he switched a little bit greedy to try and go for the down, that's when Leg capitalized on the flare gun. So B4U, I would have to say, you know, great. I know that they could have gone for more if like it weren't for that rescue situation, but you know what? Moral victory, a big moral victory. I would say it's a victory in its own right, like we said, because if you're able to tie against an Opera Singer, that's actually a really good start for your team already.
It's a good start, and Sprinter is a good hunter, very good hunter, so I see no reason why he cannot at least secure a tie. Of course, I don't want to jinx it, but Sprinter, very strong hunter, and chances are he'll probably go with the Opera Singer as well. Chances are the other team, chances are they're probably not going to have as great of a kite as Myleg did there, which is great for the NAU region to show that, hey, we're probably going to do a better kite than you, because that's going to be hard to match. That's difficult to match, to do a kite like that.
True. We can say that, but we can't like count them out yet, because you got Yihua that is coming in the mix, another veteran player of this game. Yihua has been very adamant with using, you know, mercenary, like all rescuers, first officer, gravekeeper, and also they had a bit of a back and forth interview. Yihua was saying, please take it easy on us. So it's like, all right, so let's see if they're gonna have that gentleman's agreement, or is Sprinter gonna go full 100% levels on him.
Oh, you know he's gonna go armed.
Oh, for sure.
He wants that prize money as much as everyone wants that prize money. He wants that glory. He wants that fame. I mean, Sprinter, his name is all across the board. Everyone's gonna do Sprinter. He wants to make that name even more well known. No reason not to stop there. Why would you stop there? Here we go. We got some of the stats here for our players. I think previously we just saw first officer player right before there. I didn't catch their name, but now we have TX. Win rate 50%, escape rate 75%. These are very high stats. These are very good. To try to catch a survivor like this, we also have a gardener, female dancer play. This is going to be tough if he plans to play Opera Sync. It goes to show that they have prepared a gardener player just for Mr. Sprinter over here. So we'll see. It's not bad either, but I see that gardener's going to be a little better.
True. TX also known for his toy merchant, entomologist, coordinator back in the qualifiers. T also known for their win-loss record. They've actually been winning a lot of round ones in Survivor side and tying most of their round one. So let's see if Sprinter will be ready for this. Now we're gonna move on to Li Bao, another name synonymous to competitive identity 5. You see, it does have the embalmer, has the coordinator, also uses a really good patient and a good cheerleader, which is a survivor we haven't seen just yet in this day number 1. But I'm excited to see if he'll be using it, how it'll be utilized in a team synergy scenario.
Definitely. The thing about cheerleader is the one downside is she kind of has to rely on her teammates solo kiting for 22 seconds if she wants to make sure that teammate is going to revive themselves. But the best part is that there's really no purpose going after the survivor anymore if cheerleader gets that 27 stacks. In combination with other harassers, it can be really deadly. But I have a feeling we're probably not going to see that yet. We might see it later, but not yet. Then here we go. We got Hua, I believe it's pronounced.
Yes.
And we got Antiquarian, we got Aeroplanist. These are both, Antiquarian obviously, but Aeroplanist slowly, not even slowly, but remember when people didn't think Aeroplanist was going to be that great? Like, Patient just going to be better.
Aeroplanist? You play Aeroplanist? No, it's like he's always in tournament, or he's always very viable, that he even merits a ban on the Hunter side. Like, yo, I don't want to play Aeroplanist. So I know Sprinter was banning Aeroplanist left and right in the qualifiers. So speaking of Sprinter, here we have it, his stats. You see Wax Artist, you see his Opera Singer, but don't be fooled, he's also got a ton of other Hunters, and one of them is that Dream Witch. And like we said in Arms Factory, that is the Dream Witch's playground. Not to say he can also bring out that Opera Singer in this round 1 second half.
Damn, Sprinter with a 100% win rate. I mean that's scary. 83% of them 4-man eliminations. Just for the record, he has won every single game. Now, I don't know how ties factor into this, but for you to get 3-mans every single time and then still majority of them 4-man, I mean, that's a pretty damn good Hunter right there. I have to give him props.
100%.
But we'll see here.
It's kind of scary because the question is, B4U has been very dominant in the NAE region. That's why you gotta love COA, because it's a global event and you see the styles clash. Because based on the stats from the qualifiers, Sprinter has not dropped a single game. Like round 1, 2, 3, his victories have all been 100%. So that's the stats they're going off it. There's no ties, but this is based off the qualifiers. Now he's going up against TE. This is where the huge test comes in, because he's done it before in COA 6. So now he's gonna have to prove it again, why he's one of the feared and revered Hunters in NAEU.
Again, I see no reason why he can't do it. The only factor here is gonna be himself. It's gonna be his nerves. But wow, look at this. We got someone cheering Sprinter on in the audience.
2 iPads and also a Gravity Falls hat. You see that? That was crazy.
No, I didn't. Catch that bullet. Man, that's crazy that even the audience of Sprinter that well. I mean, the players obviously have to prepare for Sprinter, and you guys saw right there earlier the Hunter begging for mercy. I mean, I know it was kind of a good joke.
Hey man, I'd beg for mercy if I was against Sprinter. Like, come on, it's Sprinter after all. 100% win rate. We'll have to see. But I would want to ask you this.
Your logo, I think.
Oh yeah?
Yes, go on.
It's the
anyway. I don't remember if it was like that. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I think maybe just added the wings, because I know B4U is more for like before you fly or
Yeah, exactly. Before you fly, they have it in their COAVII description for their club team. Before you have wings, you must learn to fly, something like that. Something like poetic like that. Probably stole it from Aristotle or something like that.
Aristotle, copyright him, Aristotle. Get him with a copyright strike, Aristotle. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, if he is going to bring out the Opera Singer, what do you want to see different? What traits, what build do you want to see different if Sprinter would bring out the Opera Singer in this map in particular? And we saw a little bit of a glimpse of what the survivors can bring to the table. So what do you got for us, Psyche?
I'm gonna say go easy on Excitement. It was definitely a little bit of a strange pick to go Excitement just for one survivor last game, and he went against that one survivor, and he never really got a good opportunity because there are always these good pallets in the way. Combined with Myleg just using great combination of windows, a great combination of pallets. He had I believe he had broken windows that game. I mean, I'm not too sure anymore, but he had a solid combination of traits there for the map that they were going against. I mean, broken windows, one of the best, helps him get to shed, and then it caused all that spiraled effect. So I don't think Excitement is going to be the play. I think Excitement is a really big risk because you have to go after one person. That person may not necessarily spawn somewhere where it's good for you. I mean, it's just unreliable. It's the best way to put it. You're not necessarily going to get great value. Now, last game, again, I feel like he should have gotten good value out of it, but it was so late in the game that he decided, all right, well, I'm just going to blink him because that's going to be faster. And they're probably not even going to go for the rescue if I have base right there. I mean, I assume he had base right there. I mean, otherwise, it would make no sense to go for that. Otherwise, they would definitely rescue again. But it's a hard call to make for sure. We got B4U people cheering them on. I mean, B4U is a regular in Call of Abyss, and now they're finally here in China. This is exciting for all the people waiting to see them live in action.
And that's different from the iPads we saw. So you got a B4U section like spread out in the crowd. So that definitely would play into factor. And I like that you brought that up. Like the excitement, like it's not as reliable because considering the context, right? You only have technically one stunner. So you're really just playing to the fact that you're going to get stunned early on, or you're going to have to use it. And then there's also that misplay of like changing right away at that instant when and you couldn't get the blink hit, the down happening. So again, that Myleg really capitalized on that. So I agree with you when it comes to this build or how a Sprinter does take this. Play more conservatively, play more to the strengths of how we see usual opera singers, maybe bring blink. Since this is a smaller map, if you want to go a little more aggressive and like bring out normal just so you can disrupt ciphers. But yeah, when it comes to excitement, really depends. Unless they all bolster up and bring a lot of firepower in this next match where everyone can stun them.
We'll see. Man, I gotta give the shout outs to the cameraman. Could you imagine zooming in and out for like 10 minutes waiting for them to finally start getting something? I mean, look, Sprinter's waiting for something to start. Look at him in all his glory, threatening the other team with his eyes. But we'll see.
Hey man, his
here.
stoicness is quite crazy. Like he's the most cool, calm, and collected person I've seen in the interviews, but his gameplay speaks for itself. He's cold-blooded when it comes to it. The stats speak for itself in NAEU, and now he's looking to add more names to his list of people that of teams that he's able to get the victory over. And yeah, it's just the wait. Again, chat, when it comes to this, they want to play in the best possible conditions, so they're just trying to fix anything and everything they can for the game to start. So please bear with us as we continue on to give you guys shout outs and also break down this match. Again, any one of your regulars from your stream, join us. Psyche?
We saw Oscar here before. That was the one person I saw. Dr. Dubs here said that I'm stealing his cowboy. Oh yeah, I'm stealing your cowboy, Dr. Dubs. But yeah, and sorry, little burpee. I think I had someone ask me that. Can I shout out? What's their name? Shout out to Vivi from Lusembo, a player playing in Korean server. Apparently, Vivi is playing Identity 5. From a K-pop band, I'm pretty sure. So man, that's crazy. I mean, if I saw someone in my school play IDV, I'd be like, hey, I can't believe you played this game. I never see anyone play this game. No one plays the game in NAU, unfortunately. So to hear someone else also playing the game, and I mean, hell, probably a K-pop star, I think. I'm not sure. To play the game as well, that's crazy. I mean, maybe it's false info, but I don't think so. I don't think Quinn would do me dirty like that. Thank you, Quinn. You're welcome. Now you owe me $20.
Shout outs to Dancing Bunny, shout outs to Sachi, shout outs to Chill, shout outs to everyone that is, giving their support. I did see a lot of carrots in the chat, so keep spamming that for B4U, but I also saw some broccolis and mushrooms in the chat for their support for Team TE. Again, best possible start for this team was actually to go for the tie, just so he can negate Pepe's Opera Singer, which again, Pepe is known for getting a lot of victories in round number 1. So just shows that B4U survivors, again, there's just that one mishap, but they were still able to recover. The fact that it was, and they were accounting for it as well, because they went for that double rescue and Paul was ready. All of them brought Tide Turner. It's rare to see that. So they just really want to go on the defense to probably give a good layup to Sprinter for him to get this victory. And you know what? Based on his stats, it's looking okay on their side, but now he's gonna have to face international competition, and it seems like he's getting ready and set up for this matchup. So picks and bans are gonna begin in just a bit, folks.
Dude, we got like the whole setup there. They got the mini fan. I wonder what's going on their screen. Like, I wonder. Oh, he's already looking at the book. I mean, maybe they like have a second to decide beforehand. Even though it only takes a minute. They only have a minute to ban, guys. When the banning picks begin, they only have a minute to decide each pick and each ban individually. So Sprinter's going to get 1 minute to pick 2 bans here. The Survivor's going to get 1 minute to pick 2 survivors here. And no map bans, no Sprint Hunter bans. Yep. It's just picking, and they only have a minute to do that each. So you got to be quick. Not like those unofficial tourneys that take 10 minutes for 1 pick. I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. So here you go, Gardener Coordinator. I mean, I'm going to take your guess here, Podge. What do you think it's going to be?
I mean, it's rare to be an opera singer, unless, you know what, he just baits everyone and brings out the Dream Witch, because that is his calling card of a character. But by the looks of like Gardener, as we talked about, a character that has rose in prominence that kind of counter a lot of hunters, especially like single hit hunters like opera singer, could be the case. But first pickup here, we got Perfumer and First Officer. We had our talk with me and Nell when it came to the Perfumer. How do you feel about Perfumer in this meta?
Perfumer is all right. She's kind of like a throwaway pick, if I'm being honest, because Perfumer isn't really worth using. I mean, there's too many good hunters later on. You got Nightwatch, you got Wax Artist, you got Clerk. There's more hunters to list off, but what do they all have in common? They have multiple abilities. It's not like back then when you're playing against Balance or you're playing against something like Ripper, where you perfume their one ability and then you're fine for the next however many seconds until their next ability. It doesn't work like that anymore. You perfume the jump that Nightwatch does over a pallet, he's going to wind you now, and that's going to cause a hit. Or he's just going to have a second jump. I mean, and you're going to be on cooldown. This is why Perfumer doesn't work anymore. But like you said, the single hit hunters, just like with Gardener, how Gardener has an upside. Normally not a good character because of all those stacks of abilities, and she just only has 1 bubble. Perfumer, very similarly, works very well against some single hit hunters, but not against hunters who have multiple stacks of abilities. That is the big issue. And I wouldn't say Opera Singer does have multiple stacks of abilities. She kind of does, she kind of doesn't. What we're relying on here with Perfumer against Opera is we're just relying. Wow, we got the novice pick here, but we're relying on the fact that Opera Singer's recovery is longer, and hopefully they can back it up like a window or pallet. Otherwise, yeah, sorry, but 9 seconds is going to be too little, too late. They have to have some sort of defense, and it has to be a pretty good pallet, pretty good window. Otherwise, we're just going to be in trouble. So Perfumer, it's situational, but it's a great throwaway pick. I'll give him that. And we also saw Perfumer in the past. Earlier, I mean, there was only literally 1 match before it. We had MRC versus ZETA, but we saw Perfumer there too.
Yeah. And Dolisu, unfortunately, like the Opera Singer just waited for the cooldown of the Perfume and just like teleported to the other shadow and then just hit the Perfumer. And when the Perfumer is damaged, she can't use her Perfume ability anymore. It's just probably just to juke and ankle break. But unlike the Gardener, which even though she's hit, she gets a bubble. It's fine. You can still use that bubble. You just got to really play down with the cooldown times of that bubble. So yeah, Libao, if he's on that Perfumer, needs to be very careful going up against Sprinter. If Sprinter will chase first with this Opera Singer. So between all of this, Psyche, who do you think is the best? Who do you think is the first chase in this Survivor lineup?
I mean, I would say Novelist, but I mean, why are they picking Novelist? I don't know why. I mean, we'll see. Maybe they're like planning to have someone run your shed window, not take shed window, and they'll just switch with the Novelist, and Novelist will pull her into shack. I mean, something like that. Maybe pull her into an area out of the way that the Survivor's not going to go into. Maybe there's like team support there, but in terms of kiting, I don't know, because for every speed bonus you get, a Survivor Opera Singer gets literally 10 speed bonuses while you're doing your 1 speed bonus. So I don't know. This is more of a spot I expected B3 to go. No one's in a corner. I mean, no shame to B4U, but no one is in a corner. Hence, no one is going to have their Cypher Rush slowed down. The only possibility is like Perfumer, but as long as she's careful, she can spot out the Cypher that's blocked off early. We'll see here though, because the problem is like Hell can't really go like deep sandbags. She kind of has to go factory, and that means like if Perfumer's Cypher out front gate is blocked and she doesn't really have a Cypher anymore, it's possible that First Officer might just purposely go past middle, go into deep sandbags, and then Perfumer takes middle. Like there are some options here. But all things considered, like I said, who do I think is going to be the chase? It's probably going to be Novelist. So if he goes after Novelist, that would actually be best case scenario for the. Wow, that would actually be best case scenario for the survivors because then they don't have to deal with like the block cipher. They could have everyone like Psychologist can now go deep sandbags, stops for middle. Yeah, so maybe this is probably planned on purpose to purposely have the survivor she chases go into an area that's gonna have a block cipher.
Possibly
big
brain games here. Big brain cycle here, breaking things down. So let's see how this one's gonna pan out. Only one tide turner on the side of the survivors here. So let's see how this one's gonna pan out. Once again, Seki and Fox Spice at your service for this second half of the first round. Seems like Yihua is gonna gain the attention. So facing the pocket watch, like he called out, Forced Officer will have to take this next kite unless Sprinter just allows him to pop that pocket watch and go for someone else. We're gonna head towards TX's side here. Kind of a deja vu in the sandbags area. So TX being the Psychologist, 3 hits and she will fall down.
In a way, it is very similar to the Cornier game we just had. Cornier kind of has like a 3rd hit if you use your gun. Well, it's just the excitement last game kind of made that impossible. But look at this. Psychologist already off to not a bad start, but at the same time, almost exactly similar start to Coordinator for last game. Same exact situation, same exact like teleport problem. Same exact problem. But look at this. This pallet set up early is going to make it so annoying for Sprinter to go around it. Because the pallet is dropped ahead of time, it means that Sprinter has to waste more time trying to corner the survivor before finally getting a hit. And that was well played by Sprinter with the mind games there.
Yeah, second hit lands already at the almost the 2-minute mark of the game. 1 minute, 20 seconds about to be hit. Psychologist is doing a great job so far, but one more hit, she will be falling down. So Sprinter still trying to pin down the Psychologist. Gonna play mind games at the pallet here, forcing him to move around. He's gonna get the, able to get that 4th hit. Like he missed the 3rd one, then gets the 4th hit. Psychologist is down.
You know what? You know what, Putch? He kind of teleported late there. If the Psychologist was more aware, she probably would have just jumped over the pallet before Sprinter had time to hit her because that teleport was a little bit late for the vault. Great, what's the word for it? Starts with a D. Great discipline, great patience from the Psychologist there. And not vault right away.
I would have to say,
I'd say, go on.
You go ahead.
I was gonna say this is a very similar situation to last game. We have decent ciphers, but not necessarily enough for 3-cipher kite. Very similar.
Yeah, I was gonna double down on the discipline there on the Psychologist side. Like, you know what, the pallets are still dropped. Sprinter has not broken it yet, but we are gonna see the first officer already pop the pocket watch really far from the rescue here, and it's gonna be tough because Psychologist does not have anything to work with besides the real estate advantage. So now time's a ticking here for this officer to be saved. Oh, Yihua gets that hit. Can he make it in time? There's no shadow there to teleport to. So he gets the rescue clean. Tide turn is going to carry. And now the last effort while he was vaulting that window. It is the first officer to get hit though. So TX has a second chance at life if he's able to make this kite last.
This is kind of looking similar to that first officer from earlier, where we had a first officer go down, and now who's gonna do the ciphers? The good news is Psychologist is rebounding like crazy. Look at that blink! What is this blink?
God, the blink he missed. It's like the second game, but he hits him through the window, so a double down situation. So seem like the parallels in this matches are crazy. Double down situation. First officer's down. Psychologist is about to be sent back to the manor, and we have our last cipher about to be worked on.
Yes, and they got that last cipher done, which means they only need one person doing the ciphers. The only issue is that, well, Psychologist is dead because they waited past half. But the good news is First Officer is gonna get up kind of soon. I assume kind of soon. He's literally at 70%. I feel like he would have been up sooner by now, but maybe the Tide Turn has something to say about that. And here we go. We got the Perfumer doing the Kai here. She has a good area to work with her perfumes. This is a very strong area to work with her perfumes because if she uses a perfume, there's no way Sprinter can avoid this pallet. Look at this pallet. How are you supposed to avoid this? And I love how she's saving the pallets. She's not using the pallets until she perfumes, and then she uses
Smart.
Just so to waste Sprinter's time more.
Big brain, and now just vaults right back to the window here. Libao, like he called out, in a great spot for this Perfumer to use the real estate. Already uses the perfume, has a thing to work with, gets the perfume hit, and now just vaults through the window.
Look at this, and she's still got one more pallet. These two pallets are the key to using this area. There's also the windows. it's just, it's not that great against Opera Singer. Let's be real here. Unfortunately, a little bit too far from the palette. Only she was a little closer. I mean, that's hard to complain with. First hit for 72%, that was almost an entire cipher there. That is hard to argue with. I mean, she even uses the palette just to make sure that they don't even have to rescue her. She's in fact going to transition to Factory.
Wow.
And Poch, I have a feeling they're planning an endgame here to Dungeon.
Yeah, they definitely popped that correct. I mean, the timing of that pop was really good. And now Libao using that speed boost, also dropping down this pallet. Sprinter gonna play some mind games here, forces the move here, moves on away, and now the Perfumer is still continuing this chase.
That's tough. That's tough. That's the second time walking through the pallet. Smart move there. Using the pallet was to just run past Sprinter. Because if she doesn't do that, then Sprinter will kind of block her off and make it so that there's no way to run anywhere. There's always going to be a shadow in the way. So I love that the Perfumer did that. Unfortunately, got hit through the pallet, and unfortunately, never really got close enough to Dungeon. But there was an attempt there, and is there a chance here for Sprinter?
Okay,
I mean,
teleports
I
back
see
here.
there's someone not at gate, so like the gate was way open long ago, but someone is not there.
Yeah, they have 70 seconds left on detention, so it's counting down. So I'm not sure if they're gonna risk this. The first officer's nowhere near the exit gate, so oh my goodness, Psyche, they're gonna try to go for this rescue, which is very tempting. But no, they are gonna go for that exit. My bad. I was so scared. I was like, uh-oh, that was a little scary. But yeah, you saw how incredible that was. That final end game there. Again, you know what? Going back and forth. Again, there were those parallelisms in those matches. The first officer, also the rescue being thwarted by the hunter, the area as well. There's a lot of. I mean, I thought I was seeing deja vu at one point, but unfortunately,
yeah, for sure.
Fortunately, you know, it was a tied game for Sprinter, so we are going to see at least a best of 3 in this matchup.
Exactly. So Sprinter did well. They're still tying. It was a tough mid game. The early game went okay, not the best. There was that really sad blink, but all in all, Sprinter's recovered from that blink really well. I mean, one thing we didn't talk about because it was going so fast is that you have to remember that for every time Sprinter's jumping, or I should say, for every time a regular player jumps once, Sprinter's jumping like 2 times. There were a lot of times by that pallet in Deep Ruins, where he's going around the barrel, and he doesn't just go around the barrel. He then jumps to the wall and then back to the barrel again. And you don't stack speed boosts from it. You just keep up the speed, and that's the number one thing. That's the number one thing that was making it so difficult. But here's the thing. The Psychologist was even more patient with the vaults, knowing that the teleport is in the way. She's not going to go right into it. She's going to at least bait Sprinter, make Sprinter second guess a little bit. And honestly, if Psychologist played a little bit more perfectly, which, I mean, that was amazing for already. But if she played even better, she could have made that kite even longer. There's a time Sprinter teleported a little bit too late. I mean, maybe it would have been a Terror Shock.
Right.
I don't think so. But still, very amazing early game for the Survivors.
I like that you mentioned that, because you know what, there was hinge points. Like if this would have happened, if the rescue of the first officer was like this could have changed things. As a Psychologist, you know, it was a little more disciplined with, or kind of predicted that the teleport was going to happen right away to the shadow. So again, it's just another neck and neck match that we are seeing here. Again, we did say that B4U was the underdogs, but so far they've been kind of like hanging in there with Team TE, which is a known Chinese mainland team. So yeah, I'm really excited to see round number 2 this time. Unfortunately for them, you know, B4U, this was their map selection. So now advantage is going to go to Team TE for round number 2. But looking at the stats, we have some impressive kiting stats for Libao and TX, the Psychologist and the Perfumer. Played it to real perfection. But again, we're dealing with an opera singer. So one of the best things you can ask for, if not for a win, is just your tie.
Absolutely. Like I said, tie is basically a win for Survivors. But if you didn't know which region these teams were from, you'd probably think they were both from the China region, because that gameplay was almost equivalent. We had MyLeg's early game kite be almost as good as the Psychologist's early game kite. I mean, they had basically the same amount of decode from the same amount of time. I'm pretty sure TE had a little bit more, maybe even like a little bit, like as in 30%, which is actually a lot more. But the difference is Leg capitalized on a hunter mistake, which Sprinter, on the other hand, was being very careful not to do hunter mistakes. He was overall, if there were any hunter mistakes in Sprinter, they were very small, very minuscule, that didn't end up costing him anything. Like a little bit late on the teleport, all right. Swing the perfume that he really shouldn't have, fine. I mean, that was going to be a tie no matter what in that case. So it really doesn't matter in that situation, as opposed to the hunter from TE, not as consistent, and that actually cost him big time, and Survivors from B4U were able to pick up on that. That was huge. So if you didn't know any better, this would be like mainland China versus mainland China. So this is very well gameplay, both well played from both sides, I should say. But that's just round one. Opera Singer, I mean, everyone practices Opera Singer 24/7. We'll see. Things get spicy. Things get spicy for real in round two, round three. With that game,
for sure.
We'll see.
Yeah, just let both teams cook, guys. I know people are saying, oh, you know, teams look kind of nervous. Spencer looks a little nervous, but you know what? All things considered, with the way he played that, he played it really well. Again, just minute things here and there. There wasn't any grave mistakes. It was more of just, you know what, just it was really just a big mind game, and like the movement was really on point. So I can't wait to see how round number 2 is going to be now that the teams have both kind of settled in and the feeling out process is definitely done. And now this is where we can see if one team will break away from the tie game, or are we going to continue the streak of ties up until game number 3? Because we're definitely in for a treat here, Psyche, with how these games have been playing out. So I can't wait. I cannot wait.
I find it hilarious. Someone in the chat is saying something so excited that she didn't waste all the pots. I was so happy for him. That's a big mistake against Opera Singer as a survivor who can take multiple hits. Don't use your pal straight away, because then what are you going to combine with your perfume?
True.
How are you going to get your next perfume then? So that was really well played.
Before anything else, though, let's check out these highlights, and we're going to take a quick break before round number 2. Shout outs to _Rena Campbell. What's up, Rena? You got her fan chants here for B4U. Good luck again this year. We're proud of you always. Hashtag COAVII. Hashtag B4U win. Again, Rena, I met her in cons and all that. One of the biggest B4U supporters. So all their B4U supporters out there in chat, again, use the hashtag COAVII for your fan chants, for your fan arts to be showcased here on the broadcast.
Absolutely. The memes with the Schmitty face all over. Oh, that's hilarious. Where is this on? This was on Instagram, I believe.
I think it's either on Instagram or Twitter. I know I was at this con with Rena when she took this photo, so this is definitely her cheering on the team B4U. So again, send your memes and use the hashtag COAVII, or even if it's memes, your fan arts, your fan cheers, photo cards, whatever you may have, just so that you can support your favorite players. Again, shout outs to Rena. She's one of the best out there.
Absolutely, and I love that someone here is actually dressed up as the mechanic from which author was that? Persona 5, I think. Yeah,
I think that's QC. I also know her. This is the con we went to. So yeah, she was mechanic. I forgot her name in Persona 5, but yeah, she's definitely the mechanic.
I really like it. Great attention to detail there. Even got the weird shirt. Always reminds me of like a shirt. I don't know why. It's got a leaf on it, I'm pretty sure.
The details are really good on that. So again, shout outs to Rena. Shout outs to anyone that has those fan cheers out there. Again, carrots in the chat for B4U, and I don't know, I saw a lot of mushrooms for TE, so we're gonna go with mushrooms or broccolis for Team TE in this matchup. So just a celebration once again for teams out there, for fans of the game and fans of teams. You know what to use. Use the hashtag COAVII to get your voices heard out here in the broadcast.
Man, you got any memes of yourself that you know of cosplays? Any memes that you like?
Oh, there was this one of this is one of Eli. I'll post it again and tag you. It's like what's that? It looked like it was in Pirates of the Caribbean. Then it looks like, oh, lawyer's meta. Then all of a sudden there's someone that appears. It's a lawyer behind Eli. Like, oh. Like he just gets scared. So it was Black last year, and I know you're a fan of Lawyer. So yeah, Eli was kind of roasting Lawyer last year. Big
time fan of Lawyer. It kind of reminds me that there's like this meme on The Simpsons where there's this shopkeeper throwing out some fat dude, and the fat dude appears behind him. This is like
that was Mo. Yeah, Barney. Get out of here. Nope, I'm back.
Oh, that one? That's exactly what you're thinking of? Yeah, that one.
Yeah. That was Mo kicking out Barney in The Simpsons. That's actually hilarious. I've actually, you know that meme of The Simpsons also where Homer was like, he sinks into the grass, then he comes back out. That's like Eli when it comes to, oh, I hate Lawyer. No, I like Lawyer. What are you talking about? Who said that? I never said I didn't like Lawyer.
Lawyer's come a long way, but I feel like Lawyer had potential the moment he had that decode buff already. But I mean, maybe they overkilled it with the buff, but I'm not complaining. I like to see Lawyer be up there with the top. Although his purpose is kind of niche, you know, just having a survivor to force chase as Opera Singer in an area she doesn't want to chase. And she just still happens to have veteran bonus, which is good against Opera Singer. Otherwise, I'm sure we'd see Mind's Eye if he didn't have veteran bonus. I mean, why not go Mind's Eye at that point? But he just has better vault, better speed, better everything, really.
I wanted to ask, like, right, Eli was saying like a good survivor solo tier list, right? If you're solo queuing or you're solo ranking, Lawyer's definitely up there. Do you have anyone other survivor in mind if you're solo playing and you want to use survivor?
I'm not so sure. I mean, Kiter is definitely a great start, but a supporter is also not a bad idea. But he's definitely right about that. That Kiter is probably the best way to go. But if you want to carry matches, there's also the supporting option. You could also go batter and forward. There's a lot of hunters who they struggle with support. They struggle with people who deal well with other survivors trying to get ballooned on the hunters. So that's the key. That's the key. That is to tie a team together. The only issue is that it's hard to pull off, but if you can pull it off, even against the best hunters, they have trouble. I mean, we saw last game, well, not last game, the last matchup, we saw the Gamekeeper on the MRC, I believe it was called,
MRC.
There we go, yeah. And it was just tough. I mean, he was playing Gamekeeper, to be fair, but it was tough. Even with Gamekeeper, even with all those anti-stun perks I saw on the top left, even with Gamekeeper base, faster stun, it's hard. It's hard for sure.
True. I want to give a shout out to the chat for giving us the name of the Persona character. It's Futaba, Best Girl Futaba. Thank you. I blanked out there. So yeah, a lot of support in the chat for B4U. Yeah, a lot of carrots, man. I do see some mushrooms though. Erica, TE fan out there. So yeah, do send out your mushrooms for TE and carrots for B4U. We're just waiting to see how this one's gonna, how this game will pan out since it's both in ties. I'm trying to see what map. So another thing I have on TE is that the maps they like to pick are Lakeside and Ever Sleeping Town. So huge maps. Doesn't really say much when it comes to who they might choose. Pepe does like going Gamekeeper in round number 2 or a Naiad. So those are the two possible hunters that Pepe likes going for. But with Sprinter, do you have any inkling on what hunters you think he might choose?
It really depends what they ban. They might not necessarily ban Opera Singer. Maybe they'll go a different hunter. I mean, it really depends. The nice thing about the playing at Sprinter here is that he's gonna have the chance to see, okay, what are their first two survivors gonna be. The unfortunate thing is Sprinter does have to pick 2 survivors already, but chances are he's gonna pick like 2 survivors that are like, okay, well, if they ban this hunter, they're still good against like this hunter. But like more specifically, Sprinter's got like Wax Artist, he's got Dream Witch. I would have to go look through the whole list, but he's got Sculptor technically.
Right, he does.
He technically has Clown still. I don't know if he's kept up with Clown, but Clown was literally one of his first hunters. I mean, actually, maybe Ripper was the first, but we'll see. But anyway, Sprinter is coming back already, and he's going to be playing Hunter again. The only thing is fighting Sprinter.
Sprinter. There, see the Gravity Falls. Like he's got the Gravity Falls hat.
Oh yeah, the hat. Yeah, I see. The girl wears that, I think. Right?
I think it's the guy. Again, I gotta watch Gravity Falls again. I think it's the guy. Yeah, there's another meme of Gravity Falls. Like, wow, what is this? Like that thing where you just look at it, like, ooh, buffs. Like, what does it do? Nothing. All right.
It's like so you with the dot in chat. My bad, guys.
It's all good.
We got Lakeside pick, by the way. No Moonlit, but picking Lakeside. I mean, Moonlit is a hard map because you got survivors who are going to be spawning in the corners. They're always going to have a good start. In terms of like what hunters could be good here, I mean, Gamekeeper would have been good on Moonlit. Lakeside is okay in some areas. We'll see. Night is good on Lakeside. There's definitely more hunters in this. Like, it seems a little bit weird to be pulling out this early, but I think with the right team comp, we could see Naiad Gamekeeper. But I mean, it's for next round. We got Sprinter right now, and like I said, Sprinter, he's got that Wax Race, he's got that Dream Witch. As crazy as it may seem to pick Dream Witch on Lakeside, he's done it before, and it's when you come to play against Sprinter, it actually is frustrating. It becomes more frustrating playing against him because it's like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do sometimes? So we'll see.
I've seen those matches actually when he brings out Dreamwitch Lakeside and it works out. And usually, like on paper, that's not supposed to, but he's still able to do it. So I could sense that that is quite frustrating. So let's see if they can keep their cools here. Again, shout outs to the Ihua supporters out there and the TE supporters that are joining us all the way in Hangzhou over there in the stage, because they definitely need to kind of break this tie situation that we have. But like you said, you know what? Naiad's not a bad pick here as well. Gamekeeper would have shined a lot when it comes to Moonlit, but as of now, Pepe did bring him out previously, and I'm not sure what Hunters... Does Sprinter have a Gamekeeper? I'm pretty sure he does, but I'm not sure if he's going to bring it out, though.
I mean, Sprinter is good at every Hunter, but, right. You know, the thing about Sprinter is that he likes to keep things a secret. I mean, for example, we didn't see Clerk until Sprinter picked up Clerk in one of the old tournaments from a while back when Clerk first released. But, I mean, we all knew Clerk was going to get used because Clerk is one of the best Hunters. So, why not? Why not? I mean, it is kind of a newer thing. But as things pop up, as things become more meta, more mainstream, why not use it? Why not at least try it out? He has the skills. It's kind of like a good survivor. Give a really good survivor, any survivor, and it's not going to be them learning the routes that's going to take a while. It's them going to be learning the ability of the survivor. And that takes maybe a week. Of course, it's a lot complicated it's a lot more complicated for both sides than that. But look at that. We actually see our players waiting in the custom match right there on the phone. Very rare chance we get to see their phone screen. Look at that. Yeah, that's... Wait, what are they looking at?
They're looking at the pic. I mean, it's the map, and then like they're just staring at the match before it starts, the custom rooms for everyone to come in. Next game that you and Eli will be commentating, RD, look out for Dream. His Mad Eyes is insane. For Hunter from RD. Just watch out for that, because the reason you say that is because like we're going to see the rare occasion of seeing the phones. I really want to see a hand cam on that Mad Eyes because it's kind of crazy how he operates. So hopefully we'll be able to catch that, or maybe we'll have like hand cams soon with how well these guys perform. But as of now, we're still going to get ready. I know that in IVL and IJL they have like BPM monitors where you could see like their heart rate when they play. So it's kind of crazy. I kind of wish they had that here. So another...
I do wish they had that. Yeah, I mean, seeing those hundreds, the 100 markers, it's also impressive seeing people stay chill. Like the Hunter. The thing about Hunters, you have to stay chill as the Hunter. It's always going to be a little bit higher than the Survivors, but man, with the Hunters, having to keep your cool the whole game and then seeing it slowly rise up towards the end of the game, and then with Survivors, everyone's just at a chill like 80 or something like that, and then you got this one person kiting at like 110. Like
Dude, I hit 100 when I'm just decoding, bro. Like I just need to chill out more. Dude, in your streams, you should put like a BPM monitor. I feel like I'd love to see that. I know you put like a win, tie, lose counter. You should put a BPM counter. That's gonna be
BPM
crazy.
counter. That's interesting. I don't know. I feel like the BPM would only rise because of me getting frustrated at people stealing time.
That's the content, bro.
Every once in a while, something crazy happens, and I'm like, oh my god, are we really gonna kite from across the map and get dungeon? Like, let's go. And I'm like,
that's gonna be hype. That's gonna be hype. Yeah.
We gotta get a BPM monitor. I don't know how I do it though.
I'll message you. I think there's a way. I had a friend that did that in the stream one time. You need to buy something, then you just download an app, and then you just wear like a wristwatch or something. Then you can have a BPM counter.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. And I'm guessing I connected to my computer, probably.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy, because then that means every single one of these players is probably doing that same thing, having that thing on their wrist connected to something else.
Possibly, but that's, I think, not now. Possibly in IVL or IJL. So they possibly have that. Because like I saw like, usually it's like 98, but when they get kited or something, it raises like to 120 or 130. I'm like, oh my god, they're jogging. Our boys are jogging.
Absolutely. So yeah, we're once again waiting here for the next match to begin. We're again waiting a little bit. We're just chilling it out, waiting to see what happens. I mean, these players out here probably just as bored as we are out here waiting. But man, what should we talk about? I mean, we got to film the time. I had Quinn tell me I should tell some dad joke. What do you think about that?
Depends on like the dad joke, I feel, because we are you want to save those because like we already have the picks and bans going on the screen right now.
Go.
So we'll save the dad jokes. Don't worry. We got time. We got time for dad jokes. How would you rate your dad jokes though out of 10?
You know, I used to watch this guy who did dad jokes every single stream he did. He just took it offline, but they were still really funny. I don't really have any dad jokes anymore. I remember this one about a USB or something like that, but I forgot already. It's just no USB. I gotta bring one out next stream or literally after.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow or like maybe we'll see in the next match. But we do see some bans coming out of Sprinter already. The Seer and the Psychologist doesn't say much, but what does say a lot is that they are going to respect ban the Opera Singer. So Sprinter is going to have to think outside the wheelhouse of the meta, or just, you know, he also has a Night Watch, but I'm not sure if he's going to bring that out now because it's not one of his known hunters. But Barmaid and Toy Merchant can be a problem in a map like this.
This is tough because anyone who plays competitive, you will have your coach probably warn you about this. Toy Merchant on Lakeside, all that happens is you just spawn her Big Boat or on the shore below Big Boat. It's a setup for other people. And then what ends up happening is she turns Big Boat into an infinite kite. She jumps off the edge of the Big Boat, off the window, goes into docks, does the same thing over and over again. Now the cooldown kind of stops that, but there's nothing stopping her from doing it like twice or even 3 times. Like she could definitely stall out long enough just because of the distance she gets. It's absolutely insane. So Sprinter is gonna go for the Seer Psychologist ban along with the pre-ban of Perfumer and for Softster, I believe it was from last game. Yep, it's right there in the middle. Global ban. And it's tough. It's tough because the thing about Toy Merchant is that why would you use her later? You're just gonna use her for Lakeside and it's gonna be tough for Sprinter. I mean, what is Sprinter gonna pick here to counter this? The best option is just probably not gonna go after it. There's not a really good deal with it. Maybe Naya? Maybe
possibly just to water down the area that she's going to be using the catapults in. That's possibly yeah, I think we know Sprinter is this actually, sorry, I just have to bring up that round 1 kind of broke his record of having 100%. You know, that is a tall record or a tough record to live by with 100% with how well these survivors are. But coming into this, you know what, if he plays it more defensively and allows the survivors to kind of carry, that's still a-okay. But Sprinter is actually known to kind of lead this team to victory. So if he's going to go Naiad, it's going to be a little tough because they just stay away from those puddled areas. A lot of the players already know how to counter the Naiad. He's gonna go with the Dream Witch, Psyche.
Sprinter's cogs are thinking there. You can tell he's really thinking hard about this. This is not an easy choice. Just because Patience, Barmaid, Toy Merchant. I mean, the thing about these survivors is you get a leech hit and you're gonna be waiting a long time for patrol because you're gonna hook onto something, fly away. Barmaid's gonna drink up. I mean, you're not gonna chase Mercenary. That's out of the question. This is tough. He's going to be hoping for some comeback late game potential here, probably. It's going to be a tough early game. One thing's for sure, but I have a feeling that he's not going to go the typical patroller route because something smells like that's not going to work out. Like, why would you, like, maybe the patroller would be fine against Toy Merchant if you can finally latch onto her somehow, some way. Whoa! This is an interesting spawn.
Coast to coast, yeah. Huahua is over there at the shack area. Yeah, same. I mean, we see Toy Merchant does have to be at that area so he could set up the catapults at Big Boat area, but Yuhua actually spawning also there, and Sprinter is choosing to spawn all in the lower right corner. I've seen a lot of patterns here. You usually see like a wall in that second row to the right, or maybe like a line that divides right in the middle, but this is the first time I'm seeing like a coast-to-coast spawn.
The only thing is that, I mean, Mercenary's fine. He'll get a Cypher at Big Rock. The only issue is like Barmaid, she's not gonna have an easy time getting a Cypher at Shed. It's gonna get blocked off. I wonder, like, why not put her at middle? I mean, it's not like she's gonna get chased. Are they that worried? I mean, why not put her like around middle, outside small bow, and just have her go to Shed? Like, why not do that? I'm really curious. I wish one of these players could explain that to me, what the game plan is. But here we go. We're going into the second match, and look at this. We already got the leech moving around, already moving so that it starts following the main body sooner. Look at that. Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a big area for him to be able to, you know, go around and patrol around. Speaking of patroller, he did bring patroller in this matchup, so it's going to be a little tough for them to latch on since players know the timing of the patroller bite so well. So it seems like he's going to try to chase TX at the start here. So you know what? I hope he's able to set up the catapult sooner rather than later, because he's gonna have to hang out in this boat. He's gonna use the plane to glide out, and it seems like he's already kind of just pinching the toy merchant out in the open here.
It almost feels like kind of a mistake there to wait on her end, because now it allowed this really nice sandwiching from Sprinter. Great job from Sprinter, by the way, seeing that she's just waiting there. He's like, well, I'm just going to drop one by the hole, the other one on the other side, and it's going to completely stop the sloop that we were talking about earlier. So maybe it should have been the better, wiser choice to go sooner before the Drumich can set up.
True.
And yep, here's the controller we were talking about.
Wow.
She already used her glider, so this is it. Unless she's got a flywheel, and even if she has a flywheel, she's going to try to cancel it by falling down, but hoping that the hunter falls for it didn't work, because Spencer was ready for that. Spencer rating her like a bug, being like, are you really going to drop that down? I don't think you will. And then that's where he gets that nice hidden, beautiful job.
Yeah, and I would say also just negating the for the toy merchant to drop any of the catapults. So it hasn't been set up. He doesn't have to do any cleanup as well. And this was the main body hit, so he's not wasting any time like leeching over and over again. So very efficient start for Sprinter. I'm not sure how they're gonna try and rebound from this. They do have one tide turner on the mercenary side. Barmaid, I mean, can possibly heal up, but you're gonna have to be able to kite for as long as you can, and there's nothing really set up here for him to work with. So they might, I mean, consider opting for a sacrifice play here just for them to get the ciphers going.
Yeah, and here we go with Drumich tying. A really good, strong early game, like we said earlier, but things get dicey in the mid game when people can just split up and de-leash themselves. But I mean, this is, all things considered, Sprinter did really well. We have to remember, this is like literally the best survivor on the best place she could possibly be. So Sprinter's still doing a great job luring her in and getting the rescue. Look at this. Mercer's going for a last-second rescue, so he decided it's actually worth it. Did he just hit the chair? He just hit the chair!
Oh, he did, and now that rescue does happen, but the last effort is going to pop. But I have to give it up to Yihua, you know, going for that clutch rescue and avoiding the hit, baiting out a chair hit. So this actually buys them time for him to actually focus on chairing once again. And note that this mercenary does have a leech on him, so he will be the next target.
At least he didn't elbow pad away there. I'm almost wondering why he didn't elbow pad away there, knowing that he missed. Maybe it's just nerves. But that's, I mean, look at how hard Sprinter fought for that hit on the mercenary. All the time he used just to get the hit on the mercenary. He really needs that snowball, because if you realize how huge that is, you will realize that him not getting the hit on the rescuer means that rescuer can rescue for free later. It also means that he can never blink mercenary down and cause that snowball effect by having multiple injuries, so that the blink is actually useful. Now, like, you may as well use the patroller just for the same effect, just slower, like lower cooldown. Wow, that hurts.
Yeah,
that really
so now, so let's see how this one's gonna pan out. Hua does get that hit. Barmaid has already immediately drank that Dublin. 2 ciphers still remaining. One is moving at the 40% mark. One is stuck at the 78% mark. Switches to blink and now downs the barmaid. So now, like you said, mercenary still available for that next rescue, but 2 ciphers still remain. And Sprinter, I'd have to say, is getting a foothold in this match.
I mean, let's take a look at the ciphers. I wish I could see if, middle is done. Yep, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough then, because as Drumich, you really need that middle cipher to not be done if you want a chance at a win.
Yep.
Wait, but that counted as a hit. I didn't even notice that.
You didn't? Okay, yeah. The mercenary got hit by his own follower. Barmaid still has the leech on him, and now mercenary does have crows. 78% on that last cipher. Yihua is actually using that one of his elbow pads to just move on over to the shack area. So let's see if a backdoor rescue will happen. Main body is trying to patrol the chair, while we're seeing a back and forth here. He's already switched to blink, so that is his endgame trait.
But who's going to do the cipher now? That's the thing. Who's going to do the cipher? Because of mercenary accidentally taking that hit, they're dropping the pallet. It means that no one's doing the 78% cipher. It means that this person can go down to blink here. If they're not careful, a leech on the patient will be huge here, just so he has this pressure on him that he can't do the last cipher. The only issue is, how is he going to take down this barmaid with no blinks? He's waiting on all his blinks here, Botch.
Yeah, and he's actually just guarding this last cipher with his life on the main body side. So now Hua is just hanging around this palleted area. Sprints are just waiting for his trip, waiting for something to happen. Now
waiting on his
Oh,
is it enough?
Wow.
No.
It's not quite, so just adding more pressure here. But look at the discipline. They're already deleeching. They're not pushing for ciphers just yet because the end game detention is going to be really hard to deal with if they're not unleashed, if they're not positioned well. So they know they have to stall this game out for Sprinter not to snowball it just yet. So 78%.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say 78% progress on the last cipher, but there is one at 4%. So he's going to be able to leech another survivor here on the mercenary.
Yes, and he's losing momentum every second. The moment they split up, that's when things kind of fall apart with Dreamage. Kind of like we were mentioning earlier. I mean, a blink here would have been so nice. He just doesn't have a 16-second cooldown. Imagine how huge that would have been. Everyone half health. No one can do the cipher. No one can rescue. If Mercenary rescues, he's going to go down, and then he'll just go on chair.
Okay, blinks are about to be online, Psyche. Blinks are about to be online, and now Liba eats that hit. The first hit is already scored here, and now we see that the barmaid is opening up a chest. So let's see if Sprinter can continue on this role of dominance here as he tries to share this one.
But doing nothing was actually the best play there from Sprinter, because doing nothing, I mean, he's not doing nothing, he's camping the ciphers, but not going after the survivors, just camping the ciphers means that, well, I'm just waiting for my blink to come back, and the survivors can't do much about it, though. Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't do an extra cipher sooner. That's my one question. I saw someone on Big Bow like 2 minutes ago, and they jumped out of Big Bow. I don't know if you guys picked that up. I don't know why they never did that cipher. Was there a leech there? What happened? Did they want this person to do something else? Was there a miscommunication on voice chat? There's a lot of things that like goes through people's head with Dreamage, and it confuses everyone. And so I feel like if people were I don't know. I also want to ask them because I don't want to say anything. Wow, that's a clean blink.
Yeah, so
he's
like
actually gonna have 4 men here if they can't pop the cipher.
And it seems like they have to open up, and now they're opening up that last cipher, but it looks like the survivors have whittled down their resources, and now he's found the last the Yihua over here at the dock area. So it seems like you said, it could be a 4-man kill here.
Oh man, I know B4U, I know all the survivors are like jumping up in their seat like, yeah, Sprinter! Sprinter, classic Sprinter, somehow 4-manning every single time his Dreamage. I wouldn't be surprised if this is how he got his 100% win rate.
How crazy is that, right? Like, he was able to just be very passive, you know, not extending anything, just wait. I think the survivors were very adamant on pushing that last cipher, but that played to great effect on Sprinter's side.
Yeah, it brings up a question. Why didn't he start a cipher sooner? I have so many questions. There was a long time where we saw 78% and then 4% and then nothing more. We know there's a 7 cipher. I mean, now it started, but that was started when we had someone on chair.
Mercenary.
So it was too late.
Yeah, he's going to go for that chair. So at least secure the 3-man elimination at least. And you already know that the barmaid is already here in this area. So he's going to move the main body here. Doesn't have to worry about the mercenary going to pop on up. And now he's going to leech Hua Hua. Hua Hua has to survive. I mean, this is one of the banes of mercenary taking so long on that rocket chair. We know the dungeon is in this area. Hua Hua does have an item to work with. Seems like he's going to try and predict a blink, but no, he's already used the pocket watch.
What great discipline from Mr. Sprinter here. Just being careful here. Just not like he knows he has her dead. He just has to wait here. That's all he has to do. And Sprinter knows that. Sprinter's been playing the game too long to fall for like, oh, I'm so close to glory. I'm so close to glory. Let me just blink here. No, Sprinter knows better than that. He's just gonna take it safe, and he knows there's nothing she can do here. This is it, boys. This is it, girls. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 4-man against a Chinese mainland team, guys. Sprinter, Sprinter taking it home. Now you see why those people in the crowd were cheering him on. Look at this 4-man from Sprinter. That's a 5-point lead going to be for you. Look at that. Look at the lights shining. I mean, that was so much effort. I don't know if he has even energy to celebrate after that.
I know.
Man,
I mean, we know Sprinter, right? He's one of the most cool, calm, and collected people out there. He knows the job's not done yet. He knows that he still needs to continue on this momentum. And now he's kind of given his survivor team a layup. But I think he's going to wait till the dust is finally settled for him to celebrate. But we have to, you know, give him his flowers in that match because he performed very well. He was very disciplined. He didn't force any interactions that didn't need to. And I think, Psyche, it all started with downing that toy merchant at the start of the game.
Honestly, yes. Man, I thought things were going to go downhill when he hit that chair, but he was able to get a hit, to my surprise, a hit on the mercenary. Again, slight slip up there. Maybe an elbow pad. Maybe he didn't want to waste it. Maybe he was just like, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm just gonna take the hit here. We're gonna save the elbow pad for later. Because there's a side to Mercer where you're like, well, maybe I want to save the pad, but it ended up biting them later because then it caused that snowball effect. Where like, well, now who's gonna rescue? How are we gonna deal with this? And honestly, I would have to review that match again, because how did we go from Mercenary and then 2 other people being full health? I mean, Mercenary's gonna heal up too on top of that.
Right.
We went from everyone being full health, everyone splitting up, deleaching, to Sprinter slowly getting back in the game, and it was because of those blinks. But again, I have to ask myself, where was the 6 Cypher? Where was the 7 Cypher? Maybe they were all close together. Maybe they were on lockdown. I know that Patient had a deleach, but then what about everyone else who was not leached? And so you have to review that match again. You have to be like, well, where did it go wrong? And it's hard to say. We have to look at it.
I like what you pointed out there, because we were saying like every second counts with no one on that rocket chair, but it really proved to be well on the side of Sprinter, because he was waiting for his trait to be back, and he was just waiting for that blink to happen. And in that time, we were looking for like a heal to happen, but they split up. Like, okay, then the barmaid was opening up a tool chest. Then we saw that the last Cypher, or like they worked on the 6th and 7th Cypher when the Mercenary's already fallen down, or when the Patient has already fallen down. So yeah, the Sprints are just capitalizing on the overextensions, or the I would say the passivity of how TE kind of played that seconds, where they were all in a good shape, and they were like really spread out and really forcing the Dream Witch to kind of focus his attention, like split his attention. So you got to give it up to Sprinter. He got the 5-point game up against a Chinese mainland team, TE. So this is what they were talking about. Sprinter, he did not give a mercy round. He went all out here at the expense of TE, and I'm pretty sure he's going to continue on this momentum unless TE figures out something on the Survivor side. But he can kind of rest easy for now, because Pepe will be coming up for the Hunter side of TE, while B4U Survivors will be taking the helm up here in Lakeside Village.
That was absolutely beautiful gameplay from Sprinter, but now it goes on to the Survivor side. Can the B4U Survivors get just one person out? One person out, and they win this round, to be fair, just this round. And then they could just go for tie. And that's perfectly fine as well. If they just tie, they can just walk away with literally 5-point lead. It just lets them do so much now. If they make a mistake, okay, we can go for a tie. If they make another mistake, okay, we can go for one person out. Like, it's hard for Survivors in this situation to not get one person out, because of the way you can always stay on top of the Cyphers, and you could split up, and you can make it difficult for the Under to have more than one person in the same place. And that's kind of why the Survivors weren't healing last game, Poch, I think, at least. Because if they tried healing up, you start getting blinked, you start having multiple leeches in the same place, you start getting sandwiched. And so I understand that. It's just I don't know what went wrong with the Cyphers, because you don't need more than one person to do the Cypher. So it's confusing there, but still, 4-person kill for Sprinter, and it's huge. B4U just needs to get one person out. And hell, they'll probably go with like Wilding or something, some guarantee Survivor to get out if they want to go that path. Maybe they won't want to. We'll see. But yeah,
they could definitely go that path. Go for like just more safe options. Embalmer screams that way, or maybe just go for a full. Go for like a full, like, okay, like a solo kiting route. It's looking real good. Again, I don't want to jinx anything just yet, but B4U is in a prime position here, since this is the first 4K we've seen for the whole day, since MRC versus Zeta was just really neck and neck in terms of Survivor and Hunter gameplay. The most dominant Hunter gameplay we saw was actually here in Lakeside Village, and it was an to get a 3-1. But Sprinter one-upping everyone. I know you were like, you're new to poker, but he definitely went double or nothing with that one, and he got what he put in there. He gambled on himself. He gambled on that Dream Witch, which this map doesn't really scream the best matchup for Dream Witch. But hey, that's what you get when you bet on yourself. You get the victory, and you get the victory, and you have that confidence in yourself.
Sprinter, Dream Witch on Lakeside, I had some PTSD from like way back when you'd see Sprinter all the time. I don't see Sprinter so much anymore because I'm not as high as Sprinter. But man, it didn't matter what map it was. It was so annoying facing Dream Witch, because like, great, good luck on getting a win now. He's either tying or winning, and it's really tough. I mean, you saw that. He had to work for his win. Don't get me wrong, that was a very slow match, but man, does it feel good to work for a win like that and come out like that and just being Sprinter in that situation. Imagine being Sprinter, just being like, oh my god, I just got a format for my team against Chinese mainland again. Sprinter is known for doing that. Look at the crowd here cheering on. I believe that's the survivors. No, sorry. No, for the Hunter. I'm not sure whose face that was, but it didn't look like anyone from before you. I'm sorry.
I think that was the side of TE. They were definitely cheering on TE, but you have to admit also they had before you has their supporters here in the venue. So you got the before you fighting signs. You also got the Sprinter fighting signs, and now it's going to be the survivor side. We do see a leg here. Again, seems like you got to get the right vibes going on here and not put too much pressure on yourself.
Here we go. We have our Hunter here preparing his thing. What is he going to bring? Only time can tell. We'll see very soon here. He needs to get... It's crazy to say this, but a Chinese mainland team needs to match NAU by getting a 4-man. No less. No less than that. Which is going to be...
I'm telling you, man. COA brings about a paradigm shift usually. Like it happened in COA 4 when a Japan team was able to send out the reigning defending COA 1, 2, and 3 champions GR, and they kind of the floodgates like came in like, oh, Japan, you know what, it's possible for them to, you know, stick with the best of the best. And now it just takes one, and Sprinter kind of, you know what, opened up the gateway here for them to be able to continue on this dominance. But now it's before you survivors chance to be able to do the same. Like you said, they just need one person out that gate for them to get the victory here in round number 2.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a fun match. We're gonna see a lot here. I mean, maybe we'll see something interesting here. Like I said, like a Gamekeeper here, a Naya here. It's so interesting how Gamekeeper is actually not that bad on Alexa, because have you guys kited Gamekeeper in the logs area where the dungeon spawns or like small boat? Do you know how annoying it is when you walk all that way down the path, you drop the pallet and you get hooked literally across the other side? You're better off not even dropping the pallet. It's crazy to say that.
It doesn't matter, right? Yeah, true.
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter. And the fact that you flywheel, oh, I see someone from my stream. What's up, Robert? The fact that you flywheel and he keeps his hook now, that was another huge buff to Gamekeeper. So, oh man, if he can chase someone there, that would be huge. But you know what? The survivors get to see what Hunter he picks first. Oh, yo, Roland waving to the camera. That happened a while ago, but I'm just not seeing on the live stream.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm very excited to see you here. I'm very excited to see
so the thing is, yeah, Gamekeeper could be an option, but he can also go Naiad. And you said Naiad in this map is okay. However, Pepe needs to be able to get... For them to stay tied in this game, he needs the 4K. So Naiad has done that, but she's not necessarily known for it. We're just gonna have to see. So Opera Singer does get banned. So Pepe is gonna have to, in my notes, toss up between Naiad or Gamekeeper. Could use maybe, I don't know, could bring out a Clown if he had one. Clown is rising in prominence in this sort of meta, but he needs to find a solution for him to get that 4-man kill. So we're just going to see who the first survivors we're going to pick here, since global bans dictate it's going to be the Coordinator and the Perfumer, while we have Antiquarian and Toy Merchant that are banned by Pepe. So Embalmer and Entomologist, Psyche, how are you feeling about these two picks first?
Embalmer, I mean, this is a very strong survivor just to get one person out. It is so annoying for the Hunter, because you guys realize what this means? This means that now the Hunter has to run Teleport. If they run Teleport, then what happens when they pop Big Bow? If they don't run Teleport, then they need to pick a Hunter who has good mobility. It really limits what they can pick now, because if you pick a Hunter like Gamekeeper or Naiad, Naiad's fine. All right, Naiad's not that bad. I'm moving across the map. It still takes time, but it's not as bad. There's a lot worse options, but jeez, playing Gamekeeper into this, it's tough. And even Wax Artist, even like, let's look at the really popular Hunters like that are used a lot. We got Wax Artist. I'm not sure if Clerk is as popular, but Clerk is still a very strong Hunter. Do not underestimate her. She's gonna be weak against Embalmer trying to like walk to him and probably spawning out Big Bow, because he's probably gonna spawn in Big Bow. But he could probably also spawn somewhere else, because if you spawn Big Bow, then who's gonna finish the Big Bow Cypher? And then that's gonna make it kind of hard, because then what if you trump card teleport onto the Big Bow Cypher? So like a lot of things to consider here. And by the way, we saw the Toy Merchant ban. Kind of same reason why we don't see people wanting Toy Merchant on Lakeside earlier, because it causes an infinite loop. But here's the thing, I almost feel like Dream Witch was a good pick there from Sprinter. Not even almost, definitely, just because he had that plan already. If only she jumped sooner, because I find with Dream Witch, if you don't move, you have no idea. Like, you can't see it, but when you watch a replay, you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, he's just standing there and letting all his leeches come."
Yeah.
So in the future, they're gonna be more aware of that, and so maybe they gave that one up to be for you, Sprinter, for now. But if they face B for you again, or if they face any other Dream Witch again, man, just no way. They're not gonna let that happen again. But forget about that. We got a pretty solid Survivor team here. This is gonna be, I mean, literally any Survivor team that has A or S tier Survivors is going to be hard to beat, let's be honest here. But what makes this team special is the Embalmer, like you said. Very important aspect here. And Paul is going to be playing Embalmer. Look at that.
So actually people in the chat were like, yo, when we mentioned Embalmer previously, yo, we got to hype up Paul's Embalmer. Because, like, you know, Paul, one of the great kiters in the game. We did, you know, sing the praises of My Leg because he was really good on how his kite went. But yeah, Paul is also a problem for any hunter out there. So he will actually, we'll see if he's going to be the one taking the first kite, because Entomology is going to be pretty hard. So Pepe going with a Night Watch. So this is actually going to be a little tough, since Night Watch is the second best thing, I would have to say, when it comes to, if you can't do Opera Singer, if you can't, you know, have the excellent chase ability, Night Watch is also a good substitute here, because there's, I mean, once you could stun him, sure, but he's just going to catch up with his wind ability. He's going to slow you down. And an open map like this, where there's not much terrain to work with, you're going to have to turn corners real quick. So hopefully they'll be ready for Night Watch, because Night Watch does have that ability to kind of snowball the game to his favor for him to get that 4-man K.
Absolutely. So Night Watch, he has winning potential. If he can get that one right person, oh man, I don't need to tell you guys, but it's so hard to, wow, look at this spawn. I think this is a pretty decent spawn. This is more like what I expected. Again, vice versa. Now Bree is doing more what I expected. But Embalmer is going to be spawning at Big Bow. He's going to be spawning at Big Bow. It's very interesting that Entomologist is not spawning at over there in that usual line area between Aeroplanus and for some reason, I think that's because they're betting that Entomologist is not going to get chased. That's a very reasonable to be like, hey, he's probably not going to chase me. Let's just pick the spawn that's closer to a Cypher. But I don't know. He could if he really wants to. It's just Embalmer is going to be so annoying. Like good luck with that.
Yeah. Considering that they just need one person out, right? So you got to pick your poison, right? That's why Entomologist, yeah, chase me because I'm the closest. But do you really want to chase me and allow the Embalmer to actually set up his coffin, run away, and just wreak havoc when it comes to like the Cypher rush? Not to mention, you know, Schmitty on the Airplanist is going to be hard to pin down at the small boat area, and Roland also on the first officer could just pop the watch and just buy more time for his team. We're going to find out, folks. Once again, Psyche on the mic along with me, Potch Spice, for the second half of round number 2.
Going right into it, we have the Night Watch already showing no mercy because he has a build built for destroying people. He has insolence, he's got the tension, he is full on banking that if he doesn't kill these 4 people before the gates open, it's not going to matter if he has attention or not. It's going to be over. And look at this, already up to a decent start. For the Survivor, that is, because he didn't get pulled by the wind. Not really so much for him.
Yeah, so Schmitty does have his 2 jetpacks to work with. We're going to see a wind stock being used, and he's going to get blown out of the water here just for him to move on away from the logs area over at the Big Rock. So now we're going to see another wind force here just to build up on stocks. Luckily, it's not the wind tunnel force, and Schmitty already down on his cooldown for him to use another jetpack here just to gain that distance. Can he make it in the pallet in time? Eats the hit, and Schmitty's going to use that speed boost to transition.
Yes, so that was really well played from Schmitty there. So Schmitty knew if he went for the pallet there, he's just going to get hit out in the open. That's not going to be too great. So he decided, you know what, I can stall this guy out longer if I walk around the rock and hopefully my jetpack comes back. But he did not get his jetpack back. So now he's in a tough spot. In fact, is he even going to make this? This is the second time that he's barely making this. Great discipline from Schmitty.
Yeah, he was so close, but he was able to hide behind that pallet. And now Schmitty is going to save it. No, he's not going to use anything else anymore.
Actually, I thought he had a little bit.
Yeah, I thought he was going to use it.
Jetpacks. Yeah,
I thought it was.
When did he use the 3rd jetpack?
I'm not sure.
One? Did he use it in the corner there? It's kind of odd how he was stuck in that corner, but I don't know.
He used it to go up. Yeah, he used it to go up, and then he used it once he got hit for the first time. So now Roland's going to go for the rescue. Already pops the watch. And it seems like he is going to try and just buy as much time here, not going for the early save, but the wind force is going to be able to delay the hit. He gets hit in the pocket form, but now Schmitty. Double down?
Here. Ooh.
Okay.
Close. I'm glad, because they really need it. Man, that would ruin them if they had that happen. I mean, they'd still probably get one person out, but come on. Spencer gave you such a huge lead. You'd rather not lose unnecessary points. An Airplane is going to do his best here, but nonetheless, it's going to be tough with Nightwatch, because like we said, he's a snowball character. Once he gets his full presence, it kind of like he starts gaining more abilities that he uses, and it's going to make it so tough for the survivors. He just really needed a good kite. And did Schmitty provide that? I would say yes. Look at these ciphers. They don't have to rescue this. They could give Tinnitus. I don't know about giving Tinnitus with the half health percent. This is a little risky.
Yeah, and now he's gonna pop the watch here. Let's see, he's gonna keep going around, but the wind force ability, nice avoidance of it. He's gonna pop the watch again. Roland seems to be trying to kite towards his a better spot here. So now Schmitty is gonna sacrifice himself. Entomologist is gonna be the next target since Wanted Order is on the Entomologist. So let's see how he's gonna play this one out. He's gonna go through the motions here. Bees are gonna get dropped. My leg has to eat that hit. Before you, not out of the woods yet, Psyche.
It was a little bit unfortunate to take that hit there, but keep in mind, before use goal here is to not kite infinitely. As much as I'm sure they'd love the honor of kiting the hunter as long as possible, my leg has some discipline here, and he's like, well, I don't need to kite here. I just need to kite away from the cypher, even if I die instantly, which he did not die instantly, to be fair. But nonetheless, it's an early down. But does it matter? If they can pop that cypher, no, it does not matter. If they can't, they're in trouble. Because now it meant that my leg maybe should have just chosen another kiting area and just try to kite as long as possible while they do another cipher. They were really betting that they'd get that
banking on it. Oh my god, a double down. So this just seems a bit of deja vu that like they didn't open up another cipher, but it's now 81. It's stuck at 81%. Pepe is going to definitely camp out this last cipher in the shack area, or close to the shack area. And
I mean,
yeah, this is tough.
I understand this because, to be fair, they only had like 30 seconds to decide. The moment the teleport happened, my leg was already like, okay, I need to decide here. Do I think we can finish the cipher? He took the answer as probably. So to be fair, they only had a few seconds to decide. But in the previous game, they had way more time
True.
to decide.
That was a good difference to point out, yeah.
I understand that this didn't go out as planned, but I mean, here's the good news, Podge. It's a first officer on chariot. Very curious that he didn't like dash after the entomologist there after knocking down the first officer. I guess he was worried she would just get picked up, so.
Paul Blems, champion of hide and seek. He spotted out Paul Blems.
No, that's not good enough. He got hit to the pallet too.
Okay, he's able to get the rescue, but the teleport, he's gonna get the hit onto the embalmer. That's totally fine. And now Roland needs to kite away from this area.
I think he's dead here, Podge. I think he's dead here, Podge. He should have gone after the other pal that was closer, the one at the like broken bow right there.
But again, you just need one survivor out the gate. They're gonna try to pop this one. So let's see how this one's gonna pan out here. The embalmer's gonna definitely.
Broken. Never mind.
Oh,
sorry, keep going. Yeah, this is gonna be tough.
They're gonna wait here. He's gonna wait to be chaired. So let's see how they're gonna play this one out. Pepe probably is gonna wait for his teleport to come on back, but no, he doesn't have actually borrowed time. So now he's gonna rely on the coffin ability of this embalmer. While again, my leg just needs to be the sole survivor for them to get this victory. So let's see. Embalmer still has that self heal to use. He still has exit path, and now they just need to play this one really close to the chest here, Psyche.
A wise choice from the Hunter to not chair the embalmer there. He'd rather have him in the same spot closer to him than moving who knows where on the map. Still though, he took a guess here. Hunter took a guess here. PP.
Oh my.
Took a guess at where the entomologist was. Guessed too late, found her now, but now it's a little too late because Embalmer's already on his way to the other side of the map. It's not over yet though, Posh. I mean, the
Definitely
Hunter
not.
could. Ooh, but made the window one more time. Every second counts here.
That was
okay,
close.
or more like every 10 seconds.
Oh, and now, like you said, you know what? He's gonna no detention here. He's gonna have to really bait this one out. And now look at this, the embalmer taking his sweet time. Okay, now he's gonna try to open up the gate here. My leg has to be very careful. Gonna try to go through the pallets. Nice drop on the bees.
Beautiful.
This is huge. Oh my God, teleport's ready.
Nice. It's just it was a great kite, don't get me wrong. That was beautiful work of that garbage area. The only issue is that And Bomber's not gonna get out, and Small just has no self-heal, so this is it.
Wow,
this is
GG.
it. We just went from a 2-0 just like that. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
true.
it's not over yet. Okay,
Problems. Yeah, because like it's at 54 and my leg has already used the self-heal. So as much as we want this match to keep on going, Pepe has done it, folks. He is able to get the 4-man elimination for them to be able to hold on and tie things out here.
Dude, Posh, look at Leg. He's desperate, like in the corner, just trying to crawl, looking at his screen. I feel bad. I was really rooting for B4U. As much as I hate them winning every single tournament, as much as I mean, very happy they're winning every single tournament. Very, very happy. Just joking. But besides that, man, I feel bad. That was a rough match. I feel like they definitely deserved that. After Sprinter, maybe Sprinter deserved it the most because he got that the 4-man. But man, that was tough. If only it's hard to say where could have Leg gone if not for his route of taking a basic hit like that early. It kind of sucks taking a hit like that early. So maybe something could have been done there. But besides that, I mean, there is the question of the mysterious what happened to the third jetpack, which really the elusive mystery we'll never know.
We'll have to watch it back.
We just missed it.
Yeah,
we'll have to watch
it back and see. But you have to admit also, there was, like you said, it was a good kite. It's just that, you know what, the Embalmer was just a bit too far for the exit gate to open because, you know what, that kite endgame with a full presence night watch is a good showing of kiting ability. It just so happens that you need a little bit more because of the situation that was kind of put on the table. You got it. And the thing is, it's not the B4U is it's not their fault. It's actually how Pepe was able to kind of roll with the punches and create those opportunities for him. And this is why Nightwatch is still a very deadly hunter to deal with, because he was able to use the wind force ability. He was able to just cut kiting ability really short. So kudos to Pepe and how he was able to manage that and manage risk, and for him to be able to get a 5-point game. So we're all tied up heading to this best of 3.
So this is now no longer a situation where someone could get a tie here and B4U just wins. Now they're both tied up again. So it's as if they tied literally round 1. They tied round 2 basically because they both got the same amount of points. This is rough. They were off to a really good start, but now they're back to the beginning basically. So no one is up, which is the good news. But it really sucks to lose out as well on a huge, great advantage there. It's a shame. I mean, no one saw this coming. And like you said, things could have definitely been changed differently. And all in all, like by far, the Hunter just sticked with it. No matter how bleak it was looking, even without the tension there. Man, nothing is more demotivating than when you hit someone when exit gates are open and they don't die. Like, did you feel that? When you hit the end though, did you feel that? I completely forgot about it. Even though I said it, I'm like, dang, that hurts my soul saying that. Like, it's so unsatisfying. But he still stuck through it. He still did it in time.
And I would say the pickoffs of survivors was really good. Like, he didn't go for the Embalmer. He knew that, you know what, end game would be really tough, but he really whittled down the resources. Went after Schmitty to start off with, teleported right away. Just so happened it was my leg having a great kite, leaving like you said, about 30 seconds for them to decide on where to go, on what to do. So it ends up a 5-point game for our friends over at TE. We're all tied up, and I would have to say still fighting is B4U, and the fact that they're able to go neck and neck with a Chinese mainland team is definitely something to behold.
Absolutely. I mean, they did still really well, and you have to remember they were keeping up in round 1. They were keeping up pretty well in round 2. It was just like a little mishap in the mid game. Like, they can still bring it back. B4U still got the goat in them. They can still pull it out. But it's going to be tough. I really hope they pull it out because they did so well already. The benefit is that if they do well already, like, they can fix those small little icky mistakes and they're going to be back to business. It's just going to be tough. It's going to be tough to bring it back because they have a lot of their good stuff banned now. I mean, they got the Embalmer, which is really nice on certain maps like Chinatown. I think they also lost out on, I forgot which survivor they lost out on round 2. Do you remember, Poch?
We have to look back. I can't. Yeah, we're gonna look back. Yeah. So let's see how that one shakes out. Again,
it was first officer. Ooh, that's first a big officer. One.
Oof. Yeah, that's big. So yeah,
they still have Merce, but it's probably gonna get banned.
Possibly, and like just with global ban, so you're kind of stuck with really tough matchups that you're gonna go with. And considering that, you know what, he's the saving grace for B4U is they have map selection, so they have that as to their advantage. But when it comes to the global bans, we're gonna have to update you guys, and we're gonna have to look at what they have used and what they can't use. So yeah, it looks a little dire, but you could say the same because for a TE because it's both in a tie. But let's check out the highlights, and we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be game number 3.
放着一滴酒，有加速酒吗？没有，加速酒用啊。原神有闪吗？原神快好了，差不多了。我说好了已经。我能救我。闪了，没办法。
All right, folks, and we're back. That was a really nice touch at the end there to show the reactions of both sides there. The B4U going hype, the other team, it's the TE going absolutely bonkers when they get their own 4 man escape. Really clean there. But anyway, moving on, we have a Poch. Welcome back, by the way. We have a post here.
Yeah,
we
got a fan chant for Yihua all the way from Team TE. So again, use the hashtag. I think Reno is also in the chat. We did see a fan chant, a fan sign for Team B4U, but we also see some fan signs for Team Team TE here. Again, it's awesome that you see like the merch that they do for the team. So. Like you said, also before you kind of had a rebranding of their logo. So if you guys have the latest light sticks that they have, that's great on your side. But once we said again, you know what, this is a celebration of people that want to just show their support, show their fan art for their favorite teams, and you guys can do that. Again, just use the hashtag COAVII for your artworks to be featured here.
Very nice. And Yihua, for those not familiar, is the survivor side for TE. Mainly the rescuer playing mercenary first officer and embalmer. And
I have to ask you, Psyche, are you an artistic person? Can you draw? Because I cannot draw to save my life.
Definitely not. No. So this thing people put this together. It's like, how did you even manage to do this? This is insane.
True.
I mean, detail, the amount of detail, the color, it's all crazy. I mean, I'm sure parts of it are like places that you can buy from and you can put it together almost like a puzzle piece, but you still, like, knowing how to do it is insane. And if this was all DIY, then oh my gosh, I could never. This is insane. And people really be doing this. This is an artistic community. People be doing their own thing, and it's absolutely insane to look at. So yeah.
You got to give it up for Identified community. They have amazing artists in the community, and I'm just seeing the reactions now of Team B4U and Sprints are getting the 4K. You could see like the tension backstage was palpable for him to get that. So yeah, it's tough to see, but you got to give it up to the hunters for them to be able to showcase their prowess with that 5-point game. So it's the nature of competition, right? You know, there are two sides to every story. There's always going to be a victor, and there's always going to be one that is defeated. And you know what? That's what you have to know when it comes to these type of situations, that you have to celebrate the victories and also learn from the defeats from the teams. And hopefully we still have yet to crown a victor in this match, and it has been neck and neck so far. So we just have to wait and see.
It's an interesting story because we have great successes on one hand with the Hunter doing very well, and then great defeats on the Survivor side for both sides. So the Survivors, I mean, for every defeat, you have a lot to learn. And like I said, I feel like it was just one major thing that the B4U Survivors are trying to pick up on, just the big mistake that they're trying to pick up on We saw that with the opera singer earlier. I don't know if there was like a big mistake here from the Hunter side. I feel like they were playing very clean.
Clean.
It was just like maybe a little bit like difference here, there to go in different spots. And like once again, I don't know, maybe someone in chat can explain this. Did anyone see what happened with the third deck?
Yeah.
Like, I'm very
mystery
curious.
of the
I feel
third
like
jetpack.
Schmitty should have lived there. I feel like Schmitty should have lived there. Like something's up here. Did he actually jetpack something?
I'm not sure. We got to watch it again. So we got two things to look forward to when we rewatch this. Also note that it is Chinatown the B4 you picked. So in Lakeside, we got to look at like where the survivors were at when it was the Dream Witch match, why it took so long. And the second one is the mystery of the third jetpack. So we got to figure that one out. But yeah, Chinatown is going to be the map we're going to see our next match in. And it seems like B4U survivors will take the stage once again.
Yes, I'm taking a look at what happened before because, yes, so he did have a jetpack. The Hunter's chasing him. He uses the jetpack, but he used it into a wall. Something blocked him. It looked like a wooden pole, and he ended up getting blocked. Now, he was also getting pulled by the wind, and Schmitty looks pretty shocked in the camera, so something didn't go as planned. But
that's a feeling bad.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad. I mean, they can always come back.
Yes.
It was a slight mistake, and that slight mistake ended up costing them, I think, long run. There were other things too, but like we'd have to really nitpick, and it's like, okay, well, if we just go to the root of the problem, it's super easy to fix, and something as simple as that. Yeah, we'll see here. This is the ultimate showdown. They have to preferably get a win here or tie and then hope their Hunter wins.
Can I just give a shout out to Quinn, because Quinn says that Psyche's server icon proves that you can draw. Is that true?
Me? My server icon? That's a stick figure. That's a stick figure, Koch.
It's still a masterpiece, as Quinn says. But like...
And one of them doesn't even have arms.
Oh, really?
Or legs. No, that's me. The one with no arms or legs. I was like, well, I gotta make him different. I'm like, okay, well, let's just assume one is shorter than the other. Let's make it look like that.
We gotta.
And yeah.
I was never good at art class, so dang.
Listen, there's a reason I didn't pick art as my elective when I'm doing. I picked theater. There's a very good reason why.
Oh, there we go. Okay. It's, I would say drawing is one of the. I really tried picking an elective. Like, teach me how to draw, but I can't. I cannot draw to save my life. So please, if we play Pictionary together, Psyche, we're gonna lose. I'm telling you that now.
I stay away from that game, Podge. Never make me play that game. Never. Every time I play like Guard Capone, like anything like that, I'm like,
with drawing.
I go into the first drawing, I'm like, oh, this is a cool prompt that I can give someone. And then I get my prompt, I'm like, what do I even do? And then now that I think about it, what would I do with my prompt that I gave to someone else? I mean, I don't know what I would do. I have no clue. Does anyone else feel like that?
Yo,
I feel like that every time.
I try to draw, like, if they tell me, all right, a dog, and it does not look like a dog. Like, I get the easy prompts, but I'm still flopping it. So please, I'm telling you now, if we play Pictionary or play any of those games together, I'm letting you know now, I'm going to throw. And I would just say, I don't know. What's up?
Sorry. Someone in chat said Paul rescuing after half. Yeah, that was a big difference. I'm just reading chat here. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Again, shout outs to everyone that's still joining us in chat. Again, thank you for all the insights and also the fan cheers. Again, can we see some mushrooms and some carrots in the chat here for the two teams that are really playing it out? Again, the mushrooms are for Team TE. Carrots are B4U.
Stupid emoji.
I mean, it is what it is.
I did Team TE dirty. I'm sorry.
You picked mushrooms, dude. I was like, broccolis? I don't know, because like carrots and broccolis, but it's fine. It is what it is. It's just the.
I was like,
it's just
emoji.
But the B for you.
B for you.
Or T. How about TE? How about like tea, like the drinking tea instead? But right.
Everyone, come on! If you support TE, we gotta see the T. That's a way better idea.
The T. Okay, the T for B for TE. And before you carrots or bees, yeah, we'll just go with that. So again, we're just having fun here.
We're also down here. They're banning
all right, cool. I'm just telling you, Psyche. I don't know your next stream. It could be a Pictionary stream. I definitely watch that.
No.
Like you pick the prompts, and then you have to let chat like figure it out, and then you just draw in like a tablet or something.
Let them decide what's to draw. Oh, that'd be interesting. No way, I don't have to think. Big brain moves.
True.
Maximizing profit for my audience. That's gonna be the title of that video.
So let's see if they can maximize the profits here with the mercenary and the patient being picked. So the global picks here, they still have a lot to work with. The first officer still hasn't been picked yet, but it seems like Roland is going to go for the mercenary. It seems like the global bans are the coordinator, perfumer, embalmer, and entomologist. So they still have their fair share. Antiquarian could still be banned out by Pepe. We still got Antiquarian gets banned. Darn it. So they don't have
That's
a stunner.
a big loss.
Yeah,
it
it is.
Maybe they'll go for like well shoot, will Schmitty just place forward? Does Schmitty like pick up a new harasser lately? I don't know. Like I don't think so. It would be really nice if they could, because just having that pressure, because right now you know what they're missing right now, Potts? They're missing some sort of support. I mean, okay, they're also missing Deco, you could also put it that way.
Yeah, well now they got composer, so they got decoding, but what I'm scared of is that they don't have any stuns, right? They don't have anything to make the hunter kind of question, not even like an acrobat to work with here. So it's kind of like, I mean, you have the lovers kind of like helping each other out, but Pepe doesn't even have to think about bringing excitement. He could just go with whatever trait else besides excitement. So he has one less thing to worry about. And what I'm worried about here is that they kind of play a little too passively, that Pepe would just snowball with either his gamekeeper. I don't know if he's gonna bring out the Naiad in the map like this. Spider. What else are good hunters in this map that he could bring out? Psyche.
Did you say Wax Artist yet?
I didn't say Wax Artist. That's a good one. Oh, the Naiad.
Wax
Okay.
Artist is a Naiad. Not a bad one. Naiad is good too. Although I don't know, things can get pretty iffy trying to block off. It's not as easy as blocking off Big Bull, but you can block off hotel, top floor, and bottom floor with a single harpoon. It is possible. Little bit sketchy. I haven't seen like an amazing way of doing it because it's such a narrow pathway up that bridge. It's really hard to block off the whole thing. But I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know. We'll probably see a way to do it. Like, here's what they'll probably do. They're probably going to throw a harpoon like at the bottom, covering the bottom side. Let's take a look at the spawn. For you, my leg in the middle. This is very rare to have a decoder in the middle, but I like the idea. Because Legs is going to transition to hotel here. And Mercenary is, yep, that sounds good. Mercenary is going to take middle. I like the idea here, Punch. I like it. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, he definitely has the kite for his life, and my leg has proven that he can do that. But yeah, you know what, my leg has some paths to go for, but with Pepe's strategy though, is he going to see beyond that and try to go for something that would disrupt everything? Because that's what he did in the previous one. He didn't fall for like going for Embalmer, he just went for like going after Airplanist, which isn't the best kite. So looking at the personas here, seems like my leg with a kiting build. Yeah,
he's got the broken windows, he's got the flywheel, he's going all in here. So this is more of like a tying build than a winning build, because the problem with this build is if you ever manage to get to late game with this build, it doesn't matter, because you're just immediately getting chaired. And it's very rare that you haven't been chaired yet like a second time to the point where they can knock you down and you're not already dead yet. So we'll see here. And even then it's still tough, because they might just farm you the third time. But yeah, we'll see here. This is exactly what I thought he would do here. Is trying to harpoon off the bottom floor, but it's tough because the building is so huge, Posh. It's tough.
Yeah, it's a lot of real estate to cover. So
exactly. So right here. Let's see. Sorry, you can go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'll give you a break to take a breather there, because you did an intro. So now my leg is going to go towards the fire escape here. He's going to get the hit before he's able to go through the pallet. He drops down the pallet here, so that's going to buy him enough time. But this area isn't as strong as it could be at the start. And my leg really has to rely on just the real estate advantage and the composer's speed boost. But look at that, Naiad just catching up right away. Blink is ready, and now the blink hit is secured, Psyche.
It's kind of sad because it was right next to a Cypher 2. I see the idea, but I mean, even Leg will realize here that even without a blink, he was dead there no matter what. So maybe he should have just stayed at Hotel, but then Hotel might have had basement. I'm not sure, I didn't check. He probably checked. I didn't check because I'm high IQ like that. And then we have we just have, unfortunate, this really sucks. We have a 34% cipher. Well, it might be the 40%. She's checking it. She can see it. I can't see what
there we go.
We have
Mercenary. Yeah, clean rescue here from Roland's side, but it seems like MyLeg again, he's going to get watered down in this area here. He's going to need to transition, and it's going to be tough. The water is building up at 59%. He's going to have to transition away and just take a gamble here. Seems like there's a pallet for him to work with. He's actually kiting near Roland, and he's going to get popped by the water.
Why didn't he flywheel that? He had a flywheel right there. Maybe maybe didn't realize it. I'm pretty well. You know what? I never play. Oh, what happened to this window? Did she break this at some point? Why is that window gone?
I'm not quite sure, but it seems like this is definitely working in Pepe's favor here. One cipher is already popped. Mercenary is healed up. Is not healed up, and it seems like Patient does have a tide turner to work with, but it's going to be really hard because since he watered down this terrain over here. Schmitty is out in the open, so let's see. Psychologist gets the Wi-Fi heal off, and now the Mercenary can go for another one, but they might just sell at this point.
Yeah, this just moved the problem to a different cipher, and if they can choose to rescue her if they want. What would it do though? It wouldn't do anything. I mean, they just get farmed immediately. No type. Hold up. No, technically Patient had a type, but is it worth it? I say no. They seem to agree with that. Vaulting the window, very interesting. Vaulting back to get rid of the pallet boost, maybe. It's an interesting idea. It slows down. I don't know if it was worth it, but you know what? Seeing that the water's here, now it's definitely worth it because it already blocked out the area that was going to cause 9 problems.
Yeah. So now try giving him the 50% watered down. And also getting the hit onto Paul Blems here. And Paul Blems already spending the Wi-Fi heal off to the Mercenary. He's going to catch him up here and actually water him out in this area, not even allowing him to camp this pallet. So Paul Blems has to be very careful.
Careful, Paul! Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob! He's still alive!
Get it? Oh, man, he got watered down.
He had no business being alive that long. But Paul, look at that, the discipline on that pallet. He knows. Look at that, guys. He watched my 11 kiting tips on how to kite, not dropping the pallet when the hunter could swing right through. He's being careful.
What number was that? I forgot. I watched that video, but I forgot what order that was.
Yeah, of course. 11? No, there were 11 and then 8,
yeah, there were
9.
That was 8.
7, 8, and 9 were all about pallets.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Clean rescue. Look at that. Guys, I want you to see that Patient rescued while she was stuck in her harpoon animation, so she couldn't tear shot her swing. Very good move there from Schmidt. That is exactly how you do it.
And saving also the hooks. So now Paul Blems has to be very careful here, trying to hide behind the pallet. Oh, juking away here, but now the last effort's going to get popped right in time for the Psychologist to fall down. So it seems like...
I believe that notification just said Paul kited 90 seconds. I mean, I'm not able to reach these. I need to ask Mello or like someone here. But I'm pretty sure that was him kiting 90 seconds there, right? So that's a good amount because he only started with half health. No, I didn't.
True.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, solid stuff by Paul Blems. Again, he's one of the best kiters out there in NAEU. But at this point with Pepe, you know, just running amok and just making sure that everything is kind of watered down. He really wants to secure as much points as possible and make Sprinter sweat in the second round. Yeah. So, Mercenary.
That's absolutely ridiculous that you're able to block that off from 50 meters away is the match.
Uh-oh. Mercenary, careful.
Oh, that was close. Careful.
Careful, Mercenary. Oh! Careful, Mercenary.
That's probably going to close out. I mean, definitely a tie. Possibly a 4-man here. I mean, look, Paul did really well given his circumstances. Full presence. I don't remember if it was full presence 9. It doesn't really matter. 9 with dash is already probably the main problem anyway. He did really well. It was just no one could do decode because everyone was getting chaired on the ciphers, and it kept biting them in the butt. I mean, it happened with Leg on one cipher. It happened with Leg again on another cipher. Then it happened with Paul on Mercenary cipher. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of like you have to kite though. I mean, you can't just go out in the open and expect to live because then Hunter's also going to take you to block off a cipher. This is a tough map. Chinatown is a hard map to try to produce.
Yo, Schmitty's at 93%. That was actually kind of insane how he was able to get that hook right off. And now he's going to get watered down, and he's just going to go for this is kind of like a checkmate scenario where Mercenary can't really touch a cipher, and the last cipher is at 61%, but you got to give it up to him. So he's just going to use the exit path of both these players, and then it's going to be GG's. So Roland's gonna have to last for a while here for Patient to heal up and try to go towards a Cypher, but it seems like Pepe is still trying to find where Roland's at.
Depending on which Cypher is the 61, I have a very bad feeling it's this one right here next to the red house. But depending on which Cypher, look at it, judging by how she's camping, this has to be
possibly.
Cypher. If this is the Cypher, then they're in trouble, because if that was a different Cypher,
yeah,
so
Mercenary.
right now Mercenary's fine.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's fine, and he's working on another Cypher. So, but that's the thing, he's gonna know that it's shaking. So, it's gonna be.
It doesn't shake until 17%.
Which
very
is
small
right
detail
about
there.
now.
Yep,
Now
that's right
he
about now.
knows.
So he's not checking. Ooh, and he let go of 17%. Look, he knows.
Wow.
He knows. Look at that. Clean ideals from Roland. Look at that. It's little stuff like this that you just don't want the hunter to know. I mean, he may as well. It doesn't lose him anything. It's not like he's out getting chased by the hunter, but look at that. Look at it. He knows. He knows, and he's not going to take that risk. I don't know how much it's going to do for them, Poch, but this is. I mean, look, they're not making any mistakes thus far. This is like not giving any information to the hunter whatsoever.
Yo!
Wait!
Yeah, backdoor heal that happened. Yeah, Mercenary was able to pick up Schmitty, and now Schmitty is able to kite out. He had 2 more hooks left. So this is going to actually open up the door for them to actually decode. So while Pepe was overextending on the other side of that map, Roland here with the sneaky backdoor healing of Schmitty. So still saving the exit paths here. So it's still a game, folks.
Well done from Roland there, being super sneaky, getting in that little extra decode, and then the hunter having no idea ever where he was. And, I mean, Schmitty goes down again. He goes down with 2 hooks. The hooks wouldn't do anything there, so he's holding on to them, rightfully so. The question is it gonna be good enough? The good news for them is that now the hunter's scared. They're worried that Mercenary's around the corner. I mean, think about it. Guys, this is exactly what I do. This is exactly what you do. This is exactly what Poch does. This is exactly what Ellie does. This is exactly what the people running this tournament in the background do when they play this game. If someone heals someone up on their own, then what do you do as the hunter? You're like, well, what if he's right there? What if he's right around the corner? What if he's there? What if he's this? Like, you start getting over paranoid, and then Mercenaries is not even close. It was all just a mind game.
It's gonna be tough. So it's yeah, Schmitty still has exit path to use, so it's basically a game of patience at this point. Pepe, you gotta admire his tenacity, just to, you know what, stay at the center part of this map. He's waiting for his opportunity. Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to overextend.
He's worried. And you know what? The smartest thing Schmitty can do, if Schmitty reaches the point of almost being dead, it takes about 4 minutes to bleed out, around that time. 3 minutes, like 45 seconds, something crazy like that. If he can bleed out 1 more minute, the smartest play would be to not heal up and just let his teammate get the dungeon. If they pull this off, this is so hard to pull off, by the way. Can we just express how lucky Roland had to be to never get Tinnitus once so far?
Hang on.
Okay, that luck's about to run out, though.
Uh-oh. Yeah, hang on.
That's it.
Yeah, okay. There's Tinnitus here, so he's going to try to look for him. Roland running out in the open here. He's going to get spotted out.
No, it's too late.
Yeah, but Patient did get up here, so...
Patient, look at him. He already knows he's going to go straight to the Cypher. Ooh, wrong Cypher.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, these Cyphers are cost the map. He's just going to do any Cypher. Well, guys, Roland is kicking butt. No! Oh, that was so scary. I don't know why he waited that long. He could have just walked in a circle around the window and just made better use. But whew, I'm not going to
really
judge. That
taking
was
Pepe
so
to the
good.
limit here. Mercenary at 74%. See if he can water him down to this. And now gets the pop as well, so he can actually change targets here and just going to go for the regular hit. Oh, man. Last Cypher at 75%. Is he going to go for a chair, or is he going to just take him towards the center?
Honestly, it's impressive how much Schmitty got there in just 10, 15 seconds. He got 40% done. This just goes to show how scary it is as Hunter.
Yeah.
I mean, rightfully so, being careful about these Cyphers. One issue remains, though. Now what are you going to do?
Yeah, so now you can't pop Cypher.
It's actually ironic, but this Cypher over here at Red House is actually less progress now, so it's not going to do him much good anymore.
Yeah.
Let's see here. He's straight up leaving the Mercenary. And Schmitty saw where the hunter went. So he knows, but Naya didn't know where he was, because Schmitty was waiting around the corner there to see where the hunter went. I don't know if you guys picked up on that, but that was a big detail there. Now the hunter's scared again. So look at how scared the hunter is. Just this whole time, nothing but fear is going through this hunter's mind, which is kind of ironic that the Hunter is being so scared of the survivors, but that is how it is sometimes.
I mean,
with the game.
I'd say he's playing a lot more secure and just passive, just to secure the saves.
Yeah.
I mean, scare is a strong word because this is one of the IVL hunters out there. But I think he just wants to secure he just wants to secure at least a one-person elimination. I hope he knows where the dungeon is at, and now he gets found out. So he's gonna just hone on into Schmitty, but Schmitty already has a hook ready. Is he gonna make it in time? Can he hit him away from it?
Might. He'll get out. He's gonna get out. He's gonna get out.
Oh wow! What
he used the table. He used the table so he doesn't get knocked back. Well done. Well done,
dungeon escape. Yeah, incredible performance. I would have to say, definitely a moral victory. All things considered, right? The way that round went, it was really Roland and Schmitty. Really, like you said, putting as much paranoia and overthinking on the Hunter side to just keep him like patrolling around the area and just secure that 3-person elimination. Could have gone for more, but you got to give it up for the patience and tenacity and the never give up attitude for Roland and Schmitty for them to actually get at least a 1-person escape. And now, you know what? Pressure is still on Sprinter's side, but at least it's not going to be like he needs to get a 4-person. He still needs to get a 4-person kill here, but if he gets a 3-person kill, they can extend to a best of 4 or an overtime game.
Absolutely. And not to discredit the Hunter with me saying that they were afraid, that is still a very good Hunter. They were playing very well. But there is this, like you said, Poch, this level of paranoia where they have to be careful at this point. Like, they don't want to get too overconfident. They don't want to get too cocky, being like, all right, let me just go full on out, start looking for the survivor across the corner of the map. Because we've all done that. Where we have to take a guess. Okay, do we think the survivor is planning to pick up the survivor, or do we think the survivor is letting the survivor bleed out full on? And Mercenary did a mix of that. And the Hunter was just guessing at that point. So at that point, once you pick up once, it's like, okay, well, I need to be careful here. And that little bit ended up not mattering in the end too much. It was more so the fact that the Hunter didn't want to have to go through that again. Just picked up Mercenary and was like, okay, that's it. I'm just going to pick him up and hope we can find him. And he did not, surprisingly, because I had crazy mobile Hunter. So what a shock.
And I like what you pointed out there as well. You know what? Roland knew that the 17% mark, then he stopped touching. And then he just prolonged the agony of the Hunter, like playing hide and seek. And he didn't want to play that game. Like you said, he went for the Mercenary chair already. And also excellent positioning of Schmitty, using the chair as a recovery so he won't get pushed back when the dungeon opened and he was able to crawl and get that escape. So again, moral victory on his side. At least he denied the 5-0 game and got 1 person. And like all the pressures, again, the pressure still lies on Sprinter's side, because he needs, for them to win this game, he needs to get a 4-person elimination to get 5 points for them to get the victory, or at the very least get a 3-1 for them to extend to the overtime game.
Absolutely. And Sprinter, he has it in him. Sprinter has it in him. We saw it before, shockingly. And we'll see it again. Maybe I shouldn't say shocking, because it is Sprinter after all. But that was a rough situation to come back from, is what I mean. And I saw someone here in chat, I think it was Dreamflakes. I don't know who picked up on it. I never saw it. But someone here said less than 1% escape chance. So I don't know if this COAVII has those chance predictors like we do in other tournaments. But you know how that shows up, and it's like, okay, well, this has 20% chance of happening. We have 30% chance to escape, and then like a 1% of like 1 escape. That's what we had right there, and they did it against all odds. So I mean, it is just about doing the work, and it was looking in favor for the Stars there for a long time. So maybe that bot needs a checkup. You know, what do we say?
Yeah, we definitely we gotta see how that one's gonna pan out. Again, don't ask me about numbers. I know we talked about my Waterloo being drawing, but numbers also depends on if I get 8 hours of sleep. I don't know. How are you when it comes to numbers, Psyche?
Yeah. Wait, I wish I could read what it says right here.
So it says here. So this is escape. So if 4-person escape, TE wins. 3-person escape, TE wins. Tie, TE wins. 3-person elimination. I feel like that's a tie. So we are gonna go overtime. Then 4-person elimination on Sprinter's side. Then Team Before You wins this game.
All right. So those are some tough odds for B for you. But about the numbers, it depends. I've never been like a big math person, but can I do math well? Yes. Do I like doing math? No. Not doing it. But it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Like in terms of probability, I'm doing a game. I don't like the whole probability system with IDV. I respect it for people who are like more confused what's going on. It's not inaccurate. I won't say it's inaccurate, but anything can go wrong in this game. Like I'll have plenty of times where it's gonna be like 60% like 3-man, and the next thing you know, it's like I'm changing my mind now. It's 20%.
Yeah, that's why you gotta love. Like, yes, you can break it down to like a science, but when it comes down to it, also there's that luck. There's that luck factor in terms of like what you'll get, or if you're gonna spawn. If there's RNG going on, but there's also like just that wild cardness of it all. Like there's the hiding aspect, and also the mind games, or like where you're positioned at, and that's what you gotta love about this game. It doesn't. There's sometimes some things can't be computed with just the numbers. That's why sometimes it's hard to have the bot predict things, because it can go like 0 to 100 in like a few seconds, or it can go any which way when it comes to just one hinge point of a good kite, a good pallet drop, a good trait use. So that's why we love this game.
I love how we're fine about this, having no idea if it even showed up on the screen. Thank you, Posh. Thank you for this discussion. I never saw it. I feel like it would have shown up on the screen. But anyway, still really interesting to think about. And yeah. But yeah, nonetheless, in terms of percents, in terms of chances, I'm going to have to say it's looking more in favor for TE right now. They just need, I mean, what do they need? They need 4%, 4 stars to escape, 3% is fine. I mean, a tie is fine.
A tie is the bare minimum for them to win. So
exactly, and that's not too much to ask for.
So a lot of people in chat are speculating. I don't know. Like again, it's our jobs to kind of like see the outcomes and trying to talk through it. So in your opinion, on your humble opinion, Sprinter has to be able to bring out a 4K hunter. What does he have in his wheelhouse? I know he has a spider in his back pocket. We're possibly going to see an opera singer get banned. And also, I believe it's Dream Witch. I don't think they want to deal with that Dream Witch unless they're going to rely on Chinatown. But what's the possibilities here on what Hunter Sprinter could bring out in this matchup?
Wax Artist is a great one to pick here. The only issue is that he has to be careful what survivors they go. Chinatown, #1 great map to just Wax Artist destruction. There's so little to hide behind as Wax Artist. It's so difficult to do anything. I mean, Wax Artist is already a great rank hunter just because it's so hard to, well, it's mostly because people don't know that you can use random tall walls along your kiting route. So obviously these people are not going to be unknown to that. They're going to know what's going on with that, obviously. But still, though, there's going to be times where they will be helped. And so Waxers will do good there. If he can get them to pick something like Aquarian, that would be not bad. But like, there's also some sketchy stuff like Priestess could ruin this, or Patience. Any like fast-moving survivors. Like I said, it really depends what they go here. And the good news for Spencer is that he has that ability to be like, okay, they went bad survivors against Dream Witch. I'm gonna go Dream Witch. Oh, they went bad survivors against Wax Artist. I'm gonna go Wax Artist. Or maybe we'll see the rare Sculptor. I mean, Sculptor's always up there. I mean, he still packs the mean Sculptor to this day. You guys remember that? Old days, Fall Abyss, Sprinter playing Sprinter. Sprinter playing Sprinter. Sculptor, I mean. He just plays himself.
He does. His biggest adversary is himself. But yeah, I remember that. Sprinter's Sculptor was actually kind of insane. And I think that was like Coal 4, Coal 5. Like that was one of the heights of Sculptor. Like it was Sculptor, Quenching Effect, Teleport in that meta.
It's so dumb.
It was, everyone used it, man. It was effective. So they had to kind of like help, like especially like tier 1 statues. People didn't figure that out yet. Then they had to kind of nerf it. And tier 2 statues were like so insane to deal with. So, and he could still make that work.
You know what's weird? When Sculptor first released, the first time she was out, she only started with I think she started with 0 statues, and then they buffed it to 1, and I've never forgotten that. That's made such a huge deal, because now you start your chase with 2, basically, because you don't find anyone until you have, like, 2 statues, which is really 4 statues, which is like, oh my gosh. And it's just, it is so dumb, because not only are they hard to avoid, you might have avoided them, and they just bounce back. They're just unpredictable sometimes. You can't look back all the time and be like, okay, well, is it going to bounce off this wall, or is it going to, like, go past the wall barely? Because the hitbox on it is so confusing, but... Oh, now I'm just ranting about Sculptor. What do you think Spencer could go here, Podge?
If he
Any
doesn't have,
ideas?
if he doesn't get his spider banned, I think he should use spider. Spider's really good in this map. We've seen his
Yeah,
spider
you're right.
dominate in NAEU tournaments. He could definitely bring it out. Has that 4K potential, especially in those alleyways. It seems like Sprinter is in good shape, like coming into this, and also like he seems a lot more relaxed. I don't know. He's always stoic as ever, right? So I can't really tell. I'm just hoping that's his mindset coming into this.
He's got that poker face. The only time he doesn't have a poker face is in his picture. Look at that.
That's true.
The only time. And even then, it's kind of weak. All right.
He definitely means business all the time. But yeah, he's definitely thinking about how he's gonna play this one out. And that's what's rough, right? And shout outs to Aaron also. He's the coach of B4U. Like he's just there alone on stage. He doesn't even have like a BO1 hunter like in the previous games we've seen in MRC and Zeta that they have Mirai K and Ali to fall back on. Sprinter is carrying the team right now. He's the weight of the team, or the responsibility of the team is with him right now because he's playing potentially the last match. So the bans are in on the hunter side. Opera Singer and Dream Witch are going to get banned. So we just have to wait and see. Entomologist, Priestess, good bans on the side of Sprinter, just banning out the mobility part of the team here. So definitely going to be a tough one for TE to deal with.
There's something so empowering about being the one sole hunter of your team that you just are so strong that they don't want another hunter. That is how strong you are. That is how it's empowering. But it's also a lot of weight to carry. It's honestly, maybe that's the origin of why he's so stoic all the time, Podge. Maybe that's why. But it's a lot. So in some ways I'm envious of him. I'm like, dang, I wish I could be the key of a team like that. And then other times I'm like, yeah, I think I'll sit here on this chair. I think I'll sit here at home. I'm cool.
Yeah, I think
But
it comes with the territory, right? Like a lot of the hunter mains out there, they're like super stoic or they're super expressive. You can't be right in the middle. Like Sprinter definitely is one of those guys that you can't. He has like one of the best poker faces, I believe. Like you do not want to go up against him in a game of poker, or because you can't have no reads. But now we see a lawyer coming in as well. So Dancer, Antiquarian, Mercenary is going to get picked out for Team TE.
I mean, this is a really strong survivor setup right here. We have Mercenary, arguably the best survivor in the game, if not at least the best rescuer in the game. We have Antiquarian, probably the best harasser, sometimes the best kiter depending on the hunter. We have Lawyer, the best decoder by far, and we have Dancer, probably not the best support. That probably goes to Antiquarian, but still amazing support. Man, I love seeing this. Oh, we got the Clown from Sprinter, and understandably so. Mercenary sucks against Clown. Man, you got to go back to the old G days of coordinator against Clown. Oh, that's what was good. But anyway, I always love to say this on my stream, on any stream. If you guys haven't seen the Dancer thing on Chinatown where they spawn Dancer outside hotel next to the gate and they just set up that triple. Man, I love how the Clown has his mask on in here, but earlier he did not have his mask on in the picture. That's so weird.
So yeah, like you mentioned, if he's able to prompt that, but interestingly that he's gonna spawn near the lanterns, so he could set up there. But yeah, you know what, you did kind of tease that Sprinter has a Clown to work with, so he's gonna bring it out here in Chinatown. Again, I wanted to see the spider, but I'm not complaining here because a Clown coming in clutch here for him to potentially get a 4-person elimination is definitely do or die on Sprinter's side. While the side of TE survivors, they just need to squeeze in 2 survivors or tie out this game for them to win and move on in the group stage here.
Exactly. This is going to be hard. It's not going to be the hardest. The map advantage goes to Sprinter on this one. But the team advantage depends on how many flywheels they have. They have 0 flywheels. This is a good start for Sprinter, but Sprinter doesn't know that yet. So, assuming we're in Sprinter's head, what is his game plan right now? He's planning on a lot of double backs because he needs to be careful. He's going to be infinite dashing. He needs to be like, okay, is he going to flywheel me? Flywheel me. So if he is,
flywheel me to the moon, dude. I'm kidding.
We're gonna go spawned down upstairs. That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on. Introduce us into this match. Throw us in.
Yeah, it seems like we are going to see this potentially last match once again. Psyche and Potch Spice at your service for this one. We're going to see the Infinite Dash come out here. And as he is going to do that, he's going to pick up some parts along the way. They have faced, TE has faced their fair share of clowns as well. So let's see if Sprinter can actually bring something new to the table and try to get a 4-person elimination. Hua Hua is kind of holding on to that Cypher. It seems like he's going to go back and forth for this one. First target is going to be very important.
He's questioning. He's like, I know someone is here. Let me look back. Did he come out of his hiding spot? And he did. So Sprinter knows. And look at these controls. Look at this. He's not even moving. It's like you're putting the video in reverse almost. It's the exact same path. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, this is the OG days of IDV. This is who the best hunter in the game used to be. He's gonna give up on the mercenary, which is probably the wise choice. But here is the issue. Sprinter is gonna have a rough time here because I don't know why. Yeah, he found mercenary though. It's the same person.
Dang,
he's gonna have a hard time though.
Yeah, he's gonna have to install something again. But like you said, you know, the control is definitely there. The back and forth, the 180s. Now he's been threading through the in-betweens here. He's gonna find out the dancer has already dropped some boxes here and gets hit. Oh wow, and just drops the pallet accordingly. So they trade there, Psyche.
Look at how he fooled the dancer there, fooling her to like go into the pallet because he made her think he's gonna go around the pallet. So that was nice. Really accurate precision from Sprinter required there to be able to not hit the wall still. I know I would have hit the wall, but that is, wow, he's actually, he's not gonna choose to break the pallet. He doesn't really care about it? I guess he doesn't really care about it. Interesting. All right, and he does have the blink. I mean, Podge, once you get a blink hit with Clown, like one regular hit, you get the blink afterwards, but it's not looking too good because he's just too far behind. Dash will help a lot here, though.
It would. The dancer has already put herself in a spot here where there is a window to work with. He's going to hope that Sprinter does get that crash, but the dancer, oh wow, gets spotted out in the open, and now Sprinter's able to down the first survivor. But like we called out, they could just keep working on these ciphers and just call it a day here and call it curtains for this matchup, because they don't need to risk the save here, but it seems like the mercenary is going to just feed that tinnitus and possibly threaten the rescue from happening.
Well done from Sprinter there. I mean, Sprinter's controls have been all around amazing across the board, but there's also the problem of like, well, if people just stand by the good pallets, there's nothing Clown can really do. He just has to shred the pals, maybe use a dash or something like that. He hits the mercenary. Mercenary has a drill on him. He needs to double hit this mercenary. He does. Wow, that's huge.
That's
it's gonna take a whole minute now. But
thing is, the ciphers are looking really good, and TX already gathered so much distance here, and he's already moved on to a good area that he can work with. So it seems like he might be caught out in the open, but now the blink hit able to connect, and now he's able to pick up right accordingly. But last cipher is at 60%.
That is amazing. The fact that you don't hit the pallet there, you hit the survivor. Dude, I've had times, Potch, where I do the exact same thing there, and it counts the hit on the pallet, but I still blink forward. And it hurts so much. I love the idea that Sprinter has going here. This is such an OG Clown trick to double hit the rescuer. But it's so sad that it doesn't matter because they can afford a person to be knocked down, and then this happens. They don't even need the mercenary to be up. They have plenty of people to decode. They just need one person to decode, and look at what's happening. This is tough. This is tough for sure.
So it seems like we can kind of call it because the 3 survivors are already at the exit gate. Li Bao is actually here, just trying to provide as much support as he can to waste as much time as Sprinter as he can. And now they already opened up the exit gate. Dancer has opened it up, and Li Bao is going to vault the pallet just for that speed boost. And I think the moral victory here is for him to be able to get at least one survivor that is down and out. While TE, ladies and gentlemen, the survivor side has definitely done it. They've surpassed the tie requirement, and they have gotten the 3-person escape, declaring your winners Team TE, folks.
A bittersweet ending for B for you, but I know TE is going to be super stoked about getting this clutch win in a situation that was looking pretty dire. I mean, this is the thing about any EU B4U region. Someone in the chat said that it seems like the kryptonite of B4U in past and same right now is that they do super well early on, and then things just go wrong later on. They just mess up, whether that be round 2, round 3. I don't even know if I can say like they messed up round 2 because
I think the word messed up is I think they did. It's just that you're going up against like really high level teams, right? I think it's more of just how the score kind of plays out. But if you look at the matches and you look how Sprinter was able to kind of hang in there, and all things considered as well in that Lakeside match, you know what, my leg and they really had good showings. And again, it's the difference between a professional team that does this for a living versus a team that competes in a pro level that they're not necessarily part of a league, but then it's just that they want to show what they can offer. And the fact that they were able to take TE all the way to game number 3 still says a lot Sprinter was still able to make the Survivor team sweat in that Lakeside match. And you also you got to give it up for Roland and Schmitty for them to really put the fear or the overthinking cap onto the Hunter of Team TE. But you know what? Now the dust has settled. We can congratulate Team TE for their solid win, taking all 3 games and really not pulling any punches in that last game.
Well done overall from both sides. Honestly, they both did very well at the end. Like B4U clutching it out to get that one person out, really digging for anything they can, making the most out of a bad situation. Just, like, think about it. If that was a ranked match, it would be long over. They'd be long in a bad situation. Probably already be dead at 3 servers, something like that. That's have people multiple times getting cheered on servers. But they came back. They came back anyway. I'm so sorry. This cat will not leave me alone. But yeah, guys. Yes, she's walking around the computer. But it is absolutely insane. Very soon, I believe we're going to be going into the interview with TE. Dang, I was so excited to see an interview with B4U. They were so close, but
they were
a little bit off. They're gonna get it next time, probably.
Yeah,
again,
they still got a long road ahead of them, right? This is their first match of many when it comes to this 10 days of group stage matches. And if you guys are staying up to date, they are over at Group C, I believe. So the thing is, I don't know if it gets any easier because we got Scars that's in Group C. And there's the cat. Look at that. Oh, what's the cat's name?
She's so cute. Kicia.
What's her name?
It just means kitty in Polish. That's literally it.
Oh, kitty. Okay. So like I was saying, the Group C, they got Scars, Wolves, TE, B4U, and Team Cat, which we just saw on screen from South Korea. So yeah, not an easy group since you do have Wolves there defending IVL Autumn, I believe, or the latest IVL champs. You got Scars that always been constant presence in IJL, and TE, your victors here. Again, here's the match data here, Psyche. What do you think about how the match played out?
A little bit salty about it, honestly. Like, look at this. None of them really kited that long. It's just Sprinter having a hard time. Sprinter knows that he has to chase people in the areas that benefit him. So he's like looking at areas not near hotel, more like the restaurant area with that house that don't easily block him. Honestly, I wonder why early on he was really greedy for that restaurant hit, which I understand. But after he gave up on that, I'm really curious why he went for restaurant instead of like trying to go in a straight line and trying to see which ciphers are shaking. Maybe it's that hard, but I feel like that'd be a little bit better option. Especially because he was originally going to a place with someone on it. He still had Tinnitus in that region, and maybe he thought it was just mercenaries still, and maybe he never thought anyone was there in the corner next to bushes like there actually was. They were just chilling doing a cyber, not even hiding, I don't think. So I feel like a lot could have gone differently there, but I can't blame Sprinter because one of the biggest keys to winning as Clown is getting that hit on the mercenary, because then they take 5 years to heal, and you kind of have to heal him because he's kind of like, that's kind of his job. You can't just have him perma on the ciphers, otherwise who's going to do the tie turner rescues? If you have another person with tie turn, they can be your replacement for one rescue. But after that, it's going to be tough. Hopefully you have the ciphers primed enough so that you don't need to heal. Yeah. But man, overall, B4U doing their best, 11-5.
Look, I mean, look at
11-15.
11, that's such a close scoreline, and technically TE just won 1 round, so you could see that B4U was really hanging in there. So again, moral victory for B4U, taking TE to the limit, but TE once again really showing that grit and tenacity come game number 3 on both Hunter and Survivor side. Again, it was tied all throughout round number 1. That's how it went. Round number 2, it was really a showcase of the Hunters in Lakeside Village. And in round number 3, that's when TE, in both factions of Hunter and Survivor, really broke away from the pack for them to secure themselves the victory in a 15-11 match result. Again, an incredible start to day number 1 with such close matches, from the first one being MRC versus ZETA. And here we got B4U versus Team TE. TE getting the victory.
Very nice matchups. Overall, very nice matches. Lots to learn from. Even from like, when we got best seduction here from PP. I don't want to say PP. Pepe.
Pepe.
The Night Watch was definitely clutch. I feel like I would have gave it to the Dream Witch. I feel like Sprinter overall played a little bit better there. It was a lot harder to pull off, but they didn't win.
Yeah,
so
the
they
best.
Can't
Yeah.
give selection to him, unfortunately. but I do think
he get the Psyche Award. Yeah, for that. But
if
there is
one match.
For sure. But you know what? Shout outs to Pepe. We might be interviewing him, or the stage will be interviewing him, and possibly another survivor. So do bear with us as we come to the translation, because Nell is not here, but we'll try our best when it comes to translation, when it comes to the interview here. But again, congratulations go out to Team TE. Pepe with his Night Watch. Again, we were actually thinking the Gamekeeper is going to come out. We were going to think the other Hunter is going to come out, but it was the Night Watch. So here we have our interview.
Hello， 大家好，我是 T1 的佩佩。
Hello， 大家好，我是 T1 的一花。
欢迎两位，欢迎两位。今天的比赛，说实话，啃下来还是很不容易的。刚才佩佩在后台有跟我说，感觉真的是很紧张，这一局打下来。两位觉得在对阵 B4U 的比赛当中，最感觉呼吸停滞的一个节奏点会是在哪里呢？佩神。
就是我刚才 BO3的时候，最后那个人我一直找都没找到，找了得有2、3分钟都没找到。
就找到怀疑人生，怀疑他不在庄园里，对不对？
对。
那一花呢？
给我4抓了吧，就感觉对面挺厉害的。
对，确实，因为第一局、第二局的时候，两边就是你来我往，你平局我平局，你4抓我4抓。到第二局的时候，一花，我们会不会就是整体的队伍还是真的能感觉到对面给到的压力还是不小呢？当时队内有一个什么样子的状态？
就对面是西轩嘛，早有耳闻，所以大家都觉得他挺厉害的。
今天两边的发挥真的是有来有回，非常的漂亮。那佩佩，你觉得今天对面的发挥怎么样？因为 B4U 也是我们深渊的一支老牌战队嘛，这次交手感觉如何？
我感觉今天对面发挥就是也挺好的，就是我们侥幸才能赢。
今天拿下比赛的胜利，双方都发挥了自己100%的实力，强者的对阵。那今天首先对局当中的问题还是要先给到佩佩，因为今天拿下了 MVP， 非常棒。而且那一局我觉得守夜人的4抓可以说是非常关键。我看到其实你在准备的时候还是谈笑风生，蛮自如的。但是那局如果不4抓，可能节奏就会没有那么好翻盘，然后你也没有带1刀斩。当时是有一个什么样的心态在呢？
就是只能看 BO2 了，因为 BO3 一定是打不了的，就是只能靠这把了，那就只能就是赌上一切。
那把一定要拼了，确实赌到了，而且整场的思路非常清晰，特别是最后密码机的那波，当时是有一个什么样子的控场思路？
就是不能让对面修开，因为我没有1刀斩，我只能打就是开门战前的一个节奏。
没错，那这个时候我就要跟一花来一个 combo， 佩神伟大。
无需多言。
So basically, the interviewer is asking about the Hunter of B4U, and they're really praising his prowess.
因为真的是非常关键的一局，而且其实第3局的上半场佩神也表现得非常棒。
So he's just saying that B4U has the same level of Hunter prowess as them, so really respect Sprinter's hunting ability.
是不是确实那一瞬间很急，在场上有一个什么样子的心路历程来分享一下吧？
就是感觉其实刚开始还是就是比较开心的，但是越后面就越。脑子就越晕了，然后最后还被他跑掉了，感觉有点伤心，
感觉有点小难过。前面是西西，后面是不西西，但是好在是完成了一个3抓，稳住了优势。就是可能后面想起来有点后怕。
Yeah, so now Pepe was saying how intense the survivors.
也有一波能够翻盘的机会，选到了小丑。所以还是想问一下一花，当时他选到小丑这个角色的时候，大家在场上有没有说是真的是吓了一跳的感觉呢？一花。
就大家。
So yeah, Pepe was just saying that it was an intense final match, that the survivors like really hid from him, and overall they're happy with the results that they have, considering that B4U is a strong team.
最后一把比较满意吧，因为其他打的感觉很一般，
感觉还有提升的空间，但是最后一把大家的配合是拉起来了。那佩神最后一把下半场看的会不会也挺紧张的？因为对面掏出了一手从未想过的一个角色，你会不会也会觉得天哪，万一真的给拿到优势，就大家在备战间还……
对，就是我们其实不知道他会玩小丑，我们有想过，但是我们
So the host asked what was the key performance for them to get the victory, and Team TE said that it was their communication for them to be able to get the victory in their performance.
后面在这个分组当中，其实也是有几场比较凶狠的恶战要打嘛。那今天首先首胜拿下，两位有什么话想说吗？佩神，伟大的佩神。
So they were surprised with the picks of B4U because they were not expecting that type of matches or that type of picks on their side.
特别棒，还心系粉丝，这样的主队不多见了，大家要多多的珍惜。那伟大的一花，
就稳扎稳打，然后好好打好每一场比赛，然后竭尽全力，就可以了。
这一场建立信心，然后后面要越打越好，对不对？也是感谢两位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 T 拿下今天比赛的胜利。
So T assured their fans that they will have a better performance and assured their fans they'll have a very exciting one. And that's the interview portion. So once again, guys, congratulations to Team TE for being able to get a victory over B4U. Congratulations, TE. We will be taking a short break. When we come back, going to be more of Call of the Abyss.
OK。哦，去2号，去2号。哦不，去板，去无线，去板，砸个头，先砸头。开着线 ，OK， 上来台机子，死了。超打他可能会弹双发，小心。他要狙你，他要狙你，佣兵，他要狙你。佣兵击倒，你准备救人，听到没？
好
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our third match of day number 1 of the Call of Abyss 7 group stage. My name's Elio, joined with Psyche. Psyche, this is the first time we've commentated in an official event, and I know there's a lot of people in the chat who are going to be like, oh my god, are they twins? But we're actually not, so just letting you guys know ahead of time. But
I hear about it a lot. People still tell me.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot. Anyways, you commented the last match, very exciting match. How are you feeling so far about this Call of Abyss tournament?
Pretty good. Like, everyone's been doing really well so far. All the teams so far, especially like the NAU region, because it's so happy to see them do well. But very soon we also want to see the other regions do well, because we know that mainland China region can do well. But upcoming now, we have I believe the China, Hong Kong, Cacao, right?
Macau.
And Macau, I'm sorry. And we got and Taiwan. Thank you so much, Ellie. I definitely knew all of that. And along with them, of course I knew that. And so we're gonna have them go up against each other. RD versus FL, right? Right, Ellie?
RD versus FT, and FT actually is the Southeast Asia team. So they're gonna be obviously made up of Thailand, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore, that region in particular, but mostly the team FT, of course, made up of Singaporean and Malaysian players. And we have seen FT compete in the past, obviously. They were the team to win through the SEA IVC event. They made it through the pre-qualifier, actually taking down the reigning champion GH. So we're definitely expecting a lot of good things from them in this event. Psyche, I'm really excited to see this team play, and they're able to put up good performances, especially throughout the past year. As for RD, obviously the team from HMT, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. Let's see what they're able to do as well. RD consistently has qualified from this region. They have underperformed in the main event for the Call of Abyss event in the past, but maybe this will be their year to turn things around.
Maybe this will be their chance. Who knows? I mean, we've seen crazy stuff happen before, crazy turnarounds before. Why not happen right now? So here you go. We have RD. The players right here, we have Dream, Ping Fan, Shui, I believe, right?
Yep.
Shui, all right. Zheng Kai. Oh, and we didn't have time, but the names are tough. All right, give me a break. We got Panda, AHD, Yush, Shadow, Mini Blue, Kuga, and Hessian for the other team and for FT.
And so the thing is, for FT here, obviously we do have, of course, 2 hunters on this team with Hessian and Kuga, but we have seen Kuga be the main hunter for this FT team, and Hessian has, of course, been waiting in the back. Now, a big addition for this team is Yush. So this is something we've talked about. I don't know if this was mentioned before, but Yush is actually one of arguably the best survivor in Southeast Asia. We have seen him play in a lot of teams in the past, actually left competitive for a short period of time, I believe maybe to focus on studies or something like that, but is now back for this event, and if there's any time to come back and any event to come back for, it would be this one.
Absolutely, and here we go. We have all the players lined up here, one by one, waving at the audience. At least they're waving their hands, shaking around, getting in that vibe, because it can definitely be a little bit of like a statue syndrome to just sit there and then later on you're like a statue. It's really hard to move around. It's really hard to think. So gotta get in the groove, gotta get in the move, saying hello to the audience. You know, you got people cheering you on. It's important to say hello to them. And yeah, always good to see. And here we go. We got FT coming out representing the Southeast Asia side of things. One by one, they're coming out. And they also all have each 7 players, right? I believe they each both had 7 players, so they might choose to swap out some people, sub out some people. We didn't see any subs from, like, let's say before you, but here we are with Southeast Asia, along with China, mainland China. What did you say the abbreviation was, Ellie?
Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, so HMT.
HMT. But here we go. We have the intro.
这一次的话，重新回到选手的身份，又有机会和大家一起在真的赛场上进行对战。这场 PK 的选手应该是 FT 战队的预胜，像是 FT 战队的话，之前也是东南亚赛区的 IVC 冠军嘛。那我们的话也是针对了他们可能会出现的一些阵容进行了一些研究。
我是 FT 战队的 AHD， 我在队伍里担任的是一个救人位的位置。我 精通所有救人位。这次是我们第一次来参加深渊线下比赛，而且是第一次来到中国。作为一位求生者，最想迎击的对手是梦境，希望我们可以成为第一支多跑他的求生队伍。非常期待能和他们对战，希望孟老师手下留情。
There we go. And Psyche, we saw in that interview, he did talk about being skilled in all areas of rescuing. As everybody knows, Psyche is the rescuing expert from the NAU region. Psyche, I'm really looking forward to I'm really looking forward to hearing your input on this match when Audi plays that rescuer. But getting into the survivor side here, we do have Yash, of course, previously mentioned, one of the best survivors out of the Southeast Asia region on this FT team. Has been away from the game for a little bit, so it's going to be very crucial for FT that he's able to come back in top condition and perform well in this group stage.
Absolutely. We're going to be going on to AHD next. AHD, another fellow player from FT, more so a kiter, specializing in stuff like barmaid and prospector. Prospector is something that we don't see a lot in places like NAU or mainland China, but we see something, I believe, a lot in Japan. Is that right, Ellie? Prospector.
Yeah, Prospector. Yeah, it's been Prospector's been in and out of the meta. Obviously, when Opera Singer came out, Prospector became significantly less stronger just due to the fact that Opera Singer is incredibly fast and can play around with magnets quite easily, often resulting in a canceled attack recovery, which, you know, Psyche, if you've ever played ranked matches and that's ever happened to you, or you've had teammates in which that has, you know, has happened in your ranked match, then we all know how that goes. Try to avoid those.
Absolutely. Doesn't end in a good result. Next up, we got Shadow, more so the support player, specializing in stuff like Priestess and Seer. No data on a third survivor, but that doesn't mean they don't play more than 2 survivors. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here today. Really solid win rate, really solid escape rate, and 85.7 containment time. Really good for a support character. These are not like super easy characters to solo kite with. Maybe Priestess depends on the map, but Seer, definitely not exactly one of the better kiting characters in the game, more so helping other people. But we'll see.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, absolutely true. And of course, Shadow, also a very strong kiting player. We've seen them play characters such as Female Dancer in the past. Mini Blue, obviously we saw Adi talk about being the rescuer. Mini Blue also is a rescuer player as well. Of course, listed as Ford and Seer here, but we've seen Mini Blue play characters such as Mercenary quite often in the past, so potentially would expect to see that today. It's like a win rate of 65%, definitely above the average there, pretty impressive to see. Average containment time of 121 seconds, which significantly above average for sure. And this could also be due to the fact of that forward character. We might see heavy support on that side of the, on that harassment side, which, obviously would result in a high containment time.
Definitely, for sure. I mean, you are a kiting character after all, kind of. More like a rescue support character. And here we go, we have RD Dream. This was the talk of back when Pachinello were commentating together. We have a Mad Eyes player, Mad Eyes. You don't see this a lot, but Mad Eyes is still usable. But he's gotten nerfed so many times, like unnecessarily, kind of for me, but he was really big in China back in the day, and he still remains to be seen by a couple specialized hunters like RD Dream here. And who is that other hunter there? It seems a little bit unclear. Or is there no hunter?
That is a nothing. I think that's a no hunter.
That is a all right. Interesting. Just the Mad Eyes. You think we're going to be seeing a round with Mad Eyes? Possibly.
I do think we will. This is what this hunter's known to play here, so I expect to see some potential Mad Eyes here. And for those of you wondering, we do have FT Yuki, who is actually the coach for the team in the background there of the FT players, with the being snazzy in the uniform. So I know a few of you guys were probably wondering who that is in the chat. That is FT Yuki, the coach for FT. And we do have, of course, on the hunter side, will be RD and FT on the survivors. Looks like they're going to ban Sacred Heart Hospital and Ever Sleeping Town. Pretty standard, pretty average round 1 map here, Psyche. I would say probably the most selected map overall.
Pretty typical. It's hard for survivors to just do well just by kiting alone, something that Hospital is really annoying for. It makes it so it's like a stalemate for both survivor sides, and not really much Thunder can do, but this way, it forces the better team to come out on top through the act of supporting one another and seeing who's better at supporting, because by yourself, it's going to be tough to kite on a map like Ever Sleeping. That's why I hate it so much. So annoying. But anyway, we're going to hop right into the ban pick soon here. I'm thinking a couple support characters. It's just the only issues that I see why they put him round 1, because they don't want him to get banned any future round. But the issue is, what about, like, they know what they pick, what the hunter will pick. So it's going to be difficult for Dream. Dream's always going to be in a tough position here, fighting characters that are going to just do well against Mad Ice. And I mean, there's a lot of characters good against Mad Ice, just base characters. But that doesn't mean Mad Ice is out of the picture. It's a very versatile character if you can pull it off.
Absolutely. And now something to point out as well, this will be very strong for RD, and the fact that it is Ever Sleeping Time. We talked about how it's a very standard round 1 map, but Ever Sleeping Time for Mad Ice is actually significantly stronger than other maps because it's very easy for them to put the fences in the alleyways, trap the survivors in those alleyways so they cannot escape. Obviously, as Mad Ice, trapping survivors is very crucial. Ever Sleeping Time, one of the best maps to do that for. Trilogy versus Priestess and Sierra as the first bans for RD Dream. Will FT go immediately into anti-Mad Ice here? Plenty of characters to do so. Even something as simple as Doctor would be very strong against Mad Ice. Characters that have healing abilities like Psychologist and Barmaid, and also harassment characters in general that can support the first kite. Push the hunter off the console forward. In this case, would be very good. We also have the Professor, which is not a character we see every day, but could be pretty good in a just a regular chase, a regular kite against the Mad Ice.
Professor, I like the idea. Can like survive a chip hit from the wall, really nice. And he's just really nice against slow swinging hunters like the Mad Ice himself. Makes it very annoying to ever try to hit him. It's always gonna force 2 swings in the opposite direction. A Gardener. This is really interesting. Ellie, do you have any theory on what is the theory I guess they have about the Gardener? Why Gardener specifically? Maybe he knows something?
Gardner's curious. There could be a couple of reasons here. I think the first one could be that just in case an opera singer did come out, they would want to have some character that's effective against opera singer. Secondly, Gardner also can't. Oh, you're gonna see a thief as well, Psyche. I know you're gonna have something to say about that. We'll get into that in a second. But of course, with the Gardner, you obviously can get a bubble, and obviously rushing against Mad Ice is very difficult. But Gardner can get a bubble and make the rescue a lot simpler. Also, Gardner can get a bubble and jump the fence if they do get trapped. So that's also going to be very effective as well.
You know what? I didn't even think about that, but yes, that is completely true. Just interesting how the bubble soaks it up, and then meanwhile, Puppeteer doesn't soak up anything. Everything goes right through him. Interesting how that works. But Gardner will be able to do that. And there's actually going to be a lot of times where you're going to now that you mentioned it from the past, which you mentioned before, unlike Moonlit, where if you put a wall on bridge, it just immediately disappears. That used to not be the case, but now it is. If you put it in a ever sleeping entrance or like an alleyway, it does not go away. It stays there for a long time, and it's super cheap because it only takes 2-3 walls, and Gardner will hop right over. The only issue I'm seeing here, Ellie, is that what if they just double layer the wall? So we'll see here.
You gotta jump that wall pretty quickly, I guess, or else you're gonna get trapped in. So, Psyche, I do want to know your opinions on the Thief here. How good is Thief against the Mad Ice?
Absolutely very good. His only weakness is he doesn't have anything against the walls, but the thing is Mad Ice is also weak against anyone who breaks his console, so really anyone can break his consoles. What's more important, though, is that Thief might be the best support character against Mad Ice just because he can shine his flashlight and remove the Mad Ice ability. And if you guys didn't know, if he's using 1000 presence, boom, he can immediately remove and double value, so really nice. And yeah, it looks like we got the excitement. Very interesting for the Mad Ice. As if he's preparing for the forward, for the Thief, all the double support. And watch me guys, say this right now. Thief will probably be used more often as a support than the forward. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, here we go. Going into the first match of this matchup, going in with Dream immediately on the consoles, trying to find these survivors. Where are they? Can he block them off? That's exactly what he's doing. Wow, already got a game.
You can see, and you can see he's already setting up that pathway, and the survivor's actually going to run into the hunter. Of course, we're going to see the flashlight get used. No energy on that console, so he's not going to be able to get the trap there. Let's see what Yush can do. Does get the stun right away, and this does buy time for that fence to drop down, which means Yush can now transition away here. So excellent usage of the flashlight right away from this survivor. Okay, obviously, they need to make sure they don't kite towards any Cypher machines, but he's able to pick up a skill in the process, so I think this kite should be quite strong for him as long as he doesn't give any free hits at this point.
No, Mr. Pallet Shredder, old man himself, he's maybe old, but he's good at one thing, and that's shredding pallets. Wow, this might be... Ooh, that was really close, Ellie. He almost got a hit there. That's really bad if that were to happen, but he barely survived. He could flywheel. This is a solid flywheel. Great job.
Flywheels and has the flashlight, which means the trait is expended for no reason at this point. There's no blink of the survivors. No, there's no blink as well, which means already the start is perfect for FT.
I mean, this is nasty. This is like Clerk going against Steve. This is just as bad, if not even worse, because at least Clerk will have that speed, the slight speed difference. I mean, oh, this is gonna hurt. He's gonna try his best. Flashlight is running out though. Already 25% left. The only issue is that I feel like the Thief could have ran into the pallets here because now he's going to get bodied blocked in the corner. It's only a matter of time if he keeps running in a straight line like that.
Thief unfortunately does not have... Oh, he does have broken windows. He actually has flywheel and broken windows. And he sets up the flashlight here. Can this flashlight stun before the... Oh, he's not able to make it through. Yeah, unfortunately, Matt is one of those slow vaulting hunters. So he is going to be stunned by the flashlight. And this is a perfect example of just very strong Thief gameplay in general. We see another wall unable to hit. The survivor's not getting any free chips. That's crucial against Mad Eyes here. And Yush, we talked about, will his condition be good for this event? Obviously, performing very well thus far.
Well done from Dream, trying to block off the survivors as well as he can, but the problem is the survivors are a little bit too fast for him as well. Not to mention that this console has literally 40 energy, now 12, and Thief reacting to that like a pro means that now this energy is out of juice. There's not much that he can do left with it. And Thief is just going to camp by the broken side. That's all you really got to do against Mad Eyes. Oh, shoot. Well, forward kind of messed up. Let's just hope he doesn't need that forward later in the that football later in the game, because that's going to cost him. If he needs it, but wow, he's still doing great.
He's going to get just here as well, but I think he was able to make it out of the trap, so at least that's going to be somewhat advantageous for FT. Let's see what Nibu is able to do. He's not too sure where he is. Okay, looks like he's going to change targets to Audi here, which is the Professor. Excitement is back online here. The Cypher progress is significantly slow. And that's due to the fact that the Cypher control from the Mad Eyes is quite strong. The survivors need to constantly close these consoles. But the good news is everyone except for the Ford at full health here, which means positioning for FT still quite strong considering the Hunter has not actually downed anyone yet.
Absolutely. The only issue here is that it's completely fine to take this long on Cypher because Mad Eyes will also not be able to do anything if you're just careful. Kind of like with Photographer, the more time you take, the better survivors are. Usually, as long as no one's on chair. That's for now. But if anyone ever gets on chair, like right now, we have a potential corner situation. Can he corner him in time? Did he? He did. He did. This is a big deal. So this is going to be a couple free hits here. Oh, and what? Was that on accident? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that was not on accident. That was really well played from Dream.
I think he was trying to football past him, but accidentally got stuck.
Yeah.
At that point, you either just take the hit and save your football and flywheel, because you know the Hunter doesn't have blink, or at least flywheel to swing and then football, which I think maybe he tried to do, but he unfortunately flywheeled into the wall, so I wasn't able to get out of range there. Now, we are back onto the chase here. Keep in mind, this is a Mad Eyes. The Mad Eyes this team is far from over, right? Mad Eyes still has the camping potential, a lot to work with here. He's going to fence the wall. Can Mini Blue bait this? He does get blocked off here, and it's like that football expended earlier on might actually end up costing him, as he does have only a little bit left to work with. Does have the scale here. Will he use the scale?
Ooh!
He use the scale, and he doesn't need it.
90 seconds containment time from the Ford already. Yeah, he's not going to use a scale. That's a little bit of a mishap there. Definitely maybe a little bit of a mistiming, but not bad at all. The only issue is that it is a Mad Eyes. If this were any other Hunter, like this would be a great type. The problem with Mad Eyes is if someone goes down one time, your team could be in trouble. Yeah, look at that. Look at this speed. This is like he's playing on PC. It's almost like he has a button to do this on, but he's not. He's just doing this on his phone, which is absolutely insane to think about.
It's like the Fortnite pros, you know, they're so fast that you don't even know it's coming. But anyway,
exactly.
He's going to drop him in the corner here, which is interesting. I'm not really sure. The idea here, maybe he's just going to trap the Survivor here. But I mean, the more you leave the Survivor on the ground here, the longer, the more time he gives the Survivor to actually finish these Ciphers. So
yeah,
I'm not really sure what the game plan is right now.
I feel like he needs to get this done, this chair going, before the Ciphers get to 99, because once it's 99, this is so interesting. I don't know what to say here, Ali. I'm just as confused. I mean, maybe you know, but I'm very confused. Do you have any idea, like, what the idea is with something?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't share. I don't think there's any reason not to share. Obviously,
that's what I would have thought.
So, yeah, not really sure. Cyphers will be prime, I think. He's gonna take the hit. Can he get the pop on in time? 98, 99. There's the pop. They know he does not have detention. I assume. So he's obviously gonna take that. He's gonna run away here. 4 Survivor endgame here for FT against, one of the best Mad Eyes players in the world. This is very strong for FT. Let's see what they're able to do in the endgame here. Keep in mind, Mad Eyes again, still not out of it. The fact that Mad Eyes, obviously that pressure is very strong, especially here at full presence. He trips onto the forward right away here. He needs to be very careful. This can go down. Still able to avoid these. And it's okay so far for FT, but they have to be very careful at this point.
Yes, absolutely. It's just again a matter of patience. The sooner that they can destroy these consoles, the faster I suppose that Mad Eyes will be forced to deal with them in person. And in person, you know, as much as Mad Eyes loves to sit on his computer all day, be a keyboard warrior, he can't be doing that all day if they just break his keyboard. So he has to come over there himself, and he's not going to do too hot. Look at this excitement, by the way. Can this excitement finally give value, or is it still going to be stuck here in his inventory? It got value one time, and it just got flywheeled after that. So, oh my God, did he block himself? He might have blocked himself too. Oh boy,
that's making it swap the gate here. They're all out. I didn't even see that. They
oh my God!
That is a 4-survivor escape against an ever-sleeping Town Mad. As you see the excitement from Team FT Psychic. I didn't even see. I mean, I thought the game was slowed down, but the X-Gate, they slowly managed to get it open. They slowly managed to control the map, which is what you have to do against Mad Eyes. What an incredible game for FT. Obviously, you can see they were well prepared for this situation. And you know, 4-survivor escape here.
Exactly.
You know, we talked about going into this match, right? This is FT going against RD, a very close matchup. I do think FT was slightly favored, but a 4-survivor escape against Dream, who has been performing incredibly well in the past. This is honestly unheard of. I mean, really great performance from them.
Something tells me like that they had to be prepared for this, because going, no matter how good of a player you are, you're always going to forget a couple things like, ooh, I feel like I should have been faster with this. If only my decision making was faster. With Mad Eyes, as long as they're like, oh, he's going to block this off, I need to have a plan in mind fast enough. And we saw that a lot with the forward footballing out of the wave quickly enough, maybe even sometimes possibly taking the hit on purpose just so he doesn't get himself stuck. Which is a really big deal to not let that happen, even if it's like worth a chip hit. He did end up getting full presence in the end, but because the insolence buff hasn't come out yet for this server, that they're playing on, he never really got it as soon as he would have gotten it on the current server right now with the current insolence buff, which is a really big shame that we're not going to get to see that yet. But nonetheless, I feel the survivors would have just destroyed the consoles and just played even safer, and they would have dragged the game on even further. And that was just the key there. You guys saw that, just constantly controlling consoles. It's a battle of who will control the consoles more, Mad Eyes or survivors, and that time the survivors came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see obviously very well prepared for this match. And the Thief, which is a character, you know, we don't actually see every day in the current meta due to the fact that Clerk has significantly become less popular. But in a situation where you have a Hunter that doesn't actually have chasing abilities, in this case Mad Eyes, Thief becomes quite strong, especially with that slow vaulting speed as well. Able to get that stun with the flashlight if you just, you know, put the flashlight at the window. Not much the Hunter can do there. Only one slight misstep from Gush running into the wall there, getting a little bit of extra flashlight. But besides that, FT played this perfectly here. Obviously, the end game, very good. Not going to the exit gates too soon. Decoding the consoles before pushing the Cypher machines. Perfectly played from them. And FT, you know, again, we thought they'd be a strong team going into this event. Not necessarily one of the better teams, but looking after this first round here against a Hunter of Dreams caliber, they're already looking like one of the strongest teams going into this event.
Absolutely. It's going to be really tough for RD, because here's the thing. Here's the thing with Survivor versus Hunter. It's always way easier to get a 5-point lead as a Hunter than it is as Survivor, because Survivor, that's really tough to get 4 people out. But with Hunter, you'll usually at least get like 1 person, usually, because you can corner Survivors, you can do all this kind of stuff. It's going to be really hard for Survivors to work together when you have the tension. It just so helps a lot more for the whole duration of the end game for Hunters and to try to get that 1 person. But with Survivors, it's almost impossible. So the fact they do it, I shouldn't say almost impossible, you know what I'm saying, it's very difficult. So they pull it off, and now guess what? Now the opposing team has to pull it off with their Survivors, and that's a huge test to ask for. As if it was, like we saw with B4U before versus TE, at least with them, it was the Hunter side, so the Hunter has a higher chance probably of getting 4 people than Survivor. But it was still difficult, and it's going to be even harder as Survivor. But who knows? Maybe we'll see a comeback get mounted. Maybe we will see, you know, and you never know. It could happen. There's always that small little chance.
There is that chance for sure. But at least for RD, they want to try to minimize the damage as much as possible. Obviously, they're able to get a 4 escape here. That would be, you know, perfect for them. But in this case, they want to at least hold on to as many points as possible. I think RD's strongest situation is their round 1, because they have that round 1 Mad Eyes. After round 1, where do they go from the Hunter side, right? This is going to be a lot more challenging for them as the match progresses. We do have Hashu on the Survivor side here. unfortunately wasn't able to look through those stats, but yeah, I mean, again, it's just really tough. You know, obviously we're going against FT Kuga, very strong hunter. We have CY, win rate only 22%, unfortunately, on the lower side there. Average game time 51 seconds, cape rate of 66, which is actually quite high. So we'll see if he's able to get out here. We do have Seer and Dancer as main characters from CY. Unfortunately, we don't have too much data on the HMT region, but we do have, of course, the characters listed on the screen here.
CY is also a Gardener player here, so if they're worried about an opera singer, it will most likely be CY, as it is listed here as one of their characters, just not on the screen. They can only list 2 characters, of course. But here we go. Moving on to the next survivor. This is Shui, right? Shui? Making Shui, sorry, my bad. And Shui here plays Coordinator, Antiquarian, and Barmaid. So kind of like the last person who was playing supporting characters. This is more of like a rescuer aspect of supporting rather than like keeping people alive on the kite kind of supporting. This is like a after I rescue, you're going to be alive. You're going to be alive after balloons and stuff like that. So really interesting to have this double rescue combination. It means that they have a lot of versatility when it comes to working together as a team, which is a nice thing. Always nice to see. And finally, we have Zhang Kai as the last survivor, and we have a rescuer player. So first officer, mercenary, you always got to have one of these on the team. Solid stuff here, 55% escape rate. To be expected with a rescuer player. It's really hard to kill these people as long as you're good with using the ability, and clearly is on par with that.
Yeah, and for Zhang Kai here, 1.11 average rescues is actually above the average. Clearly we see rescue players around 1, so if you're able to get above that, obviously that is pretty good. But onto the hunter side here, we do have, I believe this is going to be FT Kuga. There it is, FT Kuga on the hunter side here. Win rate of 80%, which in this meta, definitely good. You see FT Kuga trying to focus up here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this might be the first time we've seen Kuga on the big stage. He has always performed online in the past for these, even in the offline events. But this time around, he's able to make it to COA. 80% win rate, 4 elimination rate of almost 50%. Very impressive overall. And the average eliminations of almost 3, again, very, very high for this hunter.
Solid stuff, and I see that they play some very scary hunters. Dream Witch is a very scary hunter and is more so annoying than anything. It's just hard to lock down a win against an ant. Just a very, very demanding hunter to do much against. It's tough. It definitely makes a tough situation. If you are in a situation where you need, as survivors, 3 escapes, and you just go against someone who plays ant, oh man, is it annoying when they drop a cat, they get rid of it, they can still jump on you. I mean, that's insane how that works. I have ants who be jumping right after you, like around the craziest corners. Like they're zooming, even with full presence, it's even harder to control. Exactly.
F1 or something, I don't know, they come around the corner like nothing crazy, I don't know. But yeah, no, definitely, and you know, once you perfect that Anne character, a lot of people say that Anne is very easy to play. Anne is easy to play, but difficult to master, right? Because once mastering Anne requires understanding how to do the curve jumps, utilizing your cross for camping abilities. Obviously, chasing with Anne early game is not too hard as a beginner player, but once you get to high level Anne, mastering Anne is actually quite challenging. So, you know, that's definitely something to keep in mind here. But of course, at this level of play, we are going to see the best of the best in the entire world. So all these characters will be well mastered by these players. And yeah, just waiting to get in the match here. Again, FT Kuga's goal only needs a single elimination, but obviously we'll try to tack on as many points as possible here in this first round.
Absolutely. And you know what? The hunter is going to have to do as well. They can do their best that they want to, but they really don't have to go super hard because their survivor team is absolutely destroying the opposing team. It is making their life a lot easier. The question is now, can the survivors do something about it to make up for that huge loss that they just took earlier? Only time will tell, but hopefully they will be able to make it out. And you know what? This is bad, but this is still doable. This is just round 1. You could make it up with points, but they have to. It's gonna be tough because if they lose this round, then they can't afford to lose the next, and it could start a domino effect if they're not super careful here. So we will see.
All right, here we go. Here we go. To the band pick here, we have FT Yuki, the pro coach here, getting Kuga ready for this match. Looks like we're going to Priestess and Antiquarian as the first two bans here. So Police is obviously pretty standard for Receiving Town. Antiquarian, obviously a little bit less so as the first ban. We typically see Antiquarian not banned right away. Usually something like potentially Seer, potentially some Rescuer if they're going to play Opera Singer, but looks like it's just going to be Antiquarian this time around here, obviously. Antiquarian, one of the best characters in the game. Looks like we're going to see Acrobat right away and Cheerleader as well. So Cheerleader getting picked very early here is a little bit interesting, which is, you know, sometimes a character we see picked in the later portion of the ban pick selection, but it looks like we're going to see it right away from RD. And the Novelist next as well, so I definitely think we're going to see a potential Opera Singer here from Kuga.
What makes you think that Cheerleader later would be better than right now, Ellie? Is it because the Opera Singer is such a big threat to Cheerleader? Is that the issue?
That is one of the things, and also we usually see Cheerleader be less prioritized in comparison to other characters in the early ban picks. So that's usually what happens in competitive, is that Cheerleader obviously can be good in a lot of situations, but it's not exactly favored as much as characters like Novelist in this case. But of course, Novelist is now banned from Kuga because they did go for that Cheerleader. So looks like a Wildling will be the last ban as well. He gives Airplanist, he gives Mercenary, he gives Officer. So giving RD a lot of options here to work with as a Rescuer character.
Just making it as annoying as possible to have survivors that can do as much in the late game as they can. Trying to pick survivors that, you know, trying to pick banned survivors that are not going to be super deadly late game when it comes to escaping and being threats in general. More so, Mercenary will, while Mercenary is one of the best survivors, I gotta admit, Wildling is going to be a little bit better at getting away than he is, even though Mercenary also does it just as well. But we will see. It is round one, so admittedly, there's going to be a lot of good options. But what we do like to see is that Acrobat and Cheerleader will automatically get banned next round for the global bans for this team. So they're automatically going to be at a tough disadvantage. Meanwhile, Kuga is going to be starting off with Opera Singer in a typical fashion spawn, and likely going to be going after one of these boost characters that Opera Singer just does so well against, because they don't take multiple hits, don't have like any great veteran bonus. They have to use their abilities sooner than later, and Opera Singer is going to build up off of that and quickly catch up in no time. So we will see here. In the meantime, these survivors are going to have to think about what they want to be doing with their builds. Speaking of which, we have a Broken Windows Tie Turner build on Cheerleader. Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, this is pretty standard in a round one situation. We see a lot of teams opting to favor borrow time a little bit less against Opera Singer due to the fact that you need to prioritize hiding and also rescuing in some situations. But yeah, they'd want to go for that double tie turn. Looks like we're going to see the trump card and detention as well for Kuga. Already going straight towards 2-story here instead. So he's actually going to single out the Cheerleader, but actually doesn't see the Cheerleader rotate towards Graveyard here. So unfortunately was not able to pick up on that right away.
Unfortunately not. So it's going to take a little bit longer than expected to get a chase going here. But remember, Opera Singer being so fast to move around the map, it does look like she's getting a little bit rotated here. Just because she's not able to catch up. I think, no, she still has her shadow up, not put on cooldown. Always important to not have that happen. Finally, we have our first chase here a little bit later than expected. It may not seem that long, but 31% already on the ciphers, that's a pretty big deal, and this fight literally just began. Look at the combination of balls here. Are we gonna see a 1-2 punch combo from the Acrobat? No, not even, because he's just gonna get on the tram. That's crazy. Good work.
Kuga can, of course, get over there very quickly. He needs that Shadow Teleport closer, and he's going to be able to get a free hit as the Acrobat gets off the tram here. And then he will have Blink ready after that. So even though Acrobat's wasting a lot of time here, will it all be for nothing? Or I guess not for nothing, but will it even matter in the long run here? Looks like we're going to see a hit onto the Acrobat. Does still have Blink to work with. He can catch up very quickly as he is an Opera Singer, but he actually, his dash is on cooldown.
He messed up.
Yeah, I guess he messed
Yeah, he must have hit the tram there. Yeah, he must have hit the tram there, Ellie, because there's no way. Like, you didn't even see an animation there. I didn't see an animation there, so it must have been a large hitbox. But like I like to say, Opera Singered moment. She just got Opera Singered. That's literally as simple as that. Something happened, and it's gonna cost a lot of time, though. That's the crazy thing. And is this the 1-2 combo?
He's gonna be forced to use the Blink as well. And this is a pretty strong first kite here. We see one cypher down, but overall. Progress is a little bit slow here for the survivors, unfortunately. But he'll also be able to chair near middle. Yeah, that is the Mercenary Cypher. He's gonna have to rotate a little bit away here and set up for this rescue.
That early game with the tram and her being able to go back so quickly to the tram location where it's going to stop makes you wonder maybe it was better to keep kiting Graveyard there. Although it's so hard to say with Opera Singer, it's sometimes, usually, in fact, it's just better to stall, which is, honestly, can't even blame them. Gonna get the hit on the Mercenary here, kind of far away than usual, it feels like, and then Acrobat's gonna run away. Trying to stay away from basement is going to be #1, but more importantly, probably the Cyphers. Let's be honest here. Nice bomb, though. That's going to cut off. Ooh.
Yeah, excellent job from the Acrobat here, wasting as much time as possible. He's able to kite, I believe, past Tide Turner as well, so this is going to waste a lot of extra time here. Is able to out as well. And keep in mind, this is, again, past Tide Turner, which means all this extra time being bought here is crucial for the Survivors. Able to get a red bomb as well. It's going to knock the Opera Singer out of that. And this is going to waste even more time here. He's going to be able to get this pallet boost, transition to this next area, but I believe he is currently out of bombs, so... Oh, Kuga, a little bit of a misstep there.
Little bit by little, it's going to catch up to him very soon because of the fact that this Cypher is 98. 98 as well on the other one. In fact, they're both done. And we're down to literally one last Cypher. That slight mistake with the pallet was not so slight because he just ended up losing everything. It's not like, oh, I can just catch up. Oh, he stunned me. It's all right. No, the firebomb completely canceled anything being done afterwards. Just really building on the Hunter's mistakes. So very strong work from the Survivor Hashu. Nice work. And here we go.
Actually, Kuga is making a lot of missteps here with his dashes. I think there's at least 3 missed dashes at this point in the game. So this is really not ideal for him at all here. Trying to get the rescue off here. Kuga's going for this terror shock. He's able to get the rescue off in time here.
He needs a farm. Does it matter?
He does have borrowed time. The Survivor is one of the Survivors with borrowed time here. Kuga does have teleport for the end game. He wants to chance of potentially tying this game. He needs to down the Survivor immediately, but he's able to get the ball off, and now he's forced to teleport away here, only finding the Mercenary, which is not really ideal, but Mercenary does not actually have any elbow pads to work with.
That sucks, but I mean, he stalled there for a little bit. He got that cheerleader boost, I think it was. He definitely seemed faster than normal. The only issue is that there's not really a great place for him to die. He kind of dies in the middle of the gates. I mean, obviously he doesn't want to die in front of any gate. Everslipping's not giving him much option here, so he's kind of stuck in between both. Gonna make it hard for any Survivor to go through the middle of the map now and try to get to the other gate. Of course, their best choice right now is while he's busy cheering, but I mean, look at this. We can see CY right here, kind of getting cornered here. Not really sure what to do. Should I go through middle already? Should I wait? Should I go farther behind the map to maybe have him not see my shadow? It's a hard call to make, and it's all because of Opera Singer's movement speed, really.
It is indeed. Looks like we're going to see the exit gate is open here. Going to force this Survivor out the gate here and then teleport back to the chair, I would imagine. There's the force. This forcing the Survivor out. Teleporting back to the chair here. This other gate is not open. Kuga has denied it, so I think he'll acknowledge the Survivor is in this vicinity. And he does actually see CY here, but you also have to remember that the patient is waiting nearby to potentially rescue as well. So basically the goal for Kuga at this point, try to keep this Survivor off the gate so they can rescue, but looks like you can teleport back.
That was tough. I feel like if he aimed his dash a little better there, he maybe would have been in range, but it's so hard to say. He had the balls there, he had the boost there. I'm sorry, we're literally looking at a cheerleader. That was not accurate.
Oh, he's gonna...
Patient is gone.
Cheerleader's coming for the rescue though, Psyche.
No!
Cheerleader's gonna go down here, and that means that he can actually tie this game. What a turnaround. What a series of events here. The patient is able to make it out the exit gate here, and that's gonna be a 2-2 for both teams here. But this result is significantly better for Kuga than it was than it looked like it was gonna be.
That is huge. I mean, it's so hard to say, but maybe it would have been better to just not go for the rescue, because if you guys look carefully there, we had detention ending in literally 8 seconds when they went down. Maybe it would have been that better to just play it safer and just avoid the chair for now and just plan for like a dungeon, for a gate. Something could have been done there. Probably it was kind of greedy to go for the chair. But I also can't blame them because they just had a really rough round with their hunter, and so they really have to pick up the slack, and they'll do it for any cost, it seems, and it cost them for sure. So it did not benefit them as much as they hoped. Again, they didn't have much of a choice there, Ellie. What do you think? Maybe they should have done a little bit differently. Maybe they should have played safer. What do you think?
You know, it's hard to say. I think because the thing is, right, if you leave if you're as a cheerleader don't go for the rescue, there's a chance you can catch up and kill the patient, right? But you have to be careful of the shadow teleport back to the chair, right? So I think the cheerleader should have gotten close to the chair, but not gotten back. I think she got too close to the chair committing to that rescue, I think, is incorrect. I think you have to continue to bait the rescue and not actually commit, keep the hunter at bay, essentially, so the patient can get out the exit gate. Or just wait out detention. You can also just wait out detention, which detention was almost out. Survivors could have actually just waited out detention. Cheerleader could have just, maybe stayed somewhere away from the gate, whereas patient could have stayed somewhere away from the gate. I don't know. But they could have potentially waited out detention there, but they actually didn't. And a few things that had to go right for Kuga, and they did there. He's able to get a tie for this round. Considering the situation, this is actually perfect for FT as they now go up 7-2 in the first round.
It's definitely a deadly situation of playing with fire this whole time. The whole situation there of just having the cheerleader trying to do the gate, and then you got patient also threatening the rescue. It's a delicate combination. If messed up even a brief moment, we get deadly consequences like just what happened right there. So really have to be careful. It's really unfortunate for them because Opera Singer is just so strong at doing that, just always being so far at so many places at the same time without even having multiple leeches, just like Dream Witch. And it hurts. It hurts big time for the Survivors. But still, like you said, way better result for Kuga to just get 2 people rather than 1 person. They'll take anything they can get just to keep their lead up. Anything at all.
Absolutely. So yeah, looking into this first round, FT with a sizable lead here, especially on, I think this was RD just did choose Ever Swimming Town, right? So now FT not only gets to choose map, they also have this sizable lead here. Things are looking very good for them. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where they want to be right away in this first round here. And you obviously see the results on the screen there. Excellent job from the Acrobat, of course, 126 seconds. Not easy to kite against an Opera Singer, but obviously was able to do so quite well here. But yeah, it's just, the power of the Opera Singer. Late game, you have those teleports to work with. You got so much to work with here. It's just Kuga was able to utilize those really well in the end game.
Definitely. It's always difficult going against Opera Singer. It's nice to get a tie against Opera Singer, but they were so close to a win. I feel like it could have been done a little bit differently, if only. But like you said, it's tough. It's a hard combination to nail. And either way, both sides played very well there. Very impressive from especially the Acrobat to kite that long and still escape. Definitely a great play from him over there. But yeah, all in all, very solid matchup in general. It just goes to show how well the Survivors planned around the Mad Eyes, and then just a little bit of mistakes from the Survivor sides ended up nailing the team down even more in a bad spot. It's still not the worst. It could have been worse. It could have also been better. But all in all, not too shabby. They're in a position where they could still come back, but it's tough. It's getting tough. A tie when your teammate just got 4 men, that's really tough. So you're gonna have to bring back either on a Hunter side or the Survivor side. The Survivor side, 3 men would be nice. Hunter side, 4 men might be a necessity at this point. So we will see. But for now,
so let me ask you this, Psyche. So considering that in this situation, right? If Cheerleader makes that rescue, it will be a 4 Survivor escape, right? Because Cheerleader still has Tide Turner. Okay, so basically, if you make that rescue, is it worth it at that point, do you think, to push for that 4 Survivor escape, or is it more worth it to just take 3 instead of risking? Because basically, you go for this, the high risk, high reward play, right? If you pull it off, you tie the first round, right? At 5-5, because you get the Tide Turner, you get the 4 Survivor escape. But if you miss the rescue, it's all of a sudden a 7-2 instead of a 6-3. What do you think is more valuable in the long run? Is it safer to just take a 3-1 escape, or do you actually potentially push that risk there?
Well, if you push that risk and you don't get it, you're gonna get a tie, which is gonna be really bad. Maybe you can still get a win, but in that situation, it costed them.
Yep.
It really depends on the situation. It really depends what you're going against. It seems like the Hunter that they're up against likes to play the meta Hunters. I feel like if they had the shot, if they're this close, they may as well try, because it's going to be tough to get another shot like that early on. If they are familiar with the S-tier Hunters, always playing the S-tier Hunters, and just in general, having a lot of Hunters in their collection, just being able to counter and play to whatever Survivors they have on their team, is going to make it really tough. So it might have been their best shot. So it's understandable that they take it. I probably would have taken it. It's gonna be tough. Like, again, like, could they make it out? I think it is possible if they get 3 men on the survivor side, 3 men on the hunter, and then just keep getting 3 men and 3 men and 3 men. But that's really difficult. It's really difficult in a tournament situation where just tying is like already difficult. Tying is just the goal, just the regular stone you're trying to go for, and it's a challenge. But going for 3 men, going for the 4 men, that is particularly difficult. So if they had the shot, I would have gone for it, and I'm glad they at least tried it.
Yeah,
I feel like it's a shot.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, we're not siblings. I know that's like a big idea, but anyways, we're gonna look into the highlights for this run.
We are back with some fan art. We have some fan art here of FT. FT rooting on, getting cheered on from, I'm sorry, I cannot read this, but this is some beautiful art here. IDV community always come up with some crazy stuff. And we have the Hunter Kuga depicted in the art, as well as Shadow. One of them a Hunter. Obviously, we just saw Opera Singer. They played a very mean Opera Singer, making sure to stay on the chair and guard her prey very well. And also we got Shadow, who we saw as a survivor earlier. I can't remember which survivor they were. Were they the thief, or was that someone else?
No, they were not the thief. I don't actually remember, but he was Yush. Yeah, we do have Kuga and Shadow here. Excellent fan art. It's like, how good are you at drawing, would you say? Scale of 1 to 10.
Oh my god, here we go again. Oh my gosh, I have Poch ask me this. Worst. Absolute worst. I cannot draw at all. Don't ask me to draw. There's a reason.
Are we talking like 1? We talking negatives? What are we talking?
We're talking, I draw stick figures for my server profile on Discord. That's how bad it is. I don't want to even talk about it. That's so bad. What about you, Ellie? How about you? You don't seem like the artistic type than me. I don't know. But maybe
wow. Okay. I can draw stick figures. I can draw a little bit more than stick figures, but that's about it.
Okay.
So I would say like a 2. Like if Psyche's a -5, I would be like maybe a 1.5 or 2. We'll just leave it at that.
Damn. Okay, so more artistic than me. Okay, maybe I should be roasting myself then. I see how it is. But yeah, all in all, very good stuff from both sides here, and we're gonna be hopping into round 2. I'm very excited to see what RD Dream is going to be doing, because obviously Dream can't be playing if Mad Eyes is going to be banned. Does he have a different hunter pick, or are they going to sub him? I have a feeling we're going to see a sub out. They have a lot of teammates there working on the team of RD. They have 7 people there. Another one's got to be a hunter shortly, although I'm not sure which one. Do you happen to know, Ellie? Do you know what we can expect potentially? Or no?
Okay, well, from FT, I think we'll just see Kuga continue to hunt. From RD, obviously Dream in their round 1 situation is Mad Eyes. And then after that, it's not too sure. We're not actually sure what RD will go into here. Considering that Dream had a difficult round 1 with his best hunter, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough for RD here. Definitely not the best situation for them. They were able to get very close there on the survivor side, but for the hunter side, definitely RD will want to turn things around here. Looks like we're going to have RD back to the survivor side here. It's RD actually choosing the survivor first. If I'm not mistaken, that means that FT was able to choose map. Looks like we're going to see Ping Fan sub in for Hashu here. And yeah, so substitution on the survivor side. Interesting, Hashu was actually the acrobat that kited quite well in the last round. So seeing them be removed from the 4 survivors here, a bit curious.
Interesting. Maybe they have a different strat plan on going here. I mean, they did knock out Acrobat early, which is, I mean, I doubt it's the only thing that they play well, but they might just have a different strategy that Ping Fan just plays better with. I mean, we do see the Patient here. We do see the Mercenary. I would have to go check real quick if they play anything else, but these are solid survivors, though I'm pretty sure we already had like a rescuer here earlier on the team, so we probably will not see Mercenary, but maybe like the Mercenary player on the rescuer is actually like a stoked kiter. You never know. Like, there could be some options here. We won't know until we see. But yeah, we will be going right into it. It's just a matter of who they want on what. Surely, that's the biggest thing here.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, considering that it is FT's map selection, I'm very interested to see what map they will go with here. You know, obviously, Kuga has Armor Factory. Okay, well, looks like it's going to be Armor Factory. I think the idea here, obviously, is that we're trying to get a good map here for Kuga's Dream Witch. There's a chance that the survivors don't ban Opera Singer. There's a chance they ban Dream Witch instead. Opera Singer is not quite as strong on Armor Factory as it is on Eversleeping. So it's definitely possible that we could see a Dream Witch get banned instead and potentially go for the Opera Singer again. Considering the survivors played very well against the Opera Singer on Eversleeping Town, now that it's an even worse map for Opera Singer, maybe they're fine with playing against it again here.
Absolutely, and I just checked, and Pinkfan also plays Aeroplanus, which in late times has become one of the best survivors in the game, even receiving a nerf. Although I'm not sure if that nerf is in this server yet, because I see the Insolence buff is not. So somebody's telling me the Aeroplanus nerf is not in here yet. Although I'm not too sure about that. No, in that case, Aeroplanus is going just as far as before. Could combo really well with Cheerleader, but I'm pretty sure they just used the Cheerleader. It's pretty sure it's a global ban, right? So it's going to be tough.
That's why I was a little surprised as well. Because usually Cheerleader we see utilized in later rounds, and they favor characters such as the Novelist earlier on. But yeah, obviously, as you mentioned, I thought for a second you were going to say Aeroplanus is goated, but then you said something else. I started to hear the HDO sound, and I was like, is that going to call it? But no, okay. Anyways, I feel like that's not.
I mean, he's good. He's good.
Yeah. But anyways.
But precisely, Ellie, precisely. Cheerleader plus Aeroplanus combo, it's undeniably good. Aeroplanus by himself, he's all right. I like him. He's got his advantages over Patient. Patient can do certain things that he can't do, and he can do things that Patient can't do. Fun fact, since did we ban Moonlit? We banned Moonlit, right? But it's not going to be relevant to this. But Patient can actually, fun fact, I didn't know this until my coach showed this to me. Patient can actually fly right over the tracks. He doesn't need to use his boots into the air. He can actually, like, kind of, not glitch necessarily, but the jetpack pushes him over the tracks onto the other side, just like Acrobat, which is kind of crazy. That's crazy that that's allowed to me. But, man, too bad we will not be seeing that. I don't think we've seen it yet. But, man, there's so much Aeroplanus tech. It's hard to give up. Maybe that's why we saw the Moonlit ban, but maybe the Hunter's worried about Aeroplanus. I don't know who did the ban. That's the one thing. It depends on who's the ban. There's like this whole strategy involved.
So RD bans Moonlit and FT chooses Arms Factory, I believe was the
RD bans Moonlit. Okay, so if they ban Moonlit, then they're probably not thinking about the Aeroplanus strat, but. Honestly, we will see here. We will just have to see. But yeah, it's going to be all up to the second round. It might just end here, though, because it is looking pretty dire. They're going to need some 3-man followed by 3-man, and even then, it's a tie, which is fine. They'll move on to round 3, which is possible to win from at that point. And at that point, it'll be much easier. Kind of. It's still difficult. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. Something slightly concerning for FT, I think, is that. Kuga's Armor Singer did not look to be in the best condition in that first round, so I don't know. That's something they're going to want to try to fix later on. But yeah, Psyche, thoughts on Gamekeeper?
Gamekeeper. You look like you're reading this from a notebook. Do you have like a list of questions?
I looked down at I looked down at someone in the chat was asking about Gamekeeper. I occasionally open the chat on my phone.
Gamekeeper. All right, well, Gamekeeper, I like him a lot better now. I feel like they fixed probably his biggest problem. I mean, besides the traps being like awkward and glitchy to place, how it doesn't apply on the ground even though there's nothing in front of you, which they fixed a lot of that. It's still there in some regard, but more importantly, they fixed the problem that every time you hook to a wall, it's worthless. I mean, I know you keep your hook still, but it's almost worthless because the animation is just too slow at his job. So now they buffed that. And there's some serious potential with Gamekeeper. I mean, I'm not 100% sure that he's going to be meta. I don't think he will be meta. But man, I'm happy to see Gamekeeper. There's so much cool strats, trapping strats. Kind of reminds me of Dead by Daylight, where just Trapper just walks around, sets up traps, just like Gamekeeper. Very similar hunters. And the thing is, that game, they have time to set up traps, and it's kind of like his whole way of killing them. In this game, trap is like a suggestion, but it's still nice to have as a second option. Still, though, happy to see Gamekeeper's hook finally be useful. He just needed that mobility. Anyway, Ellie, finally into the next section. Arms Factory round 2 first half. Some typical bans here. Seer, Anti, and my goodness, those are some pretty deadly global bans to have. Acrobat and Cheerleader. This might cost them in the long run, but they really had to do it. They really had to do it if they wanted to get that 4-man. So they're going to feel these effects for the rest of the matchup.
And they do go to the Dream Witch ban. So this is what we talked about before. Will they actually just ban Dream Witch instead of Opera Singer? And in this case, that's exactly what they did. It looks like we're going to see probably already Survivors try to choose a comp that's going to be good against the Opera Singer. We have the Coordinator and Explorer right away. Explorer quite good on Arms Factory due to the fact that not only is there a lot of hiding spaces on this map, it's also a smaller map, which means there's less distance he has to travel in between his pages. Anytime you're able to get a relatively small map with very good hiding potential, Explorer is a possibility. In this case, Arms Factory is that map. Looks like we're going to see the Novelist being banned again from Kuga, not wanting to deal. This is the exact same set of bans, I believe, with the exception of was it Priestess in the first round instead of Seer? I'm not actually sure, but almost the exact same bans here from Kuga. Yeah, I guess he's just geared up for that Opera Singer once again here. Did have a hard time with it in the first round, though, so is he actually going to go back to it or not? We'll have to see.
We'll see for sure. I like the Wildling idea here. Same idea. He knows that their main way of getting points is just by random escapes happening. Turns out that last game, they were able to get 2 out without Wildling. You really don't need Wildling to get people out. So maybe it's a little bit of a weird pick overall, since there's just a lot stronger options that, like, if you just kite, if you have strong kite, strong support, that's going to be far stronger than just one person having strong kite, strong support. You much rather help your whole team out, but we will see. We'll definitely see. I mean, at the end of the day, every point matters. I mean, that Wildling would be an extra point in a way, I suppose, but it really depends. But like right here, we're going to see the Opera Singer. I have a very good feeling we're going to see like the same kind of basic strategy with Opera Singer, where we have her go into middle just to bait out a watch, get it out, and then go chase someone else. And then it really helps out late game. Something I haven't talked about much, but just seeing. Ellie, maybe you can explain more on that, since I've been talking for 5 hours long. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely possible. We see this a lot with Opera Singer players, especially when there's an officer. You go straight for the officer early game, get one of the watches out, and then it significantly hinders the long-term strategy for the Survivor side. Now, we're going to see the Explorer spawn away from the Hunter, so this is advantageous for RD, of course. It's like Coordinator is going to take Factory as well. We're going to see the L spawn, which means that the Factory Cypher will be blocked off because the Opera Singer spawned in the top left corner here. Now the question is, Opera Singer has a few options. Do you go straight for Patient? Do you go bait out a watch? Or do you go and try to find the Explorer? Plenty of possibilities here. I don't think going across the map to look for an Explorer on Arms Factory is going to be a good idea, so I would imagine we'll see a pretty fast chase on Patient.
Seems a little bit risky for sure. So Patient would just be the more reliable chase here. Explorer, at the end of the day, you know, Coordinator Cypher is going to be blocked. Now, there is a problem with that. Explorer doesn't have to go do deep sandbags. He could give that to Coordinator while he goes searches for his page, which is great value for them. That means that they're not taking each other's Cypher. And yeah, we're going to be going into the next match. Kuga going against RD Survivor. Can he continue to just secure solid ties, secure solid wins, even just one person, so that his team stays in the lead? Let us see.
It's like, it looks like he actually is going to go for that watch bait here. He's going to go ahead and try to get that out of the way. And there's a very early watch here, so that is actually great for the Hunter side. I would expect him to hold on to that a little bit longer, but potentially a bit premature, and that actually works out exactly how Kuga wanted. Now going to go look for the Patient here. He got the watch out of the way, which is what he wanted. Unable to find the Patient thus far, but he is now in the vicinity. Does have Tinnitus. A missed dash there from Kuga. Another one, so unfortunately...
Yeah, that's the second one.
Yeah.
Second one missed dash this game. We had one on the Pout earlier, now another one. 8 seconds, guys. This may not seem like a lot, but in total now it's 16 seconds. It really adds up. I mean, it's more like 9 seconds. Come on. Anyway.
Here's what it is.
We're going to have Patient getting chased here. He doesn't have a good hook spot.
He gets canceled as well. He does get canceled. We see the cooldown onto the hooks there. He's going to go ahead and go for the... No, he's going to run through the pallet here. Kuga's going to circle around. Does have Blink to work with as well here. So Kuga in incredible position. He's going to dash closer to the Patient. Patient needs to use the hook early. And he is able to do so. But Kuga, he's going to wait for the Blink. He's going to Blink right here, I would imagine. There's the Blink. Oh, but he predicts the Blink.
Oh, wow.
Pallet here.
Patient reading him like a book.
That is a huge misstep from Kuga.
Absolutely. Patient just absolutely reading him. And yeah, just going across the map, stalling as long as possible. He doesn't have like this great spots to use the hook, nor is it great synergy with the pallet. He just kind of has to use the pallet and then move on. Wow, but a lot of misses here, though. Every single second is going to count here. I mean, we're already at 90, 84, 85, 71. Basically, one cipher done, which is solid. So basically 3 ciphers remaining. Wow, this is really strong. It's a very strong start for RDs. Yes?
I had something in mind. What was I going to say? He read him like the explorer reads his book to look for a page. That was
I had a feeling you were going to say something.
I was thinking about that one. I was thinking about that one for the last 60 seconds, and then I was like, you know what? We're going to fire it off right here. Anyways, we're going to see a nice flare gun from the coordinator, able to get a free rescue here. And does get down onto the Patient, so coordinator not able to body block a hit there, which means that the survivors, unfortunately, were not able to waste as much time as possible. But there's still a possibility for a win. Explorer does have a 28% page here, but keep in mind, coordinator's decoding will be slowed down a little bit here due to the fact that survivors on sheriff. Officer will come in for this rescue.
Absolutely. I mean, time's ticking on these ciphers. So it turns out Explorer picked up a full page. It wasn't just 20%. It was the full page. So he wasn't even doing this cipher. He was actually picking up a page. Wait, he's at 67 now. Oh, this is going up fast. So he's going up real fast. Did he have 2 pages back to back? That must be insane luck then. But here we go. Wow, that's crazy luck then. Oh, okay, hit the first officer. I thought he hit the Patient there because I saw the
Oh, can he make this window? If he can make this window, this could be crucial. He's able to make the window. That is a very big vault here. We see the Explorer's going to pop this cipher machine. The last one at 50% now. So basically, this survivor needs to kite the last 50%. We're going to even see a body block from the Explorer here, Psyche. There's a good chance the survivors could make a potential endgame at this point.
I think they can, and that hit on Explorer, I don't want to say seals it because there's still teleports like lying around the map. He has to be careful here, but now if you're gonna go after Explorer, then this is looking like a tough spot for you now, and it's not gonna be easy. In fact, 83%. They have a coordinator. They could switch spots if they want. The only scary thing is a potential trump card on the cipher, but the cipher's already primed. It hardly matters.
Yeah, and so something to keep in mind here. Something to keep in mind here, though, is that Explorer does not have borrowed time. So let's see if Kuga reads this, because a lot of time, what often happens, right, is Explorers don't bring borrowed time. They bring Tide Turn and they bring a kiting build, and they skip out on the borrowed time. But Kuga doesn't. He doesn't actually consider that. He just goes to the officer instead, and they're just gonna pop the cyber machine and play for. Oh no, they're not. No one's on the cyber, but now they do go for the end game. And the officer might go down right away here, which means that Kuga could still potentially tie this game here. He's gonna secure the down quickly. Has trump card as well. So Kuga's actually not out of this game just yet.
Well done from Kuga there, not missing a single dash there. That could have ended the game very quickly if he missed a single dash there. Getting on top of his game right here when it really matters, because he has a shot here. He has a really good chance. The only issue is that it's a first officer on chair. He hasn't chair him once. He's got 20% chair resistance. It's not... Oh, Explorer might get away scot-free here. Yo, this is what we love to see, baby. This is crazy. Explorer just gets away. He's going back to chair. He's just guarding his chair. He's guarding his 1 kill. He wants to make sure 1 kill. Understandable. Missing the dash again, gonna cause him to be stuck in the same place.
They're not pushing the gate. They're not pushing the gate, which means that there's still a possibility that Kuga can tie this game, right? So we're gonna see Patient's gonna search his chest. Patient does have a watch. Kuga still has trump card. A lot of things could happen here. This is very interesting. We're gonna see him teleport back to Mill. He's trying to find the hidden survivor for that Explorer. He's really utilizing that book very well here.
Yes, man.
The officer as well. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, in fact, someone was by that chair just a moment ago. Yep, you see someone right there just for a moment, just a brief moment, but he was there. Patient is not technically useless here. He does have an illusion. We saw a notification earlier that he got an illusion, but Kuga, a little bit confused here where the survivor is trying to find it, and it's just already past the window. He's already past the window, messing up the dash here again. That's 8 seconds more.
Oh my god! Here. Now,
as if things needed to be any better.
Yeah, if he can kite out detention, I don't think he's going to be able to do... Whoa, let's mix this window here. Wait. We can potentially kite out detention, which means that there's a chance for a forced survivor escape here. Still has his pallet. COAVII needs to be very careful. He needs to get this down within the next 6 seconds here.
It's so close.
It's so close, Ellie. No! He gets the detention is expired. Detention expired. Dungeon is not middle, though.
Make a body block! It's possible. No, that's tough. It's actually tough because no one is immediately nearby.
Yeah, no one's in the area. So I think he's still going to be able to get this. Maybe not. We see the coordinator coming for the body block now. 2 stars body blocking. COAVII has to be very careful. Can he get the hit through the double body block here? Psyche, it all comes down to this. We're going to see.
We need a Dong Shui hit.
Swing and a miss again.
We needed.
No, he doesn't get it!
No,
He doesn't get it! 4 survivors pushing the gate. I don't think COAVII makes this in time. Can he potentially down one of these survivors? No, he gets stuck! He gets stuck, and it's going to be a 4 survivor escape for RD. What a turnaround. We saw a repeat on the other side this time around. That's exactly what RD needed to get themselves back into this game.
That's unbelievable. In fact, I literally said it right before. This must be so hard to get 4-mana survivor. Imagine getting it. It's almost impossible. Right.
Against Opera.
Right. Wrong. They get it right there. That's insane. Sorry, Ellie, I cut you off. Go on.
No, against Opera Slinger, that's really challenging. We're talking about Opera Slinger being a very consistent hunter. It's hard to get, even ties against Opera Slinger, obviously. Opera Slinger has great map pressure. It's very hard to get extra escapes, like a 4 escape. And we saw it this time around. I mean, that's just, again, you know, this is something that we talked about. If they go Arms Factory, they banned Dreamwave, which is exactly what they did. They took the Opera Singer. Maybe COAVII should have just gone with a different hunter. You know, we saw him struggle with the Opera Singer on one of the best Opera Singer maps in round number 1. Now you're onto a worse Opera Singer map here. Why not just play something else, you know?
It's an interesting idea for sure. I like the idea that they know this is the strongest hunter. They know this is the best chance in terms of playing hunter, but it's so interesting how just a couple missed dashes end up costing you the whole game, even as the strongest hunter in the game. You go from being such a dominant hunter to slowly falling behind, just slowly but surely. And like 1 or 2 mistakes is fine, but it's already noticeable. And then you have the endgame situation like that with the patient trying to catch up with the patient, and he put himself on an 8-second cooldown when the gates were already ready to be open. I remember that he was chasing him in the corner. It's honestly a shame that he was able to let the patient go in that situation, because by all means, that patient should not have gone away scot-free. That patient should have gotten hit there, which means he wouldn't have reached the 3 pallet, which means he wouldn't have stalled long enough to reach shed, which means detention wouldn't be out, and none of that would have happened, which is absolutely mind-blowing to think about how that one little mistake with the teleport, the confusion early on, it really cost him. And not only that, it's not just that the hunter messed up, the patient is also on top of his game. He used the illusion to perfectly block a blink, and then after that, the hunter was just waiting to see where he is. I mean, he's not going to want to go through the pallet. It's a little bit risky. And after that, it's just history. So perfectly played from the patient. And a little bit more could have been avoided from the future happening, but that's the thing. As a survivor, you pick up on those mistakes. You're like, all right, we can take advantage of this, and he very well did. So great job to the survivors. They have a very good shot at bringing this back. RD going back at it, matching their 5-point survivor 4-man escape. Insane.
Biggest problem here for RD is while they were able to get a 4 escape, things do get more challenging. So we talked about their round 1 is their best round because they have the Mad Eyes in round number 1. Mad Eyes will now obviously not be available, right? So now, how do you approach this on the hunter side for RD? That's going to be the interesting question. We're going to see that in a moment here. Looking into the kiting time, we see Shui with 187 seconds. Obviously kiting earlier in the game. Additionally, kiting all the way to the exit gate. Really bringing the team up there for that victory. That was, obviously very, very impressive. We did see COAVII did position pretty well early on. He's able to get a watch out early. He's able to then move on and chase the patient. But yeah, patient just kited really, really well. COAVII had a hard time securing it down. And obviously the blink position with the illusion was great. So many things had to go right for RD Shui here, and they absolutely did.
And I love the teamwork at the end there. As a squad of survivors who just don't have much support later on in the game. I forgot at what point the coordinator used her gun, but she didn't have her gun at that moment. So this was just pure first rescue. There we go. So she didn't have it later on. And that was just pure body blocking. Even a no support squad of survivors can do that much damage to a hunter. That was halfway across the map, and beautiful timing from everyone. I was a little bit concerned though that maybe they wouldn't reach him in time. Maybe they will be a little bit late, but again, something happened with the 3 pallet outside shed. These areas that really have no business, like surviving more than 5 seconds at Opera Singer, ended up costing him, and he's managed to slip through the cracks, and the survivors were able to help him carry him to the exit gate. Not to say that he was carried. He did a lot of the work by himself, but that finishing move was beautiful, seeing the whole team gathered together for one final escape. Beautiful. Wow, it's tied now. Absolutely crazy.
We're all tied up.
Not only that, but they could win the round as well. It's very likely now, which is kind of crazy to think about. Wow.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Obviously, if the Hunter's able to get a tie here, things will be a 9-9, perfectly tied up here, and that's exactly what RD wants to do, considering their unfortunate first round. So yeah, so far things are going back into RD's favor again. This is a very even matchup between these two teams. Obviously, I think FT, obviously statistically slightly favored, but not by much. It's a close game, so definitely things could go either way here. Looks like we're going to have, I think that's a new Hunter, if I'm not mistaken, right? We're about
not entirely sure. We're gonna see in a sec here. It's gonna say who got swapped out. There we go.
There we go. Xiao. Actually, something that's interesting is Xiao was actually a survivor player for RD's last COA. So the fact that we're seeing Xiao play Hunter now is a bit interesting. So Xiao now on the Hunter side here. Looks like we see the unfortunately the statistics for Xiao a little bit underwhelming here. Win rate of only 28% for elimination of about 14. Over average eliminations at 2.29, which is actually pretty effective, but for the most part, unfortunately, the win rate on the lower side. I think overall, this must be, he's probably more of a tie hunter based off of the fact that his average eliminations are closer to 2 and the overall win rate is not too high.
Exactly. And if I take a look at his hunters, he has Isha and Ann. These are two, I mean, Isha has better chance at winning, I would say. But Ann, on the other hand, definitely more of a tie character. You can definitely master her and get a couple wins in with some cheeky hits, jumping around the corners and getting hits around windows when the cat is not even on the survivor. But it's tough. And so if he's going to be going for a win here, just from what we see alone, Gisha would probably be the better option here. But, I mean, who am I to say? His team just got 5 people out. Or I'm so sorry. This is RD's Hunter, right? Or am I tripping? Who are we looking at?
This is RD's Hunter. Yeah.
RD's Hunter, exactly. So I suppose he could go for a tie here if he wants. Yes, this is the survivor right here. Look at him.
The survivor,
I think that's the F sign. Yes, he's making an F for his team. But yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna see here.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're gonna see
an option. Sorry, go on.
So, no, it's good. Yeah, so we're going to see, again, we're not really too sure on Xiao, because we did see Xiao play Survivor last COA, but we do see listed as Ann here, listed as Geisha, and, you know, considering this is a situation where they only need to get a tie on the Hunter side, being consistently a tie Hunter is a good thing, right, for RD, because if they get a tie here, they tie things up, they turn around, you know, they turn things around from that unfortunate round 1, they're able to tie things up in round number 2. Rounds will be tied, points will be tied. That's exactly where RD wants to be going into the last round, considering that RD will then be able to keep the map as well in the last round, giving them a lot to work with here. So, yeah, so Seki, I do have a question here. Do you play on a cellular device, or do you play on a tablet / iPad / not cellular?
Who says cellular device? Who says that?
I say cellular device.
All right, well, I play on a tablet by your definition. Playing the tablet, never on a cellular device, because cellular devices are too small for me.
Let me ask you this: like, if you went to COA and you had to perform in the group stage here using a cellular device, what do you think? How well do you think you'd play?
This is a question I just struggle with to this day. I always wanted to go on Call of this. I've tried multiple times. In fact, I qualified one time, and then you guys know what happened during 2020. That kind of stuff happened, and so we couldn't go. But I don't think I would do well, because I don't play on phone. I think it's really difficult to turn around and kite at the same time, especially nowadays. We have the shadow, all about turning your camera. You really need the space for your fingers to always be looking around in random directions, just to try not to get seen by the ghost, or you to see the ghost more specifically. And that's the tough part with phone. It's hard to do it. So I've always wondered is there like a tablet option for this tournament for Call of This? But it doesn't seem like it. I've never seen someone play on tablet. Maybe like years ago, but it's not years ago anymore. This is today, so I don't know how I would do it. Not pretty well. I'd have to practice just on phone, which is a huge bummer. Huge shout outs to these people who are able to play so well on a phone, because I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
Yep. All right, so looks like we're gonna get into the band pick here. We're gonna see Entomologist and First Officer for FT right away. We did see the Opera Singer band, which does open up the Prospector, right? Because we don't actually worry about Opera Singer anymore. Prospector now becomes more effective, considering that we saw Shao listed as an AN player. Prospector, as we know, a strong character against the AN, and especially considering that it's Arms Factory, in which Geisha is not as strong, AN definitely will be a more likely possibility for Shao. So I think for the Survivor side, they're trying to do their best to potentially prepare for an AN. Entomologist can be effective against AN. Able to put those bees in a narrow area where the AN cannot avoid them, then it's very difficult for her to jump and get the stun. And then Prospector, of course, can actually just cancel the stun altogether. It looks like we're going to finally see an Aeroplanist here from FT.
Spicy combination with Prospector. Prospector always a fun survivor to see. A lot less fun to see him in rank, though. A lot of magnet cancels going on there. But these are, of course, Shadow... yeah, I don't need the PTSD from the magnet stuns.
Exactly.
But we have Shadow here. Shadow, we just saw Shadow in an earlier fan art we had here, and he's going to be playing Prospector. So, I mean, he's playing the fun survivor for sure, and we will see how well he does. I'm looking forward to it, because Prospector's always been one of the survivors that I find is either like really, really well, or just doesn't get a lot of value. I don't see much in between. For me, it makes it a little bit of a sketchy pick, but I know Japan makes it work. They make it work somehow, but man, I'm just too scared of stuff like Blood Queen and stuff like that. But I mean, like, look at this team, actually. Entomologist, Prospector, would Blood Queen be that bad here? If he just wants to tie?
Yeah, Blood Queen would not be bad, considering he just needs to tie, or at least a one survivor elimination to win the round, right? Bloody Queen would be pretty effective. Or actually, going to say Bonbon, so another good tie hunter here. And Bonbon here is a bit interesting. I think it's slightly challenging. Prospector has a pretty good kite potential against Bonbon. So does Aeroplanist. Entomologist maybe a little bit less so, just due to the fact that the bees can get shipped. We also have the Officer to work with as well, which means that Officer is one of the very few safe rescuers, or safer rescuers rather, against a Bonbon overall. So I would say that while Bonbon is a good tie hunter for situations such as this one, I don't know how well it'll actually perform against this team composition.
It's probably on the lower end, I would say. Like, it could have been better. They could have had, like, a Mercenary or Gravekeeper to make the Bonbon better. Although I didn't get to catch if he banned Mercenary. If he banned Mercenary, then Gravekeeper would have, of course, been better. God forbid Coordinator. Coordinator would have wrecked Bonbon, but I don't think he would have gone with it at that point. Entomologist, definitely going to be decent for Bonbon. The Prospector, like, yeah, I see it. But what I'm concerned about is, like, the map, Ellie, because there's so many windows, pallets to boost off. You know, if you think about it, the only reason they would run Flywheel is for Geisha. So maybe they were predicting a Geisha and they may be running Flywheel. Otherwise, you would just run like Broken Windows or something like that. Heck, yeah, I mean, Broken Windows or Flywheel doesn't matter much against Ant.
I also think. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Broken Windows is better anyway, just because there is a risk of Anne, right? So Broken Windows would be would be stronger anyways. So obviously, I think Broken Windows would make the most sense. So I think we'll probably see Hunter on the Officer and Broken Windows on the other three.
Yeah. So if anything, it kind of makes Bonbon weaker, because he's not really known for any like Flywheel hunters. Imagine if he had a wheel here. Well, wheel is not good.
It's arms back. Yeah.
Plus, you had some other hunter like that would bait out like a Flywheel, then Bonbon would be better. But unfortunately, that is not the case here. And let's take a look. 1, 2, 2 Broken Windows, and the rest tied. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Understandable. Fair enough. They wanna get some 2 rescues here. Double rescue. Remember the double tied meta, Ellie? Man, those are the good days.
Yeah, definitely. And we've started to see come back a little bit here with one. We actually see many people are actually running into the Hunter a little bit here. Forced to use a watch early, so I feel like this is a mistake from a lot of Survivor teams where the Officer does not rotate. I feel like a slight rotation is strong.
What's up with that?
You don't want to waste your watch if possible. We're going to see the early jetpack not really gaining a lot of distance here, and already Adi in a pretty tough position. 2 chips right away. Yeah, really good for the Hunter side. Might give it the pallet here. Walks through the pallet, but he does get the dash off. Oh, but he messes
Wait,
up.
what just happened?
He
got
didn't
stuck.
use. He didn't use the jetpack. He used the jump up ability, but he didn't actually use the jetpack along with it. So that's a huge misstep from FT.
You're right. He still has 2, so it must have been on cooldown or something. I didn't get a chance to see, but it must have been like a last-second thing. I mean, the pallet area, so bad. I wonder how this happened. It's just an unfortunate rotation, really. Unfortunate timing going from forest to this area. Like, why not use your jetpack to go inside a shed, let's say? Something like that. Just the positioning was very awkward. And like you...
Oh, but a free rescue here. And the Prospector could potentially buy some distance, or not. Okay, Prospector's just gonna bait out a little bit there.
He's gonna be passive. All right.
Okay, so Aeroplanist needs to use their jetpack early here because he does have blink. So you need to use it early, delay the blink as much as possible. Oh, missed stun. He needs to get the stun. Bees as well. This is a lot of support from the survivor. There's the bees. There's the stun.
That's some good bees. Wow.
Yeah. And now he may actually... Oh, he blinks and cancels the attack recovery. I was gonna say he might actually take the target here. He is gonna do so. It looks like Prospector does have another magnet to work with though. I think this is a good case scenario for FT though. Obviously they don't want the Airplanist to go down again. I think Prospector will potentially go down. He avoids all the bombs and still gets the stun. So he actually buys a little bit of time, but I think unfortunately will not be long for this world.
It's unfortunate for sure. Of course, the blink was out of his control. I know it's like a rank thing to say Prospector missed his magnet, but it was really blink. And that is just one of the problems with Prospector. Now we just have a different person on chair. Really just move the problem to someone else. It would be fine if this Prospector lasted longer, but he just didn't last long enough. So it didn't really make it worth it, honestly, because, I mean, they did gain decode. Don't get me wrong, they did gain decode, but in terms of a tie, this is still looking like a tie game, just as much as it did before. The only difference is maybe they're a little closer to a win now, but overall, it seems like still favored for the Hunter to tie. But we'll see. Entomologist could do something amazing. We saw it once. Like, that was incredible. I feel like a little bit of luck went into those bees, though. Like, guessing where the Hunter goes. It's insane.
Looks like he is able to get the rescue off, is not able to get the push off, and does get the hit onto the officer. The Prospector does get a little bit of distance here, but will he be able to kite here? He does already have 1 chip on him in the process. He's going to be able to... No, actually, Bonbon runs into him. If he ran towards the front area, he would have actually been okay, but I think the Bonbon does now. See the location of the Prospector here. Does see the trail as well, so he does find the survivor hiding out here. Yosh is going to go down to the swing. Yeah, I mean, even though the survivors have pretty good Cypher progress here, I don't think it's going to be enough. At this point, they're just trying to get a tie, it looks like.
This is definitely rough, because if he just ran in a straight line, he wouldn't run the risk of, like, what if the Bomber is gonna cut me off? And that's kind of a big thing about Identity 5 that no one talks about. Having too much distance is a bad thing, because you guys saw what happens there if you try to have too much distance. You don't know where the Hunter is. If you take a certain route, like, certain routes are just not available. But here we go. We have First Officer picking himself up. They have to just fix this decode, because they're a little bit behind. 3 ciphers. Granted, 2 of them are almost done, but 86%, 77, like, that's still quite a bit. Someone has to walk over there is the problem. But yeah, wow, great kite though so far from the Aeroplanist. Beautiful. Well done.
Absolutely. We're going to see those 2 Cypher machines with a lot of progress here. I don't think there's any opportunity for a win from Shao. I mean, obviously there is, but it's unlikely at this point due to the fact the last 2 Cyphers are almost ready. And Adi, I believe, still has 1 more chair anyways, so looks like we're going to see... Trying to kite around here as much as possible. Going to try to force a basic hit. Don't give any chip hits. Does not give any chip hits. Forces a basic. Is kiting towards Shadow Cypher Machine here. Will it be ready? He's actually going to teleport to the last Cypher Machine, it looks like. But we do have a pocket watch still available for the First Officer.
Dude, that accessory is so annoying. It practically blinds the Hunter there. That is obnoxious. Missed the watch though, so this watch does not affect the Hunter right now. He sees where he sees the First Officers is exactly where he is. So right now, where he is right now, that's exactly where he is for the Hunter's screen. Makes no difference. The only thing is he's still worried about these pallets. It gives him perfect right because he just can't get forward to get stunned right now. Only problem is who's gonna fix that Cypher earlier? No one's gonna go to it right now, but that's not stopping them from doing another Cypher. They have another one going on right now. I almost feel like maybe they don't want to risk doing a Cypher at 74. It's all right. You know, we'll just do another Cypher since it's safer anyway. Like, we'll have the chair time. So completely understandable here. Just playing it safe. Only problem is Shadow gonna get seen from far here? It's a little bit scary. By the way, Shadow's switching to Entomologist, not even playing the Prosecutor like I said at the start. My bad. He's the Entomologist player. But yeah.
Yeah. Looks like we're gonna see.
I don't know what happened here.
Well, Cyber Machine will be primed. Cyber Machine will be primed in a moment here, but he needs to be careful that he actually has the Cypher ready. It's not actually ready just yet. We're going to see Shadow try to go for the rescue here. It's really important that FT gets a tie here, because if they don't, that means RD actually will be winning in terms of points. Is able to secure the down here. The exit gate is actually not going to be open in time, because Teleport will be back before the exit gate's open. Mini Blue is also not dead on Cher, though. So Shao cannot teleport. It is back, but he can't teleport right away just because, obviously, the Entomologist could rescue it. Now that he sees the Entomologist, he's going to be able to teleport to cut off the Entomologist here, which means Entomologist needs to potentially push the dungeon or run away towards middle. And I think this might actually be a 3-survivor kill at this point. Keep in mind, Airplane is still a Tide Turner, so if the survivor died close to the exit gate, Airplane is going to potentially rescued with the tension running out, but still 70 seconds there, and yeah, looks like they're just going to see a 1-survivor escape. That is a 3 elimination with a bonbon.
Huge.
Not something you see every day, and the reason why that's so important is because now RD actually has the lead in terms of points, which means that if FT wants to win, they actually have to win the last round overall.
Absolutely. So this is a big deal for them, because now if they don't secure another 3-man, then match their 3-man, then this is going to be tough. This is going to be definitely tough, especially because with all the 4-man, we had the tie earlier. So really, if anything, the FD is on the board now. Now FD is suddenly on the board, getting that 5-person escape now, 5-point escape now. Imagine bot can escape now, but 5-point escape, and that's huge. And now they followed up with a win, which is even huger. If only that was a word. Again, that chair, Ellie, it seems like it happens so often, but that chair on Arms Factory, it seems like that chair all the time costs me wins when it comes to teleports or ties. It's just always like I'm trying to get to the gate and the teleport cuts me off, and I'm also just too far to rescue. It's always that chair, and it really hurts. Oh man. So yeah, it's like you said, solid stuff.
Yeah, you know what's interesting as well is that if the FT Hunter side, if Ku got a 1-survivor elimination, right, FT would still be winning, right? Obviously the rounds would be tied, but they'd still be winning on points, because that would only be a 4-point gain for RD, whereas FT had a 5-point lead going into that round, which means that RD still would have had to win the last round. FT could have just tied the last round. Now the tables are turned, and RD has to just tie the last round to win things overall here, right? Because then they would win in terms of points. So essentially what needs to happen is FT actually has to win this last round. It's kind of a do or die situation. But if Kuga was able to get a single survivor elimination, this would not even be the case. So that's why, again, we're very curious why to see the Opera Singer again, considering that it was almost a 4-survivor escape in the first round. And then also Kuga had a difficult time playing that character. I feel like at that point, you know, just play a good tie hunter. If Kuga gets a tie for his team there, then that's just really, really good for FT. And I think FT definitely would be in a great position to win. But now it's going to be a lot more challenging.
Exactly. Now they have to keep up, especially when they were so far ahead. Now they're so far down. Granted, it's not that big of a difference. We have the 5 points. Wait, no, it is a huge difference. What am I talking about? It is a huge difference.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I wasn't completely following you earlier. Like, there were so many numbers. I'm like, which part are we on? Which round are we talking about? So it's RD who's right now with the 8 points, correct? Right.
They got a 7-point lead. Yeah, so they got 8 points in this round. Yep.
Yeah, so 8 points for them and then 1 point for the other team. So 7-point lead. Yes, I can totally see that. So even if FT over here gets 3 escape back to back, that's still not enough, which is crazy to think about, because they were doing so well at the start, and now the tables, like you said, have flipped. It's like I almost repeated exactly what you said, but in my own way. I just now realized it. But yeah, we'll have to see. But moving on, it's still not great, because if we go back to RD side, they used a lot of their good survivors. They used their cheerleader, they used their acrobat. Now things have only gotten worse for round 2, but they were able to pull off an amazing escape nonetheless. But with every good survivor out, makes the chance for the next good escape even harder. That's why it's so huge that they got this huge point lead now, but maybe that's what FT needs to slowly get back in the game, because they've saved up their good characters, and maybe they will mount a comeback again. They were ahead, then they were behind, then they'll mount the comeback. So there's like multiple comebacks possibly going on, and we have the first comeback from RD, and maybe FT can come back to their lead. We will see. Going ahead here, we have plenty of not like the highest kite time admittedly, but it's okay. It's just very fortunate that at the end there, it's just like tying kite times. Like 60s, 70s is what you expect from like a Bonbon player, especially ones who would run Blink, which he did run Blink that game, right? Am I tripping?
Yeah, he did have Blink.
Yeah, so it's gonna just secure a tie, and it's so interesting how the game went back and forth. Like, all right, I'm going after you now, and then I'm going after the Prospector now, and then normally in this kind of situation when you keep switching back and forth, it's usually a loss. But then he turned it into a win. It was gonna be a tie because of getting that Prospector early enough, and then he managed to get the nice teleport off. Really nice stuff. I mean, what can I say?
Yep. And we of course, yes, right. We do see the lead here for RD now, up 2 points. So again, obviously because we are tied in rounds, if there is a tie in the last round, it means that we will then go to the points, which is the scoreboard, of course, and the winner will be determined based off who has the more points, which in this case RD would win if it was a tie for the last round. So FT has to win the last round here. Definitely really challenging for them, considering that their start was great. They had a very early strong lead, and then they essentially gave up the lead here, and the RD Survivors were able to turn things around. RD Survivors playing quite well for sure, so let's see what they're able to do here. But, Psyche, I do have a question. Obviously...
I knew this was coming. I was just waiting.
Okay, this is actually slightly off topic. It has to do with... time zone, right? Because for me, obviously many people know that I currently study in Thailand, but I'm actually back in the US right now. So it's currently 4:30 a.m. Well, actually, I'll
wait, montage time.
Yeah.
Enjoy the montage.
Enjoy the montage. It's kind of the percentages.
Yeah,
it's like 95, 96.
If only they just had that cipher pound a little more. That sucks. All right, but nonetheless, yeah, you were talking about time zones.
Yeah, so Psyche, you know, how you doing so far? For you, I think it's what, 6 something a.m. or whatever.
Yep, I'm just eyeing the time. 6:38 a.m. Look at me right in the eye.
The crazy thing is that I actually just got back from Thailand a few days ago. So not only am I still jet lagged a little bit, I'm also adapting. So I'm adapting to a new time zone and also staying up till 4:38 a.m. for this event. But the crazy thing is, it's COA, so it's worth it, right, Psyche?
Absolutely worth it. What can I say, Ellie? These are some really good players to see here. And yeah, I really need to use the bathroom. That's what I need to say. Ellie, I've had 3 cups of tea.
That is unfortunate, isn't it?
That is unfortunate. Dude, look at this. We got 1 cup of tea. We got 2. We can't even show the 3rd, but it's got a sad face on it. And yeah, insane.
Is it caffeinated?
Up all-nighters. I mean, I think so. I think tea is. I hope so. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't actually know what tea you're drinking. You're just drinking tea.
It's like raspberry flavor, raspberry strawberry makes the tea pink. Here's the thing, I'm more of like a loose leaf tea guy, but
like on the package it says non-caffeinated or caffeinated, right? So did you read the package, or did you just
And you would assume most people would.
I would assume that, yes, that's what people do.
Indeed, that is true, but you know, some people don't. So, you know, it happens. Yeah, I didn't read it. But here's the thing. I was more interested in like, all right, well, I need something to drink. I need to have something to drink, you know, not like that kind of drink, but we just gotta have something to drink like water. And so I'm like, well, I don't want to go into my brother's water bottle reserve. So I'm like, well, why don't we use these tea packets here? No one uses these. We always use loose leaf tea. And I'm like, I'm a loose leaf tea kind of guy. I like to dip the tea leaves into the bottom of the tea, and then, you know, it just sits in there, and I like that. But then I'm like, man, if I have to mass produce tea, I have to mass produce cups of tea. All right, 3 cups of tea. I'm like, okay, this should keep me going for 5 hours. God damn, that's a long time. But anyway, 5 hours is a long time, and we got 3 cups of tea. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna use a cup of tea, obviously, with a bag of tea. I should say a bag of tea. I'm like, you know what? I dip 1 tea bag,
a tea bag
in the other, exactly, a tea bag. And we're dipping one in the other, and this is mass efficiency, all for 1 bag. Now it does get a little diluted, but I'm sure it tastes fine. The only problem is that it's cold, but it's okay. Iced tea all day. Arizona sponsor me, please. Anyway.
Anyways, yeah, I also had tea. I did read the package, believe it or not. And
no way.
According to the package, it was actually caffeinated. And so far that's keeping me awake, but we'll actually see how long that lasts. It's actually interesting. Tea, an average cup of tea, I believe has about 75. Wait, what is it? 75. What's the unit of measurement that they use for
probably
caffeine?
milligrams?
75. 75 milligrams. There it is. I think that's it. Whereas coffee is 95, whereas energy drinks have closer to 300, right? So, yeah, so if you ever had like a Monster energy drink or whatever, it's usually around 300 for a whole cup. So tea is on the lower end at 75, but and then caffeinated sodas such as Coca-Cola are around like 47. It's like half of that, something like that. Anyways, point is, if you had 3 cups of caffeinated tea, you've now consumed, what is that, 75 times 3, 250 milligrams of caffeine, which means you're approaching energy drink levels, which means that I think you're going to be okay for the time being. But if you didn't have caffeinated tea, then who knows? You might just
let's just say if I had caffeinated tea, I'm ready for the next morning of school. I think I'm ready.
Wait, do you actually have school today? Or?
Let's say we end right now. Let's say we end right now and round 3 is canceled for no reason. I would have 2 hours and 20 minutes of sleep. Let's go. Not bad. More than usual.
So you actually have school today, right?
I do. I mean, I'm like, it's all right. It's just one time. I'm like, it's okay. 5 a.m. is not bad. Usually I'm
No, it's actually not one time. It's actually the next 10 days. So
Yeah. But you stopped me. Usually I'm going to be doing, we're finally in, but usually I'm going to be doing 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. But after today, I have a feeling it's going to be more like 11 a.m. to 4:30. Sorry, 11 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. That's what it's looking like. Yeah, so that's going to be yikes. But anyway, guys, we got Kuga here. Kuga got to step it up because the last few rounds, it was really sad to watch. But that doesn't mean he can't do really well this time. He can do really well. He just has to get into it. The good news is, for him, we have great global bans for him. He doesn't have to worry about Acrobat, Cheerleader, Coordinator, and Explorer. I mean, it's Leo's Memory on Explorer. That's a decent one to have banned. I mean, kind of. I mean, what do you think, Ellie?
Gamekeeper, Psyche. What do you think about the Gamekeeper?
Interesting.
With that Gamekeeper.
Man, Gamekeeper sniffing the ground like, I smell hunting grounds. And they were like, no, you're not staying here, which is really interesting because it's called Leo's Memory, not Dark Woods. Dark Woods would be his hunting ground. But nonetheless, they banned Gamekeeper because Gamekeeper could, he's visiting his good old friend Leo. Leo needs a visit. He's lonely. He lost his life, according to lore. He lost his everything, I suppose. His garden.
Psyche, I'm gonna be honest. You should not have brought up the lore, Psyche, because we're gonna have to have a conversation about that later. But anyways, we're getting into the we're getting into the band pick. It looks like Novelist again from Kuga. Does not want to deal with the Novelist. Now Opera Singer is still available for the 3rd time here for Kuga. Does he go back to it again? I don't know. I mean, he's had a very hard time with it in the first 2 rounds. RD obviously performing against it quite well. I really think Kuga needs to play something else here, but looks like we're going to see Patient. Lawyer here, we finally see the Lawyer. This is a character that I personally used to despise. Psyche, you know that all too well, but I do now. Yeah, but now the Lawyer actually is significantly stronger. And I think Lawyer is one of a very underrated character and has a lot of potential, not only for kiting.
Underrated? They nerfed him. What are you talking about?
No, he's still good though. Psyche. You have let me break it down. Okay.
I don't think underrated means people don't know it's good.
Psyche, listen. Well, a lot of people opt to not play Lawyer in tournaments. You have decoding, you have no Terror Shocks, you have speed boost increase over time, vaulting increase over time, you have veterans bonus. So you have basically a lot of things to work with. You can rescue, you can kite, you can decode. You can see the hunter. You can communicate. Yeah.
Ellie, why does this sound like exactly what I was telling you a year ago?
Okay, Psyche. A year ago, Lawyer was not strong. Lawyer did not have all of the things that Lawyer has now. Okay, that's.
What do you mean? He could do everything except have faster movement speed and slightly faster ball. Who cares?
And that's actually an important thing. That saved me in a lot of Lawyer kites.
To be fair, anyways, I'm gonna not lie. It does.
Kuga. The Opera Singer.
Oh, we're gonna see Opera Singer again. It could be. I'm lost for words, Ellie. It could still go well. Like, think about it like this: Leo's Mermaid has a lot of good trash to jump on and dash on and get quick to the survivors. Only problem is that Patient's sitting in middle, so he's automatically out of the question. At least you can get a hook out though, right? Right. Absolutely agreed on. See why? Ooh, gonna be starting in factory. This is why Lawyer is so nice here, because not only is he such a strong everything that you just said, I don't know if you mentioned decoder on there, which is so obvious, but the thing is, of course you did, because you're Ellie, you wouldn't forget a thing. But anyway,
okay.
The thing about Lawyer is that you spawn in factory against something like Opera Singer. Now Opera Singer has to go chase in that area she doesn't really want to chase. So is it really worth it, or does she take the decode bullet? I mean, who knows? Yeah. So it's gonna be up to her here.
And you know what? 3rd time's a charm, right? So this is the 3rd opportunity for this opportunity for Kuga. Let's see what he's able to do this time around. Has extra bands to work with. So let's see how that actually plays out. Lawyer also in factory, very good. Obviously, you can see the hunter through the wall, which means you can, not get mind gamed, which is very important in an area like factory. And we do see, of course, the middle spawn is actually not bad for survivors just because, you can immediately rotate into that factory area. But Kuga, getting stuck here. First shot right onto the Patient, and then actually leaves. Okay, never mind.
These were pretty relatively clean early jumps so far. I mean, I like these jumps. These are very clean so far. Just making sure to catch up to people, because it makes such a big difference when you get stuck on something and you're not able to catch up quickly. But oh my goodness, the absolute rotation, like Miki, what did I just say, Miki? Like you said, Ellie, the thing about Lawyer is that you know where the hunter is at all times. You will never run into the hunter. You can just rotate them. It's so crazy good. Not even helping other people, just helping yourself. So amazingly good. Man, that's crazy.
So it looks like we're going to see finally finding a target, but it's the Mercenary, which is not his ideal chase target here. Nope, just going to leave again. So excellent rotation from RD, not giving any free chases early on here. Does he finally find the location of a survivor here?
Ooh, this is a huge time loss for Kuga.
Oh my god, did he see the Gardener?
Wait, he does. He sees the bubble.
Crucial. That is huge for Kuga.
And the bubble just ran out, if I'm looking at that correctly. It literally just ran out, right?
Yeah.
I think it just ran out, the worst possible time for the Gardener. Oh my gosh, okay.
Before the bubble activates, Kuga was in a really tough position early on, but just like that, he turns things around. He has Basin, but he's actually going to chair on the Cypher Machine instead, which is also very advantageous to slow down the decoding progress. Also could potentially go for free hit on the Patient. Patient does have Tide Turner, but let's see if, he wants to force an early rescue, essentially, right? He's going to teleport back. He's going to hit the Patient. Patient's now going to go for the rescue, but it's an early save here. And for Kuga, things are looking quite strong.
Absolutely, unfortunately. He has to... Yep, I was thinking about that. Because that Gardener buff from a while back that no one remembers about, it causes an instant bubble the next time, which is so nice. That was really well played from Shui. I'm so sorry. Look at this. Look at Oh, even gets a blink out. A little bit sad. But
a little bit
for
of
a second there,
IDV physics. That was an IDV physics not making sense moment, but it does work out here for FT Kuga. Yeah, typically when you swing at something and then you teleport to the other side and the thing's behind you, based off of physics and science, that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Logically speaking, but, you know, when does IDV ever use logic?
Wow, that happens with Clown every time. But what I was more confused about is her swing already ended, basically, and it still counted for... Ooh, that's huge. We're gonna get a free rescue. Are we gonna get a second bubble? Imagine if we got a second bubble. That'd be so sad for Kuga. But not this time. Kuga's gonna be way up ahead on getting the first down already early on. Against 69% Cypher, 37%, 55. Not bad at all. The only issue is this tie turn is taking 5 years, and she died in the corner. That is the only problem here.
The thing is, I think Kuga missing out on a free hit on the Mercenaries rescue is actually pretty important because obviously against a does he make this share here? It looks like he will make it.
Yeah.
Against an Opera Singer, every hit matters. You want to stack that damage. You want to injure every survivor, and you want to make it difficult for the survivors to make it to the end game. Because Mercy is able to get a free rescue, that is all of a sudden makes it a lot more challenging for Kuga. They're already on to the last Cypher sheet as well. The goal here for Kuga essentially, you know, spread some damage, get the items out here, and wait for his trade to come back online.
Overall, very solid, very clean, keeping up with the Gardener there. One of my favorite words to use today. Clean, keeping up with the Gardener, not missing up any dashes. Almost hitting the Mercenary, but man, he's just keeping up more than her. Toxic stun. Ooh.
You call it toxic stun.
Toxic stun. It's a necessary stun.
Oh yeah, it is a necessary stun. Yeah, he is able to get the stun, and that's really important. Is able to still get the hit, but did waste a little bit of extra time. Kuga does now have teleport to work with here. Again, game's not over yet for Kuga. He does have teleport, he has shadow teleport, a lot of things to work with. He's gonna go to Ping Pong's Cypher here. Let's see if he's able to make it before it's ready. Looks like it's not close yet, only 41%. Does he see the patient hiding? If he can find the hidden patient here, I think he can win, but misses another dash. That's going to start the cooldown again. And yeah, Kuga is going to miss out on some opportunities here and does not even see the patient. Or does he?
No. This is going to be a big deal because that patient is half health. You really want to snowball on the people who are already injured. What am I talking about? He's literally going after the patient. He saw the patient.
He misses the hit as well. That would have been crucial to get the down there. We're going to see a mind game. There's a teleport. And he gets the build up again.
Ooh, little bit good reflexes from the patient. We will see if he's going to be able to keep lasting a little bit longer. This might be the end here. Oh, man, if she was literally just about to miss her dash, I think, right there. Yeah, that was very close, Ellie. He almost messed up his dash, and that would have costed him a hit. Thankfully, he was still in range when he messed up the last time, because he was on an 8-second cooldown. That could have been costly.
He's going to drag the patient to basement here. Patient does not, of course, have struggle speed. We do see Tide Turner and the borrowed time, which you know, usually means that they're not bringing struggle speed. I guess they could, but anyways, it doesn't matter. We're going to see the Mercenary drop down, go for the rescue here. No Tide Turn available, so he's going to double hit the Mercenary. They cannot pop just yet. They need to wait until now, and there you go. There's the pop. I'm surprised Kuga didn't go for any drop down hits. Could have potentially go for a drop down hit, or down the patient in basement, try to push him back. But it looks like, oh, excellent mind game from Junkai here. Another mind game gets the pallet drop as well.
Well done.
Any free hits. A miss there. Kuga needs to down and teleport right. He needs to teleport right away here.
Right now will be good, but they're already predicting a teleport. They're already off. Well done.
Yeah,
but it's too close. Yeah, so much for no Terror Shock. Oh my god, I'm just kidding. But man, that's a big deal now. I mean, to be fair, Mercer can still get up. It's not over. 35% healing, though. It's going to be a little bit slow because we're looking at Opera Singer here, and she is pretty fast. The only issue is that, what is she going to do? Is she going to go after Mercenary, or is she going to camp? Nice thing about Opera Singer, which is perfectly balanced, is that she could just do both because she'll have those shadows still up if she wants to check on Merce.
What is it that Thanos says? Perfectly balanced as all things should, something like that.
Yeah, perfectly balanced as all things should be, something like that. So yeah, really solid.
Right. You know, it's okay. Anyways, we're gonna see Opera Singer, just dashing around here. They need to I think they can just push the gate here, or maybe they could heal them with attention. No, they're gonna push the gate here. Kuga still has Tinnitus, so basically he needs to either find the survivor hiding away here, or he needs to go to the exit gate, misses the dasher, but the survivor's actually in the factory. I think Kuga needs to acknowledge that the survivor might be upstairs, but he doesn't. So, yeah.
He's just being careful for now. Just playing it careful, making sure to not overextend. That's the biggest thing. Like, if the survivor is here, he doesn't necessarily have to do anything because the survivor's already by him. So if he can keep his eye on the survivor, that would be great.
He check factory, right? I didn't look behind the wall. He looked, that would have been a 3-kill, and now I don't know. He's still just hiding out here.
It's not over. He could get it.
He's checked everywhere but factory. I don't understand.
I mean, dude, right? Ellie, I don't know about you. I could have sworn I saw the confetti of the survivor on the ground in front of the window. Like, that's like the blood of the patient
again. It's like he didn't see the patient. Does he see
just
the trail?
silently vaulted over that, and he still didn't get
He does see the trail. Okay, he does see the trail here.
Finally.
I'm interested why the patient. Yeah, I'm interested why the patient continued to hide in factory. I feel like after the hunter started to move away a little bit, you have to rotate away. Because if you just stay there, the hunter will find you eventually, right? In theory.
Yeah. Maybe he just didn't think it was the right time yet, and the next thing you know, she's inside of factories. I mean, it's a big area to work with, to be fair, so it's very easy to spot your tracks out early on, and just like that, who is going to get a surprising 3-person kill, 1-person escape, turning things around, not doing as hot previously, but now spicing things up, putting the pressure back on the survivors, back where I guess he wants him to. Back on the survivors and getting that 3-man that they really needed. So this will be the start, but I think they're going to need a little bit more. They're going to need to keep up the pressure with the survivor side as well, and not just get hunter wins. Although this is a good start for sure.
Yep. Definitely is a good start. I think here, this is exactly what COAVII needed to do. He needed to at least go for a potential 3-kill, or not at least, but getting a 3-kill here is really important because now the survivors FT, they just have to tie. If they get 2 at the exit gate, they will win the series. And we talked about Xiao being a tie hunter, right? So if anything, this is going to be good for FT survivors, especially because it's Leo's memory, which is not an easy map for hunters to play on. So I think I think here, basically, there's a lot of options. Characters such as Embalmer could be very good. Obviously, Embalmer is good for securing ties. Also, putting Embalmer in Factory can be good as well. There's a lot of options FT has available. But Kuga, 3rd time's a charm, obviously. Went with the Opera Singer 3 rounds in a row. First 2 times unsuccessfully, essentially. And in the 3rd round, he was able to turn things around, get the 3-kill. Exactly what FT needs to see. Now it's on the survivors. All they need is 2 out the gate, and they will be the victories here, or they will secure the victory here, or they will be victorious, or they will be the victors of this match.
They win! Let's go! Moving on. But anyway, really tight because it wasn't looking like a win at the start. When the Opera Singer just killed the Gardener, it was just the beginning of a good tie. But then as soon as the mercenaries started getting chased, things were still not looking good. And then able to immediately hit the lawyer because the lawyer didn't get off the gate. So it was interesting because no one was doing the gate for a while, but if only we got to see the lawyer screen. It might have been invisible in the bottom left corner down there. But it's really important to get off the gate if you're worried about a teleport, not just getting off the gate, but at a safe distance. And that was definitely not a safe distance. Whatever power boost he was trying to get, he did not get in time, unfortunately. That's going to really cost him. Possibly a tie, because otherwise they would have had 2 people available to stall longer if he had kited more. Unfortunate.
Definitely would be true, but I'm doing all right. I slept for 3 hours before I came to commentate, from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. And then when did we? I don't know what time we started at, but it's already almost 5 a.m. What a long day. Technically,
I don't know how you do it.
Technically, the schedule is what? For my time zone, it would be. Let me think about numbers here. 9 to 11, 11 to 1, 1 to 3, and 3 to 5. It's now 5 a.m. and we're still in the 3rd match. So IDV takes a lot longer than people expect, but it's okay. Mm-hmm. Luckily, I can just go to sleep after this. I don't have school, thankfully.
God damn.
No,
that is not fair.
Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through that psyche, but it is what it is, right? So,
it is what it is. Here I am. I agreed to this, so it's only my fault. Man, look at this though. Absolutely insane. What is this 2.2 kite time? Very unfortunate. The only time he ever got to see the hunter is when he got teleported on. Doesn't make him look too good. But guys, come on, that's not his fault. He just didn't get to kite early game. And I don't think he even saw the hunter before that. So, I mean, that's the thing about Lawyer. It's either like you get chased all game or you never get chased. And that's a big deal for the hunter because no matter what, you're losing out. I mean, Lawyer's a solid kiter. Lawyer's got solid decode. It's scary. It's scary how good of a survivor Lawyer is. I like him being strong, though. Don't nerf him that easy, please. Keep him. All right, Ellie's sinking into his seat. Welcome back, Ellie.
Camera.
Came at the perfect time.
I just spawned out of nowhere. I was fixing my camera. So, yeah.
The secret is that Ellie's not a human. Ellie is just like some spawn created from the ground that has to regenerate every hour.
So every time the camera goes away, I'm actually just like regenerating, basically. Yeah.
Only few people can see that.
I had to spawn out of nowhere. It's like what is it in Minecraft where the creeper just spawns out of nowhere or something like that? Yeah, that's basically the situation.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mobs cannot spawn next to you within like a 20-meter radius. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was gonna say, Psyche, don't tell me you don't know Minecraft, and then you just said that. So
and then I'm like, nope, it doesn't work like that.
The fact that you know that is just, there you go.
I mean, you tell me you're playing the game and then a bunch of mobs spawn
I know they
you.
can spawn not too close to you, but I know is whatever you just said. I don't know.
It's like some amount of blocks. I mean, it's an estimate. Each block is 1 meter, so 20 blocks, 20 equals 20 meters. You know how it works. It's 1 meter, right?
Right.
Man, that's crazy.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, I said so. So now it's correct. Any Minecraft nerds in the chat want to correct us? Why are we talking about Minecraft? How did we get here? Oh, you regenerated, right?
I spawned out of nowhere. Yeah, I just spawned in.
Exactly. So in the meantime, we'll be waiting promptly for the next round. And here's the thing. Like you said, Ellie, they really only need a tie. And when I say they, I obviously am talking about, hold up, let me think about, we just had RD as the hunter, right? Yeah, I am so sorry. I just flipped these around. And so just now the FT survivors, shoot.
The FT survivors need to get a 2 survivor escape. So FT needs to get a 2 survivor escape. They will be playing survivor here. The RD hunter needs to get a 3 kill or better. That is their win condition. So basically the win condition for FT, two survivor escape or better. Win condition for RD, 3 kill or better.
All right, so a little bit of a tall task trying to get the 3-man is always a little bit annoying because now you can't play simple stuff like Anne or Disha, which would be more of the tie hunters, but now you have to go more all on out. So you either go big or go home, pretty much. And we'll have to see that from the hunter, which honestly, I think we can see it. This game has gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I mean, we could probably be here all day if we didn't have just 3 rounds. But we'll have to end it at some point here, and someone will have to be the victor in the end and take away 1 big dubski for this group stage. And we will see who it will be.
Yep, so you see Xiao here, a lot of pressure again. Needs a 3 elimination on a pretty good map for survivors. What are we just going to go with? Obviously, Bonbon, we saw him get a 3 kill, but of course, the difference between Arms Factory, Bonbon, and Leo's Memory Bonbon is pretty different. Obviously, Arms Factory is very good for a hunter like Bonbon, whereas Leo's Memory will be a bit more challenging, especially if the survivors make it to that factory area. Bonbon can have a hard time chasing there. Could see Geisha, and Geisha wouldn't be too bad here, considering that, Geisha is probably has more win potential than a Bonbon or an Anne, because you do have that map pressure, and also can cut off the factory loop a little bit easier than something like Anne or Bonbon. But yeah, I don't know. They could just ban Geisha overall. I think that would actually make a lot of sense. Just ban Geisha and take on the Bonbon or potential Anne.
It's really just whichever hunter can counter. Oh my god. Let me drink something. It's really whichever hunter can block off factory, because factory is what makes Leo's Memory good. Another thing is, the heights is annoying for Bonbon, but another small thing when you play Bonbon, you don't really think about it until you have to play Bonbon. Man, is it annoying trying to throw your bombs when all the trees are in the way, because it just stops your bomb in place and makes it so difficult to get those.
You know what I have to say to that, Psyche? is just get good. Honestly, like you just gotta get good.
Man, screw you, Ali.
If you're missing your bomb psyche,
facts.
if you're missing your bomb psyche, then you gotta move on from Bonbon. I don't know.
My point is, you are gonna be a slightly bit more limited than if you're like in mid on arm psyche out in the open, free to throw your bombs basically on any cipher you want. Kind of like that.
Kind of like that.
Anyway.
Is that an Axe Boy? We're gonna see Axe Boy actually banned here instead. Yeah, they're really eliminating the win potential. Axe Boy is does have a win potential hunter due to the fact that he does have good map pressure. We have seen Axe Boy in the past secure heavy kills. A bit of a risky hunter, obviously not as consistent for tying as something like maybe a Bonbon, but does have a potential to win. So they really just don't want to deal with that. And I think they're actually going to try to counter Geisha as well. We see Dancer, strong character against Geisha. Acrobat as well, strong character against Geisha.
That would definitely be a good idea to do. Both these survivors are just really good overall, well-rounded survivors against a lot of hunters. We're going to see the Gravekeeper here. I like to think of Gravekeeper. This is an actual underrated pick, Ellie. This is something we never see a lot of Gravekeeper. I mean, I shouldn't say never, not never, but rarely do we see Gravekeeper. And I think Gravekeeper is one of the better rescuers. And people just don't want to pick him because it's easier to just pick first officer in a high-stakes situation and be like, okay, well, if I fail, at least it'll be a double hit and I won't also fail the rescue, you know? And I understand that aspect of it, but the Gravekeeper with the really nice the double shovels, basically like a Seer Owl, way longer Seer Owl, can combine well with Pals if you really need it, but honestly, you probably don't need it because it's that good alone. It's good against Chit Hits, it's really good late game, it can be good at body blocking if you need it. There's a lot of versatility with it. It's just as long as you treat it more like a kiter, you obviously don't want to run into the hunter, you don't want to use your abilities early, which, to be fair, first officer, mercenary, you don't want to be doing that early because that's going to cost you ability later. And we saw that a couple times with these matchups, past matchups, that people stick around middle instead of avoiding the hunter, and they're okay using the watch. Maybe it's good for default for now, but oftentimes I feel like it'd be much more useful later on when it's like a situation. I think that's for people to stay alive. But I mean, what do you think, Ellie? Anyway, I went in so far into Gravekeeper that I didn't notice the other coordinator. Interesting. Coordinator is just annoying to deal with. I think they're trying to cover all the bases here, essentially. So if you have Gravekeeper, you have a good character to go against, and if you have Coordinator, you have a good character to go against Bonbon. And with Acrobat and Dancer, not only are they good versatile characters in general, they also counter Geisha. So you're essentially giving yourself an option for every character. I think that's probably the mindset here for FT. Absolutely. That's a much better analysis than I could ever do, Ellie. You did much better there. Thank you so much. So yeah, there you go, ladies. Go. Coordinator does really solid against Bonbon. Just well-rounded survivors here. Gamekeeper. Shao, it looks like. This can be tough. This can be tough. Especially for the Dancer who loves to loop, and you can't really loop too much as Dancer. You could put a box and then drop the Paladin and leave like a factory. That's fine still. It just... it's still not as much value. You're kind of playing at a disadvantage here. So, not a bad pick. Honestly, not a bad pick. There's also a lot of great trap spots. You could pick any shed, window, pallet, factory, entrance, windows, the pallet itself. Any sneaky thing through the doorway, or maybe something around the corner, around the stairs if you don't have time to do something else. I mean, maybe even down the drop down. Who knows? Well, I think this is a good character for Shao based off the team composition. It's still not easy, you know, because considering you're in a situation you have to get a 3 kill. Gamekeeper is a hard to win with hunter due to the fact that his map pressure is very limited, right? Gamekeeper has good chasing abilities, but he does not have map pressure, right? And he doesn't have that cipher control that some other hunters might have. So I think that's the biggest issue for Shao here, is that while you're playing a hunter that's we've seen, you know, come up and become a little bit stronger overall, does lack cipher control, does lack map pressure, and that could potentially backfire onto Shao. But considering those options were quite limited to characters such as Geisha or Bonbon or And, which are all, you know, considered tie hunters for the most part, Gamekeeper might be his best bet. Absolutely. We've seen excitement here. Very interesting. To think that we're gonna see another excitement, we had a match earlier today, Ellie, where we had I forgot which hunter it was, but we had a hunter go, yeah, it was Opera, go excitement against a single stunner, and there was like an Akra in the corner, same exact situation. I don't know how much practical value it's gonna get. Shadow already kind of, ooh, is this on purpose? I don't know.
It's weird he leaves Factory right away. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Factory
thinking.
right away. He had great
At least
position inside Factory. He could have just ran upstairs and kited there, but yeah, now it's gonna be a mountain game. It's gonna be a trap here. It's gonna be very difficult for the survivor to avoid this. Missed hook there. Let's see if Shadow can avoid this next one. Has a slow box to work with, and Shadow needs to use this hook before it expires here. Does Shadow have, does Shadow have a spin? What am I saying? Let's get the hit before the spin, and he actually runs away from Factory. He runs away from Factory and runs into another Cypher machine here. So unfortunately, Shadow is not really playing this too well at this point.
This is so odd. Maybe he's like playing around the blink so he doesn't want to die at like a basement factory or something like that. Okay, nice spin. I like that spin. And honestly,
he misses a pallet. Oh, he gets a pallet spin. There's excitement, but it's wasted as the pallet was on the other side here. Okay, so Shadow is turning things around a little bit here. He misses the first hook. He has one more to work with. Can he get out the pallet here? He misses the second hook.
God.
That is crucial for the survivor.
Look at the hunter in his seat, just immediately picking himself back up. He was like focused down, and then he's back up in his seat. That was a frustrating moment for sure.
Oh my God, he spins past it. We usually don't see this play where you spin past the. Oh, he misses the hook and gets stuck there. We usually don't see this play where you spin past it, or you try to spin and make distance, but he misses another hook, another excellent dodge from Shadow. The pallet break will be slow to the slow box, and all of a sudden, what looked like, honestly, a really bad position for Shadow is all of a sudden turning into a 3-cypher kite.
I don't know what to say. I think it was just a combination of like missing the hooks. I mean, I could see Shao here rating in his seat. Oh my God, that's just. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That wasn't necessary. Did you really need a gun for that? You had so much distance already.
I do think that, in situations, saving the flare gun could have been more optimal. But keep in mind, they only need to get a tie here, so you know, making a play like that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Looks like the hook is now on cooldown. Mid Blue's gonna kite in this area as much as possible. Probably will drop it. Oh, he's got a pallet stun as well, camping the pallet. Yeah, this is really tough for Shao.
Oh my gosh. So, what happened here? What happened here, Ellie? Like, how did this go so wrong? I have no idea. We'll have to look at it later, because for now, Coordinator is looking like she might go down here. That's assuming he doesn't miss another hook, because so far all these hooks have just been a little too late. No, he opts to pressure the cyber, which I think is a smart decision. Nice, finally getting a hook off, waiting for the flywheel. Smart play, smart play. Still has the patience to remember about these things. So getting a little bit flustered up, it's important to keep your chill in this moment. So he could still come back. It's possible, kind of. It's tough though. It's gonna be tough.
Essentially. But yeah, it looks like you were just gonna see try to tie kite in this area. Yeah, so he's gonna there's a mind game. He needs to. Excellent job from Yush. He gets the vault up. Does he have the hook? Oh, he dodges the hook, Psyche. He dodges the second hook.
It's still too slow. It's so weird, but the hook animation is now the thing that's too slow.
Did he just
moving around is fine. It's just a slow animation. Yeah, so
I actually didn't even know about that. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, you can do that, but it's very precise. So
yeah,
oh no, I'm sorry. It's precise with broken wheel. Almost impossible with broken wheel, but it is possible. With Gamekeeper, it's way easier when I tested it out. But beautiful done. Still beautiful done. Doesn't discredit at all how Yoshi jumped over that trap, because it's easy to fall into it anyway. Great keeper going to rescue.
Last Cypher machine is going to be primed here in a moment. No teleport available, so Shao's not going to be able to stop the Cypher from being ready. And yeah, I mean, the survivors, again, they only need to get a tie. As long as they don't make any significant mistakes here, then it should be okay for FT winning here. We're going to see the hook there. Even with the terror shock, I don't think it will matter, because he does have the other Cypher machine ready. There's the hit, there's the rescue, and we're going to play for the end game. The only opportunity for Shao at this point is try to down Yush with no attack recovery with the hook, and then somehow teleport to the gate and kill 2 survivors. I mean, that's pretty much his only option here.
It's definitely, it's doable. Like, it's technically possible, but against these players, it would be a shock if it were to happen. So we will see. Maybe, I mean, he's not in a great position to deal with a hook. Okay,
but he walks into the
I wonder if he had to do that. I'm not sure if he had to do that. I feel like it might have been a little wiser to just be careful and just force him to be cornered next to the pallet. But again, how are you going to hook him then? Because these objects are protecting you. Wow. They just barely got the gate open. And Gravekeeper is... yeah, that's it. That's really unfortunate. So the Survivor just surrendered there at the end to end the misery faster. For the Survivor, of course. But here we go.
Yeah, 3 Survivor escape for FT, which means they are going to be the victors here. Keep in mind, this situation is tough. Xiao needs to 3-kill on Leo's memory. That is not an easy task, especially because it's round 3. They're going to ban the Wind Hunters, so no need to feel ashamed in this situation. This is a very challenging thing to do. So yeah, just like that, we're going to see FT is going to be the victors for this round. Really a back and forth game, right? FT taking an early lead, then RD jumping ahead, then FT going back into the lead and winning this match. Really, what a game, honestly. Great game.
Definitely for sure a great game at the end there. I don't know what happened there at the beginning. I feel like it was like a combination of misplays from both sides. I don't know why she would leave Factory. I feel like at the least drop the pallet and then go upstairs or something like that if you're going to leave the factory entirely, just so you have the extra distance. But then, man, like I said, going back and checking out what happened there specifically, it was just a combination of like random garbage getting in the way, and it actually ruined Gamekeeper because then he hooks, and then there's like a barrel in the way. The other thing is the music box. Surprisingly, at first I said, okay, well, it doesn't seem that great, but the music box, although they didn't solve the problem, it stalled way longer than otherwise would have been necessary because the hook animation is so much slower. He has to be extra careful. He has to get closer to the Survivor to make sure it doesn't just shoot out the air and miss. Man, Ellie, what do you think about that? Anything like any big key moments that you saw out there that may have helped out the Survivors to reach their, I guess, their win? Yeah, they won.
I mean, there's a lot of nice hook dodges from the Survivors. I think that was really important for the most part. Yeah, considering that Shadows, again, I don't really understand that early game positioning. Obviously, you spotted Factory, use Factory. You know, it's such a strong kiting area. Maybe he thought the Hunter was going to go through the door instead of the pallet, I guess. But if you're worried about the Hunter coming to you, you have 2 options. You just run upstairs, wait upstairs to see where the Hunter is going to, if the Hunter actually goes to you, or just rotate towards the far window and just wait over there, right? So you have plenty of options to avoid being chased early. But yeah, Shadow just maybe just assumed the Hunter wouldn't chase him because it's Factory. But either way, was able to make up for it, dodge a lot of hooks, and essentially 3 Cypher kite in a very weak kiting area, which is pretty impressive.
Impressive, especially because there are like a couple barrels there that he could hook over, and the dancer managed to dodge out the way, which is really, really well played from her. Knowing that it's going to happen, knowing that it could happen, is already ready and prepared for it. And here we go. We're going to see a montage of the final moments. Here we go.
And we have our match data here. It looks like overall from Shadow Hunter, 13 seconds of containment time, the 3 Cypher kite, getting them the win there. And unfortunately, not the perfect 500%, 544, but all good. Yeah, and overall, we saw Yush was down at the end there, but just great kiting from FT. Great performance overall here. RD, of course, putting up a very good fight, but FT, again, going this match, I think, was slightly favored, and they really did show that they're here to play and come out on top for sure.
Constant back and forth battle. Very nice to watch. Though admittedly a little bit sloppy, and I think both sides could definitely improve a lot. But that being said, like I said, made for a very entertaining matchup to see these two teams constantly battling it out. I think by far the most impressive thing is that we didn't have like the Mad Eyes match. The Mad Eyes match, very well seasoned Mad Eyes player, Dream. Dream. I almost said Dreamer. But Dream playing Mad Eyes. Shout out to Dreamer. Playing Mad Eyes, that's really one of his biggest mains, and they just completely annihilate him. And then RD fights back and gives their own 4-point escape for the Survivor side, and they do it back to the FT side, and it's like, it's crazy. They're just going back and forth. I mean, something that is so difficult to do, they do it not once, but twice from both sides. And so it's like completely flipped around. And then we flip it back to RT, which is absolutely insane to see. Very entertaining to watch. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what will Well, we already know what happened. Congratulations to FT.
Yeah, we already know. I don't know what you're talking. Yeah.
I don't know. It's like the next thing you gotta say.
Yeah, I think the sleep. What is it? Sleep sleep. What's the word where you don't sleep?
Sleep deprivation. Even I can say it.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. It's hitting psyche.
It was a very close match, though. 14-12. It really could have been anyone's game, and it really still. If it went on further, if this was like a 5-round thing, this could have been literally anyone's game. Still, absolutely possible for both, and it's a shame that we can't see them continue to play. But nonetheless, we will still see them in the future. We will continue to see RD. We will continue to see FT. Look at me, I remember the team names. But anyway, we will see them in the future. But for now, it was great seeing them while they were around, and we'll see them as they evolve on their journey through COAVII group stage.
Yeah, we're going to see the best deduction here going to Shadow, the MVP for Team FT here, with that kite in the third round being the most crucial one for this FT team, essentially securing the victory. And obviously, it was definitely the game changer here. 69 seconds of average containment time does not sum up how well he kited in that third round for sure. So yeah, definitely a very strong player. We talked about some of these players on FT having very good kiting. We have Yush, we have Shadow here, and considering that Shadow took an interesting route, was able to turn things around with a very good performance, kiting around a pallet in a barrel, and a slow box in a dream, and it was able to.
It was impressive. The twirls were really nice. Definitely helped rebound the kite back to safety. Man, that pallet combination, that was nasty. We had one in a slow box, which cost an excitement. That wasn't enough to kill her. She still managed to get back to factory. We got a pallet stun after that. We got a flare gun after that. Remember what I said about dropping that pallet? Yep, apparently we just get pallet stuns off of it. So my mistake. Clearly we shouldn't drop pallet stun. But anyway, here we are. We have the interview between FT and yeah, we got questions for him. Hopefully we can translate. We just don't have a translator right now, unfortunately, so we might have to wait.
非常漂亮的四跑，要知道对面的风眼真的是平常在职业联赛也是可以大杀四方的那种，想必大家一定是做了非常多的准备工作，包括是功课。那具体有做什么样的准备，可以给我们介绍一下吗？
我们找了陆服的榜前风眼一起团练，也非常感谢他们愿意免费的给我们代练，让我们战胜了世界第一风眼。
哇，真的是，就是感觉人间有真情，人间有真爱，真的是这段时间有做了魔鬼一般的训练，而且今天整体大家的状态都非常好。那第一局下半场的时候，上半场我们求生者完成了4抓，下半场因为今天我们是打了3把歌剧嘛，还是蛮想问一下，这3把歌剧玩的就是看着是不是还蛮刺激的？2位有一个大概什么样的感觉？能够看3把歌剧，自家队友在台上奋战。
All right, so we just have them ask what was their strategy for winning, for FT winning, and they replied with just strong communication. Goes to show what great teamwork you can make when you work together.
没有消失，留住了一个，多留一个。当时大家在备战间是就昏倒了，是吗？大家有没有非常的激动？当时
复活了
啊！这是怎么可以每一个字都这么有梗的？原来 Shadow 你也是采访的天才。打完第1局之后，第2局
the host just asked, I believe the host just asked, I'm sorry I didn't hear all right correctly, but I think they just asked how did it feel, I'm pretty sure, and it felt very intense. Ellie, did I pick that up right?
又昏倒，又复活了，是不是？
没有
，It's kind of quiet.
屠夫眼睛里面有眼泪，我已经开始热血起来了，想要帮屠夫把分追回来。
哦，就是看到自家的队友在台上有承受压力，我们求生者就觉得是时候该我们出马了，对不对？那其实到了第3局的时候，大家双方的一个表现也真的是非常亮眼。首先还是想先说一下上半场又是想要问到大家在备战间的一个状态，昏倒了和复活了这2个答案已经先被 pass 掉了哦。最后排地窖的那一波，双方之间的那个博弈堪称经典。那当时我们在备战间会不会很着急呢？
会。
大概有一个什么样子的，就是备战间有在聊什么吗？当时
大家都在喊我们
仰卧起坐。
哎呀， 鼓掌。那接下来的下一个问题就是想问，仰卧起坐完了之后，我们马上求生者就来到台上很关键的一局。我们今天也是凭借 Shadow 的舞女表现得非常棒，在那一局拿下了 MVP。看来仰卧起坐训练得非常到位啊。那在台上
I'm so sorry, I didn't quite catch that. I'm not sure.
好期待他讲的话。
他失误了，我就把握机会吧。
把握机会。
Okay, I got that.
那当时你有没有跟队友在沟通什么？因为那
So the
个
host is
的
asking.
局势感觉
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ellie.
No, yeah, the host is asking, or basically they're saying like their mentality is they want to like keep fighting through the last match and perform well.
心态稳下来了。
我听到空
勾，that's a good mindset to keep.
你就觉得这把有了，对不对？也就是那一个瞬间，感觉今天我们要拿下比赛的胜利了，就很
对的，已经在想完。
So that's why it's important to keep good communication and high mentality throughout the whole match. Basically, is what they just
要
said.
吃什么呢？今天有考虑吗？
吃杭州美食。
杭州美食都给你拿下了，看来有做不少的攻略啊！一会儿台下也要告诉我杭州有什么好吃的。那今天赢下了比赛的胜利，看得出来两位还是非常开心的。今天我们台下的观众也有一直在为我们两边战队加油打气，所以今天赢下了比赛，有什么话想
I
送给他们吗？
believe they just responded with the hunter.
谢谢大家，哎，旁边还有队友在看，有什么话想送给今天我们在台上一起并肩奋战、一起仰卧起坐的队友吗？哦，他在比心哎，
And so when the opponent hunter had a disadvantage, they could get an advantage. If they were in a better spot, I'm sorry guys.
真的是
And that is all, and goodbye.
Shadow 呢，今天拿了 MVP， 有什么话想送给队友？
sorry.
你看他们旁边还在看。
谢谢老铁送来的 MVP。
超级可爱的，也是希望我们的 FT 战队在接下来的比赛当中再接再厉，继续加油！再次恭喜你们拿下了今天比赛的
Don't
胜利
worry, I
那么
got
接
you.
下来即将
And then FT says they're very thankful for everyone's support and to keep supporting them as they improve throughout the tournament and hopefully reach top. And that's FT for you guys. FT and my goodness, remember how I said alright, more tournament montage time. RD.
对方在哪里？在线了，在线了。点月数，点月数。老月底，老月底，老月底，老月底。全身的火鱼，他现在是火鱼。好抓！OK， 有没有？可惜。没关系，没关系。好两位，好两位。跳了我。上我上我。立教4号，立教师傅，蓝妹，不要师傅，不要师傅。你先修，你先修。大波，你去大门子，大波，你去大门子。空钩啊，空钩啊，空钩。
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to our last match of the day for day number 1 of the Call of Best 7 group stage. My name's Elio, joined with Poch Spice. And Poch, we're here. It's COA. This is the event we wait for the whole year. It's not, what is it? What do I say? Where it's not Christmas season, it's COA season. There we go.
Yes.
So, and this is the main event. This is what we've been waiting for. We've already had 3 great matches ahead of us. Still one more to go. It is definitely worth staying up all night for, I will say that. Identity 5. But you know what we always say? IDV is life. This is a perfect example right here.
Yeah, like you said, it's COA season. You got the 10 days of COA group stage, I would have to say. Yep. So on the first day of COA group stage, we got 3 best of 3s coming all down to the wire. Again, it was an excellent back and forth in the previous match. Hunter showcase, I would have to say, in the previous match. The Mad Eyes was kind of crazy, but unfortunately, FT really did their homework for them to get the victory there. And ultimately, it led to the victory, how they were able to take it all the way to game number 3. But right now, it's very interesting because Eli, I would have to say, you're kind of not necessarily honorary. You're part of Southeast Asia at this point with how long you've been living in Southeast Asia. And we're going to have one of the best teams out there, GH, go up against Weibo Gaming. Any initial thoughts in this matchup?
Yeah, well, GH obviously has been consistently the best team in Southeast Asia up until this year. They'd have were defeated in IVC, but they still had a very convincing performance in the qualifier event to secure themselves a spot in this mainland China COA event. I think the issue for GH is that while they have performed very well in Southeast Asia, they often struggle when it comes to the global stage. They've consistently, I would say, underperformed, unfortunately, in a lot of these COA events. So who knows? Maybe this is their year to do so. We've seen teams such as B4U get stronger over the years. GH has also gotten stronger over the years. But can they work it into their favor this time around, right? Everything they work for, it all comes down to this. It comes down to this COA event. I think a lot of teams don't necessarily have GH on their radar, but GH definitely the underdog. Can they, you know, outperform expectations here? Can they do well? Can they make themselves a playoff contender?
Yeah, considering they're going up against WBG. Big shakeups there. They acquired Alex from Wolves, so that's going to be a huge undertaking that the GH survivors will have to go through. And considering also the placement of GH and their group, they're in Group D. So names like FPXCQ's there. Dongshan is just acquired by FPXCQ. Yet AWG has been tearing it in the qualifiers, and you have Axis that went unscathed, undefeated in the qualifiers, and they got pretty far in the previous COA. So, yeah, not an easy road ahead for GH, but it's going to be all the more sweeter if they're able to get that victory. And I have to ask you, like, how are your predictions going so far? Is it how, like, I know it's day number 1, but is it panning out how you kind of predicted it?
Yeah, so thus far, we had FT over RD. So far, that was good. For B4U, we had them being below, not exactly sure the exact stage, but so far they've been obviously very hard to tell based off of just round 1, the first day of competition. But so far it's looking pretty good. So as long as we continue at this rate, I won't have a unsuccessful prediction like last year. So anyways, looking into the lineup here, we do have GH, of course, with the Hunter Meowpie. Obviously we've seen Godjay in the past, but Meowpie has actually taken over as the Hunter. Also Skyfall will be joining GH for this event.
So it's interesting to know, and we were kind of teasing in qualifiers, is what's the Survivor lineup going to look like on GH, and also the Hunter lineup, since they technically both have 2 Hunters on the team, but we do know that Godjay has been practicing on his streams using Survivors. So will there be like a substitution for him to come in as a Survivor or a Hunter? We just have to wait and see as we introduce the Survivors, I believe, of Weibo, since they will be going towards the Survivor side. So once again, folks, we know the Weibo survivors. They've kind of had changes here and there. One of the biggest ones is actually the acquisition of Alex, their Hunter now. They do have Long, Quan, Iron, and Hui on their team. So this was the lineup that did bring them to the qualifiers. They did have a little rough road in the qualifiers to get here, but they're here nonetheless.
Absolutely. This is really going to be a testament of how well GH has prepared. They're going right into the fire against an incredibly strong team, Weibo. And actually, in my predictions, I believe I had Weibo as the number 1 seed for this group.
That's fair.
So Weibo, Weibo definitely looking to be the top contender for this this particular group here. GH did, you know, it's kind of interesting. We've seen GH every year. They always get into a difficult group, and that could be the reason for the unfortunate underperformances. But eventually, you're going to have to take down one of these teams. We're going to look at a quick interview here from both sides.
Server and Hunter very strong. We meet in every year. COA, IBS. We meet with Long. It has from they are IVL player. Is the highly from China. They have more experience more than us. 大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 WBG 的大龙，能够跟全球的高手较量，还是非常刺激的。小组赛的话，拿个第一吧，就是打好比赛，享受比赛，不留遗憾，努力发挥。我们接下来要对阵 GH 的话，这场 PK 秒来了，因为听说他比较强，想跟他碰一碰。有看过 GH 的比赛，然后对他们有过比较针对性的研究。
You saw GodJ, you saw Survivor Long that will be coming out to play here, and it seems like we're going to introduce Iron first. Excellent stats here, using that coordinator and seer, but he also has a cheerleader. But majority of the time in their qualifiers matches, he used the coordinator 3 times and the seer 2 times. And what's interesting to note is that the survivors, they have a really good win rate in terms of first round and second round. Now the Hunter's so good that they barely reached the 3rd round, so we're just gonna have to see how this one's gonna pan out. But Iron, Juan, and Huyi and Long are usually the survivors to come out of Weibo Gaming.
Absolutely. Iron, of course, on the Survivor side, win rate of 42%, escape rate of 42.9 as well. Average game time almost 100 seconds on average per game. Pretty impressive here from Iron here. Looking into the next Survivor, do we have Juan as well? Again, win rate of 49.2%, but average escape rate of 85%, which, I mean, that's goes without saying, very impressive.
Yeah, considering also he's the Embalmer, Perfumer, also brought out the Dancer in qualifiers for him to be able to boast that record. So really excited to see the team synergy come out of Weibo Gaming, especially since Juan is also an excellent addition to that team.
Absolutely. And looking at the average coding progress, over 200%. So I think for the most part, based on these statistics, Juan, for the most part, is actually just never getting chased, considering the high escape rate and the high decoding. Looking into Huyi, we have the escape rate of 57%, average game time of 82 seconds. And, you know, a lot of these players have played together in the past. You know, Huyi and Iron have played together for some time. And so there's definitely some good team chemistry here and overall strong skill as well. So while we have seen Meowpie actually perform very well against some very strong teams in this global event in the past, this is going to be increasingly more challenging for him, especially against this Weibo Gaming Survivor side.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Meowpie will fare up against this Survivor team. And now we're going to introduce Long, I'd say one of the anchors of this team. We do see as Airplanist Acrobat. He also uses Toy Merchant, also goes with a Coordinator, has also a Gardener that he used in the qualifiers. So he doesn't shy away from taking the first kite, really lives up to his name with the long kiting abilities that he has. I believe one of his first teams was FPXEQ with AK. So he's definitely been around, and also he's definitely a big acquisition in terms of Weibo Gaming.
Absolutely. So that is the Weibo Gaming Survivor side here. Looking at the Hunter side, we do have Meowpie for GH here with a 85% win rate. Obviously very impressive. 3.14 average eliminations, well above the average. You know, we talk about getting over 3 is almost is one of the most challenging things to do as a Hunter side. So very, very good overall. We see listed as, of course, Opera Singer and but plenty of other available Hunters as well. Pretty deep Hunter pool to work with. So yeah, so now taking over on the Hunter side for GH here. Already we're going straight into things with a very strong Hunter. This is a huge testament to his skill going against the Survivor side. I'm very excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, one thing that you also have to consider is that we have seen these players in Southeast Asia compete, right? But now you have the roar of the crowd in Hangzhou. So he has also competed in the previous COA, so I'd say he's more well-adjusted than Kuga, because I'll be honest, when I was watching the Kuga matches, this is the first time he's actually playing offline. So, you know what, there is that factor of hometown advantage that could play into factor here. So it seems like Weibo Gaming is going to use go for Leo's Memory to start things off, which is a map that we have been seeing in the prevalent meta of COA the past few days, or the past few qualifiers at least.
Absolutely. Let's see what we can do here on this map. This is a very, obviously talking about slightly favored for survivors, if anything. A map that was never really in the meta for a while and has sort of taken over. Characters like Opera Singer can still play quite effectively here. And yeah, so obviously we should see Meowpie lead Opera Singer, but you know, is he able to take down this survivor side here? CTE, Weibo, FPX, a lot of these mainland China teams, of course, preparing for this event. This is they've always been dominant in the past, consistently winning this COAVII event. But let's see if things will go a little bit differently here. In terms of Golden Apple predictions, let's see, what did I do here? I think we had, yeah, we talked about this before. Weibo, based off of Golden Apples, Weibo would win this. But then again, I am not consistently, but last year very wrong. So we're gonna pretend that year didn't happen. The year before it did pretty good, but last year,
I remember that year.
everything was just crazy last year. I don't know.
Yeah, it was the hardest to predict last year, to be honest, because that was a lot of upsets, a lot of crazy matches that did transpire last year. But so far, it seems like it's kind of going the trajectory. I would say the matches are quite close than I would have expected it to be, because like the scoreline is just like what, a 3 to 2 point differential, and just one team just winning a certain round. So it's definitely a lot closer to call than the previous years. Hopefully GH will still follow that trend. And like you said, you know what, this is a big test for Meow to come on in here. And we interviewed him actually. He's not afraid to stray away from conventional hunter picks. He picked Anne on Chinatown and huge maps. So, but in round 1, he'll go very conventional, go with Opera Singer. And round number 2, all's fair though. He'll go with whatever hunter he feels like.
Absolutely. So, Prosh, I gotta ask, did you do your apples this year? Or?
Okay, so the thing is, I just did it, and I don't want to look at it because I remembered how crushed I was and how biased my commentary was. Like, oh, congrats on this team winning. So, but I know this one, I did have Weibo Gaming. Because, yeah, actually my top seeds for Group D is FPX, EQ, and Weibo Gaming.
Who'd you have as one?
It's Weibo. Because FPX, EQ is really strong because they got Dong Xuan.
Yeah.
Who's your second seed?
I think it was Weibo, FPX, EQ, and I can't remember if I had GH. I think I had GH as 4.
So AWG or Axis? Who'd you have third?
Axis actually was 3.
Okay.
AWG 5. GH 4.
Okay. That's fair. Group D is actually one of the competitive groups, and I think GH has like a chance of like breaking towards the middle part. But yeah, you can't deny Weibo Gaming and FPX, EQ with their new acquisitions. So that's a little tough. Which was the hardest group for you to predict?
A? I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think maybe it was this group. I think. Because it's really hard to tell, right? If GH is going to be able to beat a team like AWG, or who's going to win between FPX, EQ, and Weibo. And then maybe Axis could be one of these other. You never know, right? I think this was definitely one of the harder ones. There are some that are a little bit easier, and there's some that are a lot more challenging. I think FT and RD's group is a little bit easier to predict, whereas this one definitely could go many different ways.
Right. So as we're about to head into the match, we're gonna head towards the picks and bans to start things out. So interesting. Yeah, he's panning out the perfumer to start things out, and the coordinator, which usually, these are usually first round global picks. So interesting choice that he goes for that. So let's see how deep Weibo's character pool is, because you don't want to use these 2 picks to like, pick really good survivors. I mean, Gardner's up for grabs, but they go for first officer and acrobat, a strong rescuer, and a kiter to start things out for Weibo Gaming.
An early officer is interesting because now you don't really want to pick a rescuer earlier on, because then you lose one of the main rescuers later on, and then the hunter's just going to ban rescuers from there on out. But yeah, going with sacrificing a rescuer early is very interesting from Weibo. Not very standard, but it looks like that's going to be their play here. We're going to see Meowpie actually going to go for a patient ban next. You think such as Novelist still available? We could see, actually we're going to see Seer. It could be that they're actually considering a different hunter than Opera, but I actually don't think Meowpie would play anything else here.
Yeah, we can't hold it past him, but I mean, if it's up for grabs, you definitely want to be able to use the Opera Singer, because it's definitely going to get banned in round number 2. But yeah, by the way this looks, I don't know if they're going to go, but maybe that's the substitute, the perfumer, but interesting. I would say Meow actually got the better of these bans, because he's banning out the Antiquarian as well, so they don't technically have a stunner in the group. They have Gardeners up for grabs, but no, they go for Cheerleader. And I know this was a point of contention that you and Psyche we're talking about. So Cheerleader in round number 1, still available for the global picks though, but seems like they rounded out with Cheerleader. No stunners in this group, Eli.
Yeah, I think that's obviously reasonable. Opera Singer, you know, isn't too affected by harassment characters. So I think this is still fine for Meow Pie, though. Not, you know, obviously Opera Singer, you play against anything essentially. Yeah, the Perfumer again was still a bit interesting to see. Not something you see traditionally used, even against Opera Singer. There's usually better options, but yeah. So it looks like for Meow Pie, still considering Hunter. I think we'll just see Opera Singer doesn't really make sense to play anything else here. And considering that we have seen him play this character in round 1 in qualifiers, and he's performed quite well. Definitely make the most sense. Pretty good in Leo's memory as well. Fine against his team comp.
Yeah, no reason for him to stray away from, you know, if it's not, if it still works, then don't change it up. Don't change up what's, yeah, I was gonna say that, but Wax Artist was kind of, they had to fix that, but no, they fixed him for the better.
But yeah, so I think based off of this team composition, you know, obviously any of these targets are chaseable. Seer, because it's Leo's memory, playing Seer is fine because you can actually put Seer into Factory. But again, Opera Singer doesn't really mind chasing Seer just due to the fact that, you know, if you try to go for a Factory loop, the Opera Singer can catch up quickly, right? And 2, you can actually just put shadows in areas where the survivor wants to go to, and you can force them out of Factory.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to see Cheerleader spawn middle, Seer in Factory, as we mentioned, and the Acrobat will be over near Shack here.
Yeah, interesting. Giving the Seer the Factory area the strongest kiting area. At least Juan also has an ability to transition towards Factory if he will be chased first. Long over at the Shack area also has access to some good kiting spots, and Hui away from Meow. So when it comes down to brass tacks here, Eli, who would be the first survivor that Meow would opt to go for based on these positionings?
Well, I think that, you know, you could go straight for Seer. I think that would be perfectly fine. I don't know if you'd want to go for Cheerleader. Obviously, when you spawn middle on Leo's memory, you can rotate straight to the upstairs area. So, and then choosing a Cheerleader again is less ideal than a Seer. So you can either go straight for Seer or go for Acrobat. But I think going for Seer is perfectly fine here as the Hunter side.
Yeah. So we're going to see if that will be the case, folks. Once again, Weibo Gaming versus GH. Our main event for the day, our 4th match. Once again, Potch Spice and Eli giving you the commentary action while Meow is going to make his way towards the middle of this area. And it seems like if he goes left, he will go for long the Acrobat. And the Acrobat will have to be work in Shack here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's going to go and get that pallet down. Going to use that pallet boost to transition away here. Now he's actually going to stay in this area. Still has a broken window speed boost to work with. He's going to use that. He's actually just going to continue to loop. Oh, he's going to bait the vault, and actually Meow Pie teleporting too early there. And excellent job from Long. He loses his shadow teleport. He's going to be able to make this window. Doesn't even need any bombs at all just yet. Already a very strong kite thus far. Continuing to just kite around this window.
This is going to be that's like the 4th, a 3rd. Continues
he's going to keep using this.
Oh my, and Long has a bomb to work with. He teleports though, and now he has silence. He's going to use the Seer's Owl to just transition back. Forces the hit just to gain a little bit of presence, but we're back to square one here. Long back on the window loop here in Shack.
So he's going to use that vault. Going to go for the blink to get this next hit, and Long will just stay here. He's just going to continue to use this. He's going to put the shadow at the window. So now I think Long cannot go back to this window because he'll just use... Oh, he actually doesn't use... Okay, he's got a shadow waiting. Goes for the bomb back across the window. Able to avoid the hit. He also gets a red... Gets the firebomb in the process, which means he's not going to be able to dash for the time being. That's going to slow things down even more. And this is just turning to a 3-cipher kite. Goes for the wall. Gets back through the window again. Turning things into a 3-cipher kite using a singular window.
Dude, Long is running circles here in this area alone, allowing the Cypher progress to move on quite fast, I would have to say. About to be 2 minutes, 3 ciphers have already been kited, and now he's able to get that window boost. He teleports, and he goes back again, Eli.
He bombs it again, already up to 90 seconds here, and the last 2 ciphers already being started. Still is not secured down, does not have trait, and this is just what an incredible job for the Acrobat using the same window over and over. He's going to finally transition away here, and I think this might be where Meow Pie is going to eventually secure this down, but he gets a pallet boost as well. He's able to kite this a little bit longer, goes for the bait, goes for the hit and does finally get the down on to the Acrobat here. But that is a more than 3 Cypher kite, more than enough for a win at this point. And yeah, I mean, he could have just gone to factory and chased the Seer, but the Acrobat is going to use that same window over and over. I've actually never seen that play before, but thinking about it now, it actually makes a lot of sense.
It does, and you definitely don't disrupt Cypher Rush. Acrobat is self-sustaining with his bombs, and he gets more bombs as he continues to contain, and that Seer Owl really helped him just go back and forth. But I would have to say, yeah, just an excellent showing, and that played by perfectly. Again, the start of the game, the early game definitely went to the Survivor side, and now we know that Opera Singer is a menace. This is where she can kind of build that momentum in. So we do see the Hypnosis state be activated. Last 2 ciphers are being worked on. Let's see how this rescue is going to pan out.
Looks like he's going to get the hit onto the first officer there, and there is a successful rescue here. He's actually going to change targets to the Seer, acknowledging that maybe this is his best bet. Oh, Seer's going to take a risky vault, but he is going to get hit from this Shadow Teleport here. Acknowledging his only chance is to maybe change targets and push away from the Cypher, but the Survivors can just start a new Cypher machine at this point. 3 Survivors injured though, so I guess that is not bad. Is able to secure a really fast down onto Iron, so Iron unfortunately was not able to last too long here, but it looks like they are going to push this middle Cypher. They're also going to start another Cypher machine as well, and it's the basement's not here, right? So he's just going to change targets again.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, after that risky vault, Iron did get down early on, but Meow seems like he's not content with just downing that Seer. He's going to try and go for the first officer since the first officer is injured. You don't want to overextend here because you could definitely pay for it in the end. We do see that the cheerleader Juan is in the area. Seems like Meow is going to go for the slugging strategy, Eli. Well, the last Cypher is being worked on past 50%. Everyone is injured at this point.
Yeah, so there's a chance, I guess, for him here, but, they're just going to... They got 75 on middle Cypher. They got 70 on a new Cypher at this point. Really just trying to down the star as quickly as possible. Does get the down onto the cheerleader. So he's getting really fast downs. After getting kited, for a significant amount of time in the early game, he's
making up for time,
downs. Yeah, he's getting these quick downs, but the Cypher machine is about to be ready here. I wonder if he's actually going to... No, he's not going to teleport here. But he sees the Survivor, and the Cypher machine's not ready just yet. That's a huge find. We're going to see Iron come for the rescue. I think he should balloon the Survivor here instead of...
and
he's gonna blink, but now the Cypher is prepared, and he won't have teleport for endgame.
Terror Shock lands, but Cheerleader is out of the chair. He's going to use that chair just to gain some distance away. Going to play by this pallet, drops it immediately. The Exegate's being worked on. Hui is still down. Cheerleader is being focused on, uses that chair just to move on away from that area. Has a pallet to work with, and he gets a slam.
I think that'll be it. He needed to secure the Cheerleader down very fast. That way he could actually get a tied game, but now I don't think it's going to be a possibility here. He's going to chair the...
First officer.
Yeah, he's going to chair the first officer. And I don't think he can catch... He could maybe catch the Cheerleader in time, but I think it's a bit unlikely.
Yeah, Iron is already at the gate. It is actually the Cheerleader that is in a tough spot here. And
yeah, he's not going to make it.
Oh my. So now he's going to try to cut off here, and he has detention, mind you. Everyone is still injured, so it doesn't matter. He's going to try and play the mind games here at the pallet. We're going to see a teleport happen. This opens an opportunity for the first officer to be saved, while Long is going to get chased here.
Long is going to be down. He needs to... Okay, what he needs to do, he needs to chair here. Then he needs to force out the Seer, so the Seer can't rescue. And then he needs to go try to find an extra survivor. That's his only chance here. So he needs to force out Seer right now, which is what he's going to do. Seer's gonna...
Whoa, that was close.
Get out the exit gate here.
I got scared there.
And now he needs to find... He will have teleport back before the other gate opens. So he can either teleport, or he can just go look for another survivor here. And because this Acrobat will expire pretty soon, I think he's gonna be in a safe enough position where he could potentially tie. If he sees Hui here, he does see him. I think this could be a potentially tied game at this point. There's the down, and Juan's not making the rescue. He's not making the rescue, and he's going to teleport back as well. Does he see where Juan is?
This is actually yeah, he does. He actually catches him, and now Juan is going to have to kite for as long as he can. He's going to use the cheer just to move on away, but he's actually getting cut off from the exit gate. And even if detention is worn off, and I think it is, he just needs one hit and he's down. So Meow is able to turn this situation around after an amazing kite from Long.
Yeah, and Juan's going to take the vault. Is able to avoid that as well. So, back in the shadow form here. But
Officer's
it does. Yeah, Officer is up, so Officer's going to be able to make out the gate, but it doesn't actually matter. I don't think Juan makes it out of this area. I think Meowpie could probably just break the pallet, but no, we're gonna see. Oh no, he misses again.
Oh my.
Pushing the dungeon now, so Meowpie needs to be careful that he doesn't lose this survivor.
I think he's overextending just a little bit, but Meow knows that the dungeon is already there. He's going to have this pallet to work with, but he's able to snipe him out of it, and it is a tie situation. With all things considered, Eli, that could have gone sideways for Meow, but a tie, I think that's good enough for him.
Especially considering that early game for the survivors. It looked great for Weibo. You can see Meowpie with a sigh of relief there, definitely acknowledging that was a huge turnaround. Oh, that's not us. Definitely acknowledging that that was a huge turnaround for him.
You were in a 3-piece suit at one point. I'm like, dang.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Rose Dapper.
For sure. So he definitely acknowledged that match was not going in his favor, right? There was a good chance he was going to lose based off of that first kite. So he's very relieved that he's able to get a tie there because, again, you know, if you're losing as Opera Singer, you're at a huge disadvantage. So the fact that he's able to get a tie from a very bad position, that's exactly what GH needed to see.
Yeah, it was just, I would have to say, like, a great start for Weibo Gaming. But after he got the down finally in the Acrobat, and then he just started, like, kind of going unconventional, just hitting everyone left and right. Because compared to the first down he did, and after the rebound, or, like, the rescue of the Acrobat, he started getting downs left and right really fast. So you got to give it up to Long for him to be able to last that long in the shack area. And the rest of the survivors, it was like, I think Meow was just he was already all warmed up. He was operating on another gear. And it seemed like, the Seer had a quick down, the Cheerleader as well. And at that point, he was able to kind of salvage the late to end game that it led to the 2-2. So we're in for a treat here, Eli.
Yeah, definitely. So, if there's any chance for GH here, it would be to keep to have a tie early on here against a good survivor side. But let's see what the GH survivors have prepared for us, because you know, we've seen them with very good teamwork, especially Priestess. That's been their main character. Usually we don't see Priestess used as much in the early rounds because, you know, Opera Singer can just go through the portal and catch up right away. But we've seen a lot of interesting trick plays from GH. I'm not sure if there's any places on Leo's memory where they're going to be able to do something like that, but it's really been their go-to character, their trick play character. So we'll see what they have available. And I think we'll see an Opera Singer from Alex as well.
Alex,
so,
based on Alex's stats, he goes Opera Singer round 1, round 2 Gamekeeper, and I think in the qualifiers he did bring out a breaking wheel, but only one team did bring them to the game number 3. So we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We're gonna look at the match data here. I want to look at Long's kiting time because it said 90 seconds. So it definitely went above and beyond 90 seconds because we got 146 seconds. So that's definitely added to his average containment time. He played his role to a T. Excellent stuff. But you got to give it up to Juan for lasting that long with the Cheerleader, Iron with the excellent owl support, and Huyi with a good rescue. And at the end of the day, Meow, you know, all things considered, him getting a tie is definitely just a good result just to keep the game going for his Survivor team. So hopefully the Survivor team can break this tie coming into the second half.
For sure. So for GH here, I think the strategy is that, you know, I don't think they're going to care about winning this round. Obviously, round 1 is going to be very challenging for them because, you know, you have to deal with Opera Singer, you have to deal with Leo's memory. Maybe that's something they prepared for, maybe not. We don't really know. But for GH, they need to at least get 2 survivors out the gate. Beating Opera Singer obviously is not easy. We have seen throughout today, though, a lot of Opera Singers have struggled a little bit to secure these ties. So definitely is a possibility for GH to do something here and potentially take a lead. And considering that Meowpie, you know, also was struggling through the majority of that game, the fact that they were able to turn things around and get the tie is crucial. But Opera Singer so far in this event is seeming like it's not that consistent tie/win hunter that we've seen as of recently.
Yeah, I guess they really prepared for this type of hunter. So it has been kind of struggling in terms of, like, I think we hyped it up a lot that the players are like, you know what, we'll show you guys how to counter this, or with great kiting abilities, we'll find a way to do that. I want to ask you, Eli, as a hunter player, at what point do you think that maybe Meow should have shifted targets in that first few seconds chasing the Acrobat? Because I would say Long, that really made a highlight reel with how well he performed in that shack area.
Yeah, the thing is, once you commit that long, changing targets is really difficult because then, you know, you have to actually find a new survivor, and they also have a lot of Cypher progress already. I think Meowpie should have just never gone Shack in the first place. I think he should have gone straight for Seer and Factory. That would have been the best, not only is it the best chase target based off of character, also, Opera Singer doesn't mind Factory as much as other hunters, so definitely I think going straight to Factory early on would have been a bit better.
Yeah, and it seems like Shack also is definitely a big bane in Opera Singer, especially if you have a player that's very disciplined and really strong mindset. But now we're going to meet the survivors of GH. We have Zhao Khan to start things out. Again, very stable rescuer. He has been also on the kiting roles. We do see that he has Airplanist. He also has that Patient. Who could forget his amazing Patient plays in the Moonlit River Park? But note he also has rescuer roles, but it seems like if he's playing, then it is Skyfall that will be the rescuer.
Yep, Skyfall. We see here win rate of 20% with a 57 escape rate and 93 decoding with 70 seconds of average entertainment time. Skyfall, I think he played, then retired, and then came back to play again. So he is, or didn't retire.
Well, he became a coach, and then after
he became a coach. He wasn't a player. He was returning to playing here in this this COA stage. And you know, it's not really easy to come out of I guess player retirement, right? And you know, come out of this COA stage just like this. So
let's see what he got. What he got? What did Nerikun get?
Oh, there was
there
was a gold in the background, so there was some sort of skin there.
Good pull. Yeah, you guys got blessed by Nerikun's pull. Nerikun, one of the highlights here, one highlight players here. Definitely a good stunner, a good supporter, a good kiter. Overall, just a menace to deal with if you are a hunter. So yeah, coming from Skyfall, he definitely has the brains of the group. Always relegated to that rescuer role, and Nero and Zhao Khan are kind of on that kiting route, while we have Little Boy on the priestess / decoder role.
For sure. Little Boy here, one of the strongest kiting players from Southeast Asia. You see average game time 89 seconds, and that's usually just from single-handedly kiting, not even with that much support. He's able to kite that well in a lot of matches we've seen in the past. So definitely a strong kiter, and he's not only has Little Boy performed well in Southeast Asia, he's also performed well in COA as well. He doesn't get phased by this big stage. He's consistently played well, and you know, that's something that a lot of these non-professional teams can sometimes struggle with, is once you get to COA, the nerves can get to you. The lack of experience on a big, you know, public stage such as this one can be, you know, it can be challenging to deal with. But Little Boy it never seems to be phased by it.
Yeah, they definitely have to keep that composure, because they're gonna step into the, I don't know, I would say like the lion's den with this matchup, because Alex, a COA winner, an IVL winner, a hunter that has been in synonymous with Wolves, but now he's in Weibo Gaming. So definitely a big acquisition on their side for Alex to be here. Very consistent in the qualifiers. He has not dropped a single game in the qualifiers in this meta. So I'm excited to see how they fare in this matchup.
Absolutely. I think another thing to keep in mind as well is that, you know, when we get into the later rounds here, it kind of comes down to, you know, which player is going to be more like which hunter player has characters that's going to outperform the other, essentially, right? Because Alex obviously is one of these hunters that he doesn't play things like Dream Witch necessarily. He usually goes into these other more Thai hunters, also has things like Breaking Wheel, and whereas Meowpie does have Dream Witch, but it's not a character he always plays. It's not one of his more comfortable characters, right? So overall, I think based off of character pool, both these players are pretty identical in reality. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, when it comes to the pools of hunters that they could potentially use. So considering that, it might be like a kind of a mirror match of sorts when it comes to the Hunter Showcase that will be coming out. Again, it's easy to say that in round number 1, since, you know, Opera Singer has been a prevalent meta. Let's see as the days go by, right? Because Opera Singers haven't been garnering the points that we said, or we kind of predicted that they would. But in this matchup, let's see if Alex is going to change things up. And this is Weibo's map selection, so it's still they're still holding on a little bit to that advantage if they're able to at least break this tie.
Yeah. What do you think he's telling him, Podge? What was he telling him?
He's probably saying, okay, so Nerikun got a really good pull. I think you should pull as well. Pull some essence.
Like never accept defeat. You can't be getting less. Always be getting better pulls. If you got an A skin, you got to get S skin.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, losing is not an option.
We gotta keep pulling,
man.
man.
On top. Yeah. Keep buying more. Just buy more on the tournament server. Just like, yeah, I'm just spend money on the tournament server, even though I'm never gonna use it again.
I mean, they're on the stage. That's one of the perks that they got there. They can use any of the skins that they can showcase. And also shout out to the people in the Hangzhou arena here. Look at that. Yeah, you're on camera. You're on TV.
Yeah. So just waiting for our band pick here. And I think for Alex, the key is going to be that he doesn't go for the same approach that Meowpai did. Obviously, you want to get ahead early. You want to secure down with Opera Singer before any Cypher machines pop. One of the things with Opera Singer is that you have a very strong chasing potential. And why it's so hard to win against Opera Singer is because you can get downs before Cyphers are, far enough along to actually win for the Survivor side, right? And not only if, you do get kite, you can still win because of Opera Singer's map pressure, but Alex needs to not fall for the same trap Meowpai did. He needs to find an area that's going to be strong for Opera Singer to chase in, and I think going straight to Factory could be strong for him, depending on the team composition. I honestly learned something from that last match with the Acrobat gameplay. That's not something that you really consider. Obviously, Acrobat utilizing the same window over and over is a good strategy, but you think it's Opera Singer, it wouldn't necessarily work, but, I guess...
And there was even a point where he dropped the shadow at the window, right? But that still didn't discourage Long to continue on looping over and over because his jumps. So that's the one thing. Like, yes, on paper you can do it, but in practice you have to make those jumps super accurate. And I'm sure that possibly Alex kind of trains with Long, for him to be able to really get that muscle memory down. So we just have to wait and see how that one is going to pan out. And I'm sure Alex was watching, so maybe he does not want history to repeat itself if he will be using that Opera Singer in this next match. So we'll just have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, Eli did talk about tea a while ago. So any tea tips? I heard that, I don't know, when I was listening after I had my meal, I heard Psyche talking about like 2 dips and like 2 cups of tea. Or
I don't actually recall anything, I'm gonna be honest. That went in, went in one ear and out the other.
Okay. You got any tea tips? I heard you downed some tea before.
Yeah, I still got it here, but it's kind of like cold now because currently here in the U.S. I'm staying in the downstairs area of the house, and it's pretty cold down here. So,
are you missing the heat of Thailand?
I'm not actually. It's actually nice because I can actually walk outside, and I don't start sweating immediately. So
I thought you just said I can walk outside, and that's the end of the sentence.
I can,
like, it would not melt.
That's also true. Yeah, but yeah, I can actually walk outside because the thing is, like here in California, if you go outside during the day at this time of year, the weather's it's perfect, right? It's not hot, it's not too hot, it's not too cold. At nighttime, it does get a bit cold, I will say, but for the most part during the day, it's nice. You can just walk outside. You don't have to worry about, catching on fire or, ultraviolet radiation.
Wasn't there a heat wave warning in Thailand recently?
Yeah, Also, the sun is way different. When you go outside here, if there's sun out, it's like, oh, okay, that's nice. When you go out in Thailand, the sun is so humid.
It's mad
at
you.
The sun is so strong. Yeah, it just beats down, and you're just like, especially me, I get sunburned instantly, so it's just,
Well, when you came back, did like any of your friends or family say like, "Hey, you got a little darker from the sun in Thailand"?
I don't know. I don't know if I did. I didn't go. The thing is, in Thailand, I try to avoid going outside too much because I don't want to
get sunburned.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, back to the action here. We are gonna see GH play on the Survivor side in the second half, and Alex will be on the Hunter side here for Weibo Gaming. Picks and bans are about to commence, Eli, and Leo's Memories, where we're going to settle this.
The Gardener first here, and Antiquarian as well. So we've seen this be pretty common with the...
that accent, that caught me off guard.
I feel like, I don't even know why I did. I literally heard, I was watching some show where someone said the word gardener with a British accent, and for some reason that's been stuck in my head. I don't even know where it came from. I actually have no idea where. I don't even
Gardener. That was a pretty good accent. I'd give you that.
Gardener. Yeah.
Okay. So we're not going to see the Gardener. Antiquarian as well.
Yeah, Magician and the Patient as well here. So Magician pretty standard for going against Opera Singer. Patient also quite good. Obviously spawning middle is going to lose memory. You can hook yourself into Factory. So a lot of things to work with. A lot less airplanist, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, so allowing that to happen. So Skyfall has secured his rescuer. At least it's not in the global pick, so he is still allowed to use this first officer come round 2 and round 3. So that was actually a pretty good one, because now, yeah, I would have to say Weibo Gaming is going to have a hard time in second round because they won't have such a stable rescuer as the first officer. But we did see I think it was like last season in COA, where the first officer was getting terror shock, but now it seems like people kind of understand how it works. So last ban going to the coordinator, and the Seer is going to get picked up by GH.
Absolutely. So yeah, Seer, another character that we don't always see being utilized against Opera Singer, but looks like something that GH and Weibo both are going to favor here. We're going to see, of course, Opera Singer, as we talked about before.
Shocking.
Yeah, shocker. But yeah, I think this time around, Alex maybe should go for the factory chase. We should see Seer spawn factory. I'd imagine it's going to be something like Seer factory, patient middle, magician shack, officer right side. But I think this time around, Alex should see that last result, even though Acrobat and Magician are significantly different. I think here, chasing the Seared Factory is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the advantages of going second, especially if you're a BO1 hunter. You kind of see how your opponent performed as the hunter and try to just avoid that. So we see a little bit of a change of the spawn point. But yeah, like you predicted, Seer will spawn over at the factory area. Skyfall taking Shack, Zhao Khan in the center, and Nerkun in the the ruins area, away from in the middle of both Shack and the factory. So yeah, Alex can actually just make a beeline towards Little Boy and just take care of that and just chase him out of the factory area.
Yeah, but it is Little Boy. That's the player we talked about, being who is very strong at kiting and has played very well in COA. So this could be interesting. Zhao Khan we usually see as a rescuer player, but of course with Skyfall and team we will be seeing him as kiter. And yeah, here we go. This is going to be Weibo Gaming Alex. It's the GH Survivors. This is the second half of the first round. Weibo versus GH. Alex looking for a win. GH looking to at least tie, potentially win on their side. I'm Yeleo, joined with Pot Spice, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this gold match.
Seems like Alex already making a beeline for Zhao Khan, chasing him out of the center and not choosing to go upstairs, but he's going to chase someone down here. Yeah, he's going to go for Nerkun, I believe.
Nerkun's going to hide away here. I don't know if this is the best hiding spot, but it is wasting a little bit of time here. Going to continue to hide here. Does Alex? Oh, he does see him here. Does miss that first swing. Nerkun needs to be a bit careful. He doesn't give an early hit. Does get the hook off, but does he hook himself towards an advantageous kiting area? And no, he's going to get the first hit here. He's going to go straight towards factory. I think maybe it would have been better for Nerkun to just rotate to 3 pallet instead of hiding. He's going to hook onto the stairs. Yep, excellent job there. So that's actually a huge hook. I hope we can see the traits here in a moment. That could be important, but it looks like he's actually going to go ahead and change targets here, looking for the Seer.
Yeah, seems like Little Boy is just going to drop down that pallet. Alex just stuck here at the center of the factory area, just to see if anyone will come and help out Nerkun. Nerkun's been chilling out at the second floor here, forcing him to take this window vault, and now Nerkun, that's his prompt to drop down. So far, so good on the side of GH, just trying to starve Alex of presence here before he can get too out of hand.
Can he get himself back upstairs? He does. Alex is going to teleport back up. Nerkun didn't see where he teleported. And he's going to run into him here. Now, keep in mind, there is still a Seer Owl. Will they utilize it right here? And he baits it out. Actually, that's a really big bait here.
So now this allows Nerkun a little bit of time to go to a better spot, but in this spot right here, forcing the vault, gets the terror shock as well. So Alex, good play there, and actually forcing Nerkun to actually like a moth to a flame there. He didn't know he was actually spawning at the top. So not only do the hunters get mind gamed by the 2 stories in factory, but survivors do as well.
Yeah, and looks like we're going to see cheered far enough away from Cyphers, but Alex will go ahead and pressure this corner Cypher machine here. Little Boy, it's going to use a blink to get a hit onto the Seer here, so he's going to take that free. Now he's going to teleport back to the shadow, it looks like. And it looks like Skyfall will come in for this first rescue. Cypher's not as far along as GH would like here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that first officer also has a wanted order. So now gets the rescue, gets the last effort as well, hitting the patient. So A lot of injuries on the board for Team GH, and objectives aren't moving as fast as they want it as the 3-minute mark approaches. And yeah, he's just going to control Narikun at this point just to make sure that the down happens and he knows where he's at, just so he can secure slowly but surely the survivors and slowly but surely the game as well.
Yeah, and with only 2 ciphers done here, GH really far behind in decoding. 2 injuries on the board as well. 1 order under the Magician, so he knows exactly where he wants to go chase, or if anyone does come for the rescue, it will be the Magician who is not injured. So he's going to go straight for Magician, acknowledging that Magician's probably the one that's going to come for the rescue.
Yo!
Bill predicts the illusion, and Zhao Khan is actually kind of running. Okay, he's actually going to teleport away, so I guess it's okay. But another free damage hit for Alex here, and these injuries across the board are really going to stack up.
Yeah, they're definitely racking up that momentum. Well, Alex is racking up that momentum, so GH has to be like in triage mode. Unfortunately, we do see that the Magician does have that wanted order, and Seer did get healed up, so that's good. First officer is running up the stairs, so next target is going to be very important for Alex. We've seen a lot of matches where, yeah, we got the first down, but like when it comes to the second down in mid game, the Hunter kind of struggles because everyone's kind of like hiding and supporting, and that's what GH is technically known for. They know how to slow down the objectives of the game. But in this scenario, it's going to be a little tough since Patient is out of the game. 3 ciphers remaining, so IDV Math is not on the survivor side just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're gonna get the heal off, so they're at full health for all survivors here, but they essentially need 1/3 plus 2/3. Okay, so they need a full cipher plus another full cipher. So they essentially need 2 full ciphers at this point. Yeah, I was doing the math there.
IDV Maths.
And so the thing is, like, at this, even though they have everybody healed up, with 1 survivor already down here, it's really not easy for them.
Skyfall.
Another injury as well. Skyfall just standing at the middle here as well. Can he get the hit in the pocket watch? Whoa, that was so close.
It was. Alex still trying to predict
He gets it.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow, he
gets
does. That's crazy. Just at the tip point of the hitbox. And now back to kind of square one. We got 2 survivors that are injured. Zhao Khan is going to be the next target here. So Alex, slowly but surely, is just going to try to divide and conquer the survivors here. Let's see what they're going to go for. Goes for the blink, but unable to get it. And also the magic wand to move it away. And now it seems like Zhao Khan is going to have his way to go towards the center of this factory. And like you said, Eli, you know what? Opera Singer does not mind chasing you into factory.
And see, the problem is, if you look at the board here, they've had almost no new cipher progress, and all the survivors are injured again. So they essentially have made no progress here. The only one that's made progress is Alex, and he's already on target for downing one of these survivors, forcing a rescue. I don't think he makes the... Oh, he illusions away. So nice illusion, but again, I don't know if it really matters. Gets the hit through the pallet onto the Magician as well. Seer's not even healed up just yet, and they still need pretty much the same amount of cipher progress at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stalling tactic for sure, but Alex is getting the better out of this since he's technically putting survivors into rocket chairs. Well, they're just kind of just defending and stopping the bleeding by just healing up. But like you pointed out, no one's really touching any ciphers. We still need 2 ciphers left to finish up this entire ciphers for the objectives to be fulfilled and the exegates to be primed and ready. But now First Officer does have a perfume, gets the rescue, and continues on unscathed. So that was actually an excellent rescue on the side of Skyfall.
Yeah, really important that they don't give any free injuries, so that's pretty good. But Skyfall runs away from the pallet a little bit there, and Alex will take advantage to get that hit. He's just going to keep injuring everyone, forcing them to expend all their items. This is exactly how you need to play this position here. And Zhao Khan does get downed again. Excellent mind game from Alex here. Ciphers are moved along a little bit, but still sitting at 3 ciphers. Magician's second chair, I believe, at this point.
Yes.
And yeah, Alex still has a trump card. This is so good for him.
Definitely. He's slowly but surely, right? And now good pallet slam onto the side of the Seer, little boy. And he still has a Remnant Shadow to actually teleport to stuff the rescue. And it's not, for the survivor, it's not looking good because the only rescuer is injured, and Skyfall getting hit outside here is not the best scenario. And now he can actually focus his attention onto the Seer to continue on for a 5-point game, Eli.
Absolutely. And again, still 3 ciphers remaining. Alex just controlling this board so well here. No hesitation on those dashes. Excellent job. We're going to see Little Boy maybe try to utilize the shack strategy here. Let's see. He's going to take the ball. Alex is going to teleport back.
Oh my God.
What?
no hesitation. He actually hit him right when he was outside the window, and now we're gonna see the surrender happen. That's a 5-point game by Alex. Definitely didn't want to fall for that Shaq strategy, and he just stopped it right in his tracks.
I really did not think that was going to register as a terror shock, but yeah, he was able to get the down there. Again, it was just a matter of time in reality, right? Because 3 survivors remaining, 2 survivors gone at that point in GH. You know, obviously the writing's on the wall, right? So yeah, we are going to see that's a 7-2 lead for Weibo. So even though Meow Pie was able to make a comeback on the Opera Singer side, Weibo just really looking strong in this event so far after this first round. And while GH, you know, they had they still look like they're still a very strong team. Just Weibo's really ahead so far. Obviously.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? We kind of labeled Weibo as like one of the top seeds to get out of this group. So if you think about it, GH fans out there, don't look at this as a dire situation because they're getting the big boss or the final boss out of the way at the start. So if you have your hardest matchup out of the way, you can focus on the rest. And Alex really did not pull back any punches. Like, he was so on point. I would say there wasn't any wasted movement with him. He just and when everyone is healing up, it's like it's all good. He knew where he was at every point in the game. He didn't waste too much time. He knew when to switch targets, and he knew when to switch traits as well. And I would say that this was the Opera Singer match. This is the type of Opera Singer match we were actually prepared to witness and see a lot of. And it's no surprise that Alex is one of the strongest Opera Singers out there. For him to get a 5-point game out of GH is definitely a huge thing.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, looking into the situation, it's not too bad for GH, as you mentioned. Obviously, this is the hardest team for them. They don't have to, even if they do drop this series, they can still obviously come back against these other teams. GH does, again, we talked about this, a very difficult group for them, right? FPX CQ still to come. That's not easy. 2 Japan teams with AWG, Axwave. I think basically how this is going to look, Weibo and FPX CQ, I just, being as strong as they are, I think there's a good chance they'll be in the top 2. And then GH is going to have to essentially take down Axwave and AWG, right? Yeah, and that's going to be their essentially their playoff condition.
And at this point, you know what? Like, that's just on paper, but if they can shock everyone and actually get like win this entire thing, they could definitely go for it. But I think if they're gonna do that, they're gonna have to take it one game at a time, one half at a time, and not look at the dire situation of the 7-2, like the 5-point differential. That did happen in the previous match, that there was a big point differential and they were to come back here. But knowing Weibo Gaming and they're forged in the fires of IVL, they definitely will stick. This is business for them as usual, right? They will continue on with this lead. They're going to keep applying pressure when they can. So GH is definitely back is against the wall here, but it's definitely not over just yet. Hopefully they're able to find a strategy to bounce back, considering that this was Weibo's map selection. So maybe they can come up with a strategy like before, go Moonlit, have Priestess come into the mix and really shock Weibo Gaming with their strategy.
Absolutely. We see Little Boy still with 108 seconds of containment time. I think Alex really just did not want to commit to that player. He went all the way across the map to find the Patient. And this is, again, why it's very curious to see Patient not spawn near middle, because, you know, Patient spawns middle, then Patient can just make their way to the factory area quite easily. But because he spawned away from there, it was definitely a lot easier for Alex to chase. I think a Magician outside a factory is better for the survivors than a Patient.
Yeah. So again, probably going back to the drawing board with that one for GH. Again, this definitely is just a little bump on the road on their journey here in the group stage. Again, having the big boss out of the way to start things out, not the best start, but at least you have your hardest matchup out of the way. So hopefully they'll be able to bounce back here. But giving our kudos and flowers to Weibo Gaming. Again, they're really living up to that standard and our prediction and our expectations of how they performed, not only on the Hunter side with Alex, but also the Survivor side with how Long performed and how, you know, the team synergy was definitely there. So I know in terms of points, we're going to have to go with like MVP Hunter side, but you got to give it up to Long for him to be able to kite that long, I'm trying to my best not to say long.
Yeah, light can kite. What's another word we could use for that? Long can kite that.
Okay, our vocabulary is definitely weak.
A long period of time. What's a?
You said long again.
No, I was saying like what's another word for it? Yeah, like for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Or kited above 90 seconds. Like we're gonna
kited a bunch.
A bunch. a bunch of seconds. Yeah, vocabulary is failing me, but yeah,
he's adding up
Weibo
those
Gaming.
seconds.
He racked up the seconds, man.
But yeah, I mean, excellent job from Long. So now for GH, yeah, I mean, obviously this is really challenging for them. Meowpie has a similar 100 pull to Alex, so moving into this second round, I think things will probably just continue at a similar pace. Sorry, I just got super distracted. There is a back scratcher right here, like right on my desk. You know, like the back scratchers, like the ones that like with like the curve.
You just noticed that?
I don't know why. I don't know. I just noticed it, like, because okay, this is like my parents put a bunch of stuff down here right in the room, and I just never noticed. For some reason, it's just one of those things. You know how when you're like sitting in a room, you're sitting somewhere, right? Oh, we're looking at the highlights. I'll get back to this in a second. Fan art here for Weibo Gaming from Miki, looks like.
Yep.
So I guess this is the Weibo players here. So yeah, excellent job.
I can only guess who Alex is. I'm not sure, but I'd want to. I mean, they don't have colored hair. I know one of them's. I think Iron. Iron had red hair.
Iron has red hair. I think Alex is probably Alex is like
dark hair.
The dark-haired one. He looks very serious. It looks like an Alex thing. Very serious. I don't know about the others.
Yeah, we should color our hair. Oh wait, you have colored hair already. I just got black hair, so it seems like that's the thing. Nair couldn't color his hair.
Yeah.
Would you ever color your hair?
Nah. maybe I'd dye it like slightly more blonde, but like it's already
more blonde.
Yeah. It's like a darker blonde right now.
Yeah, it just seems like IDV players. It's like that's how they go Super Saiyan. They dye their hair and they get like, superpowers. There you go again. If you guys have any fan cheers, fan chants, memes as well, you know the hashtag COAVII. We saw some amazing fan cheers for the side of ZETA. We saw also some for B4U. I think we also saw some for Team FT. So hopefully we see some more from you guys. Again, use that hashtag COAVII to get your voices heard here on the broadcast. Big shout outs to people that are joining us there in the chat. I see Wood Klee, Cinnabon, Rad, FMVP Sands is here. PP Shah is my baby. I think Nano is here. David, Kino, just the usual suspects. Shout outs to you guys, and thank you guys for joining us from the start of the day here and to join us for the main event.
Bro said, when is Identity 6 out? That's crazy. Wait, why isn't Identity 5? 5 characters in the game?
Yeah, there's 5 you play with 5, like 4 survivors, 1 hunter.
Okay, yeah.
And it was a different personality. Yeah, that is what it is. The lore.
Yeah. But the Chinese translation is different. It's like 5th personality or something.
The 5th personality.
5th personality. And then English is just whatever.
When's the 6th personality?
Yeah. When is the 6th personality coming out? I don't know. So the next version.
You know that meme of that guy in the test tube? Like he's looking, finally, I made Identity 6. I found it. I found a new chemical.
Yeah.
So that's gonna happen. So seems like GH is gonna go to Red Church. I would say a rare sighting of a map here. We don't really see much of this. We always see Ever Sleeping Town, Chinatown. Now we're going to Church. Even Lakeside. Lakeside and Leos have made a huge boom in this meta.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, Red Church here. Sorry, I just...
Back scratcher, go get it.
I need to move this because I keep looking at it, and for some reason it's distracting me. I don't know why. It's like one of these... It's like this.
Oh, yeah. So wait, the back scratcher is distracting you, but you don't want to use it. I thought.
No, I don't want to use it. Itchy. No, it's not itchy. It's just distracting. Like I just literally, you know how when you like sit down somewhere and you go into a room and you kind of see everything in the room and you're like, okay, and then later you see something that you didn't see originally, right? And you're like, oh, that's.
Then you hyperfixate. Okay.
Yeah.
I know what that's called. And it's called ADHD.
Yeah. So this back.
There it is. Y'all can't see it, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll leave that over here so I stop looking at it.
Or just hold on to it, just as a thing to your kinesthetic side. All right. Yeah. Dude, I would actually love it if you were in the analyst desk and you're holding something like that and just like, all right, here are the strats here. This
Yeah,
person has to
holding the back
rotate here.
scratcher.
Yeah, just do like a John Madden type. Like, all right, here's the play, guys. This is what they did right. This is what they did wrong.
Yeah.
This is how we're gonna improve.
I'll show you guys the back scratcher when we go back to caster camera.
Hey, I'm telling you, this is gonna be a $1 million idea, right? IDV back scratchers, or team back scratchers, right?
Yeah.
You
I
don't
don't
agree.
know. I don't know if I would buy that, but maybe. What, are we gonna put like an IDV character on it somewhere? Put it up.
I guess. I mean, which IDV
handle
character would have a
somewhere?
back scratcher? Mad
I
Eyes, probably. He's got like those.
don't know lore, so maybe not a good. Yeah.
Anyway.
Get a wig. What? What? Oh, someone said
Oh,
my
they're talking
hair
about
is
the
thinning.
time.
Someone said my
It
hair
is?
was thinning
No, it's not.
earlier. No, it's not. See, that's what I said. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. What are you on about? I don't know about that. I have my grandfather is in his 80s and he still has all his hair. So
Nice.
genetically speaking, I think I'll be okay.
Okay, that's
I use the what's that shampoo that makes your hair good? I don't know. Good's
Dove.
not the right word. I don't know. What,
Head and
what is
Shoulders.
it? No, not Head
I
and
don't know.
Shoulders. It's like I don't know. Head and Shoulders never really was that effective.
Mane and Tail? I don't know. I'm just naming shampoo brands at this point.
I've never heard that. Is that do we have that in the US? I don't think so.
I think we do. I remember it was in a movie. Like it was kind of like a thing. Yeah, it's Mane.
That sounds like a cologne.
Mane and Tail.
Like yeah, just like mane and tail. Cologne for I don't know.
Cologne for men.
For people.
For people. Because like the whole point of Mane and Tail was it's supposed to be you have to luscious hair like a horse, like the mane and tail.
Oh yeah.
There's that.
I don't know. That sounds like one of those commercials where it's some dude with a deep voice talking about cologne, and it's just like mane and tail cologne or something. I don't know.
Deep cologne voice, man. All right.
Yeah, something like
back
that.
scratchers from Eli. See, there you go. Yeah. People are asking for the back scratcher, so when it zooms back to us, you got to show them.
Yeah, sure. It's just like a wooden thing.
Yeah, it's
like it's not that exciting, honestly. It's really just it's like a stick with a curve on the end.
I thought it was a shoehorn when you first showed it. I was like, oh.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I actually don't know what a shoehorn is. So
It's like for you to put like your heel and fit it instead of like how like leather shoes, like the heel, like the back part of it kind of scrunches up.
So I'll let you know
just...
right now, Gen Z Americans don't know a lot of things. So that's just. I'm just gonna let you know right now. I can say that because I'm Gen Z American. I don't know a lot of things that most people would know. So
I mean,
just a heads
people in
up,
life don't know a lot of things, but I'm glad that so.
I know how to
cool.
operate a cellular device effectively, but besides that, the knowledge is not too extensive, unfortunately. So.
Well, at least you're not like Chocho. Chocho blasphemy. Like you can't name a song from the 2000s.
Oh yeah. So for those of you who don't know, we're gonna put her on.
Chocho's not here to defend herself.
We're putting her on blast right now. Chocho could only name K-pop. Was it only K-pop songs?
Only K-pop songs. I mean, she knows some Chinese songs. She knows some but she doesn't know like.
We asked for very standard music, and it was just like.
Who? I don't think she knows who Queen is.
Oh, she doesn't know Queen. I don't think she knew. What was another one she didn't know? She didn't know. You think she knows? Take Me Home Country Roads. Do you think she knows that one?
I don't know.
Everyone
I
should know.
I don't think.
I feel like everyone should. I feel like that's like a.
Yeah, I mean that's
like a well-known. Yeah.
West Virginia. Is that the one? Yeah.
West Virginia. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I know that.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
We're putting Chocho on blast. I hope no one clips this and sends it to her. Like, Chocho, there's
Everyone,
blasphemy.
you know what's gonna happen? We're gonna look at the chat in a few minutes. Everyone's gonna be like, "I don't know that song. What are you talking about?" I don't know.
It's a very specific song. Anyway, it's on in the West, it's very prevalent. But we're gonna see the picks and bans, and like we called out, the first officer and acrobat have already been picked, and the global bans will be implemented there. So, entomologist and dancer will be banned out, leaving open the priestess pick if ever they will want to go for it. But let's see what they will opt to use first off.
Looks like with the Dancer and Ento ban, that's a little bit interesting. Dancer obviously makes sense for a map like Church. Ento is not quite as common, but I'm not really sure what Weibo would expect here. Looks like we're going to see Seer and Antiquarian, pretty standard character selections here. For Meowpie, I don't know. He's going to have to try to play a bit more aggressively. Obviously, Red Church, so he can't really play Breaking Wheel, but he's going to need some sort of aggressive hunter here to try to mount a comeback, considering that GH is now down about 5 points.
Yeah, usually in round 2, based on his previous showings, he did go with Anne, but I'm not sure if he's going to want to opt for that because he really needs more points on the board. So maybe like more of a 4K type hunter. We did see, I think the hunter of TE, Pepe, he did bring out the Night Watch when it was a clutch situation, and he did get that 4K. Meow is known also for his Night Watch, so we just have to see. He does ban out the Patient, and this leaves room for another potential kiter or rescuer for a Weibo Gaming to pick up.
Yep. It looks like again, Airplane is not a character we see a lot of these teams go to. So we've seen Airplane has been used as a rescuer in the past, but not this time around here. So Mercenary for the last character here, I think Meowpie. Again, I'm not really sure what if we knew what he was gonna play. It would be pretty. It looks like we're gonna see Lawyer, which is fine. I like the Lawyer ban. You know, I say it every day. I think Lawyer is a very strong character, so eliminating that as an option is pretty good. Also, Lawyer in Church is very good because you can see where the hunter is. You can loop Church very easily. You can see which side the hunter comes from. You can't get mind gamed, and you can just kind of run circles around Church and waste a lot of time that way.
And finally, we do see that the cheerleader does get picked up. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chat also there.
You know, it reminds me of this ladybug I caught outside yesterday.
What?
That doesn't even make sense.
Oh my god. But then some people, I think Mike was like, as a American Gen Z, I can vouch for what Eli said.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Well, I like that, you know, you don't know your strengths and weaknesses, and you're like, all right, I this is my weak spot, Podge. So I'm like, okay, cool, got you. Won't go there with that shoehorn. But looking at these picks and bans, this does seem like in the wheelhouse of Weibo Gaming's comfort, and they seem like they're ready for whatever Meow can bring to the table, since Meow is kind of put in a tough spot here in terms of points and in terms of also how he, I would say, needs a redemption of how long was able to kite for a while in that shack area. So hopefully that doesn't live rent free in his head and he's able to figure it out. Do they know Country Road?
I don't know, but they're asking about smooth hair. I'll answer that one after the match. That'll be our next topic. Is
okay.
Stuff. Anyways, yeah. So Cheerleader, the last character. Again, Meowpie. You know, he has a few tie hunter options. Characters like Bloody Queen or Bonbon are available for him, but I don't know if that's going to cut it here. Right? Because GH needs to try to win this round. They need to tack on some extra points here. He's got to take a risk, right? Breaking Wheel seems too risky because it's Church. So maybe Dream Witch. Obviously, a character he's not too comfortable with, but no, just Bonbon. He's not really going to take the risk here. Bonbon against this comp is pretty good. Chasing Seer is fine. Mercenary is not Officer, right? So it's not a guaranteed rescue by any means. Although Cheerleader is a pretty effective fighter against Bonbon, I would say.
Lacrimose is asking, what is the global ban? So like this new picks rule is that the first two survivors that are picked are technically banned already. So that's the global ban. So they're global picks. There's the first two survivor picks, and the global bans are the first two survivors that you picked in that round will no longer used in future rounds. So that's why it's super important for them to lock in their characters when they need to. And that's the reason why we were saying, oh, First Officer was picked at the start for Weibo Gaming. First Officer cannot be used in round number 2 and 3. So there you go, Lacrimoso. And it seems like we're going to see a T spawn here from the side of Weibo Gaming, while Meow is going to try to cut off over there at the red carpet area. Oh, no, sorry, not the red carpet area. Outside the church. Juan is at the red carpet.
Yeah, so let's see where he goes first. Usually you'd think, okay, I can just go chase the Seer in Church, but Church Loop is pretty good. And obviously the Seer can see through walls more effectively than other characters, so it's hard to mind game a Seer in a lot of positions as well. A lot of instances, so I think that yeah, but I guess the rest of his chase targets are not too good, so I think the spawn for the survivor is quite strong here. We're going to see, it's like Insolence and Detention with Blink, so we're not going to see Trump Card from Meowpie. We're not going to see Confined Space either, so he's going very I mean, a bit tie oriented, so I guess he's going to at least try to play for a tie here. Hope GH survivors could get a win against Alex, but yeah, here we go. This is the first half of the second round of Weibo versus GH. I'm Yelio, joined with Potch Spice. We'll bring you live commentary for this match.
Round number 2 is commencing. Iron already making his way outside the church area, making his rotations towards the red carpet. You know what? The Seer does not have his owl yet, but going up against the Bonbon, Meow doesn't really care if he has the owl or not because of the bombs that he does drop. Insolence is going to give him a little more presence, Juan being out in the open here is going to tempt Meow to go for the chase, and it seems like he might bite and go for the cheerleader.
And no fear from Juan. They're just running through the 5-second bomb, able to avoid that first chip. We're going to see him use his first speed boost here to get into the church area. He's going to have to use the next one to try to transition away here. And I think it'll be enough to get towards this back window. But because he's slowed down, it might be difficult for him to dodge this next bomb here. Meow Pie was not able to get it. Yeah, 2 bomb dodges there. And really good positioning from Huang right away.
So over here at the back broken area, Juan is hiding on these pallets, but he's kiting on top of Long the mercenary. So this Cypher will be interrupted here. And now good 2-hit bombs here. 1 regular hit, but able to bait out the owl and gets the hit onto the owl. We see that Juan is going to try to transition. Does he have a cheer ready? He doesn't. So he's going to try and survive as much as he can. Basement is also here. He's going to get blinked, hit, and now Meow has his first survivor down.
Absolutely. He didn't want to... Normally, you wouldn't use that blink there, but he did not want to risk the cheerleader having a speed boost and avoiding the hit. So this is definitely understandable. And with a basement bonbon here, this is definitely... should be enough for a tie, at least. It's going to be hard for Meow Pie to win from here, considering he doesn't have a trump card, and he's going to have limited map pressure, cherry in church instead of on a Cypher machine. But there's really no way for the survivors to make this rescue. Basement bonbon is...
It's gonna be a nightmare to go after, so it seems like they might have to play their cards right on this one, maybe feed that tinnitus, which is what the mercenary is doing while they try to go for as much objectives as possible. Cheerleader did have an okay kite, but all things considered, though, it's gonna be a little too risky for him to go to the rescue, so they might have to just settle here while one objective is moving. Cheerleader already passed the halfway mark. Seems like it would be too much of a risk to go for it.
Looks like they do have progress on 2 ciphers. They are starting the last cipher as well. So yeah, the ciphers are really far along here. Meow Pie, if he wants to win, he needs to find a survivor that's not the mercenary quickly. He needs to down them relatively fast. That's really the only win condition here. There's no way mercenary makes this rescue, so he needs to go find a survivor. Earlier, it's going to be Huiyi the Antiquarian, which it's not really ideal. Of course, he'd love to find Seer here, but he does already catch on to the trail of the Antiquarian, so this is a pretty quick find. So he does get the quick find. The question is going to be how fast can he secure the down?
Yeah, that's another thing.
Oh, dodges the bomb.
Yeah, good stuff on Huiyi's side. Now eats a bomb hit. 3 more will be falling down. The trade was not in favor of Huiyi. He's going to try to gain that distance. 1 more bomb hit and Huiyi will be falling down. Oh, gets the silence, and now he's able to drop the pallet.
And that's actually crucial because, again, we talked about getting a quick down is really important for Meow Pie. So the fact that he's able to not get down there is really crucial. Bomb's now on cooldown. Maybe he can get this down, though. I think Antiquarian's going to use a flip and not far enough to secure the down. Okay, the question is which cipher... Okay, this is the 85 cipher. I was going to say if this cipher is the one that was at 50%, Meow Pie could win. But now that he's able to pop the cipher machine before the chair here, or as the chair is happening, this should be enough for a potential tie here.
The question is, where's the 57% cipher? Because Mercenary is going to go for a backdoor rescue here.
Yeah, I think it's church. So,
yeah, he doesn't have visual on that, so it's going to be hard for him to harass.
Or maybe it's not.
It's not. Oh, yeah, he's transitioning away, so it's probably at the back exit area.
Yep. And so imagine if he had trump card here, he could win this game, right? He could teleport onto the Seer, but he's not going to be able to do so. So the best bet for Meow Pie to win is to just push the last cipher instead of camping. But it looks like he really just would rather have a tie here. Is able to get the first chip out of the mercenary.
Second chip also.
Second chip. If he can stop the rescue before it's primed, he could win. Goes for the blink. No, he gets the rescue in time. That's a huge save here for the mercenary. If he was able to get that stuff on the rescue, Meow Pie would win this game. But now the cipher machine is, I think, going to be ready just in time.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Huiyi is gathering so much distance here that they're going to be ready for that pop. He's going to try and time this properly, able to get it in time for the Antiquarian to continue on this kite. So Meow definitely on the back foot here to try and win this one, because Weibo Gaming is definitely well on their way to try and tie this one out. And this is what happens when you don't have that trump card. He still has the blink, but he's already used it. So now Huiyi is going to fall down to a regular hit. Mercenary is already the gate open, and now the chair will commence while 2 survivors are already at the exit gate.
He could have flipped through the window and dungeon would have been right there. So I actually think that could have easily been a 3 escape. So I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe he didn't activate the flip in time, but if he was able to flip through that window, which he did have available, he could have just gone straight to the dungeon, and it would have been a 3-star escape as the gate was open. But yeah, just wasn't able to get that off, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely played in Meow's favor there, because if he was able to get that dungeon, that would have been a lot harder for his survivor team to work with. But a tie situation, with how the meta is currently, with how people know the Bonbon matchup, it was kind of a good start for Meow. I think that was the respect that they didn't want to go for the rescue, and basically he had some pretty okay downs. It was just also unfortunate that he wasn't able to stuff that mercenary rescue. Again, those really minute moments could have changed the tides in Meow's favor or in the survivor's favor.
Yep, that is correct.
Oh, there it is. Whoa, don't give me the cane, sir. Oh my gosh, you have your own antiquarian stick.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. It's just literally a piece of wood with.
Do you like some ASMR thing, like like a?
You hear that?
Hear it. I can't hear it.
Dang, it doesn't work. Wait. No, it doesn't pick up. Anyways, I think I have the noise reduction.
Good
thing
noise
on
gate though.
Yeah, I think the noise reduction is like. Yeah, what did I just say?
So there you have it, chat. There is the stick of Eli. If he's an antiquarian, it's a back scratcher.
This is the Eli-O skin. Use a back scratcher for the stick instead. Yeah.
That's a charm that you have. Yeah, the back scratcher.
Yeah.
So there it is. Any highlights of the match, Eli, that you want to talk about with how Meow played that or how Weibo survivors played it?
Yeah, I really think they positioned the end game well. If he just gets the flip off, the dungeon's right there. Meow Pie's not gonna catch him in time, and the stars would have made out the gate. Dungeon would have been open. So I think that was pretty big that he wasn't able to use that flip. Sometimes when you use the flip and you swipe your finger down to use it, it just doesn't work for some reason. I don't know. Yeah. So definitely if he was able to get it off, it could have been different there. But yeah, I think overall for how that match played out, I don't really think Meowpie could have done much differently there. That's typically just how Bonbon goes. I think he could have gone to the Seer Cypher Machine maybe instead of camping. That way he could have gone for a chair on the last Cypher. But he just played it more conservatively, which that's surprising for Meowpie. He likes to play aggressive. Right. And two, considering that GH is down, I really think that playing aggressively would have been giving him a better chance to come back.
Yeah, and like we pointed out at the start, like the build, the persona, the insolence, the build that he brought to the table was more geared towards a tie, which is what you got. But yeah, very surprising knowing that we followed Meow's career since like 2022 or 2021 with how he plays. His playstyle doesn't really scream conservative, but in this matchup, he kind of played to that. And now the pressure is on GH Survivor side, because if they don't tie this game out, we aren't going to see the game number 3. And considering what Alex can bring to the table, again, he also has the same type of hunter pool that Meow has. So we could be well on their way to possibly see that tie. Again, that's the worst case to still keep this game going, that they still tie it and they still have to make up for the 5-point differential. But of course, if you're GH, you want more than just a tie. You want to be able to get at least 3-person escape in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if they're able to get themselves to a round 3 or if Weibo can go ahead and win things straight up here. For Alex, doesn't really have to play anything too excessive here. He could just play something like a Bonbon and just go for a tie. Considering his team has a significant lead here, yeah, no need to overextend here. But yeah, we will see. Looks like looking to the statistics thus far, 9-4. Again, 5-point lead here for Weibo. And GH, if they really want any chance here, they're going to want to try to win this round. So I would imagine their game plan is go for a 3 escape. And, Alex really just has to tie and hold on to this lead here.
Yeah, because if they don't go for it now, the points are really going to haunt them as the game goes along. And that's where more the bans are going to come into play. But yeah, big question on the side of Alex's side is like, which hunter is he going to play, especially in a map like this? How does Gamekeeper fare in a map like Red Church, by the way, Eli?
There's better maps because Gamekeeper can have a hard time getting the hooks like through some of the narrow areas and walls, but also there are a lot of good trap areas like church windows, graveyard pallet. So there's a lot of good trap areas as well. So Gamekeeper is definitely playable here, for sure.
Okay.
It's a back scratcher. It's not a big deal. I don't know what.
People are going wild for
just
the back
freaking out over
scratcher.
the.
It is what it is. That's a big talking point for the chat here. Again, you're gonna get the back scratcher if you guys don't behave in chat, guys. Eli's gonna bring it out. So yeah, like you said, maybe he'll bring out the gamekeeper because again, he's not really known between the Meow and Alex. Meow's actually known for being more the aggressor, and Alex is more like, because he was on Wolves, right? And Wolves really did their job when it came to Survivor side, that he just had to go for conservative games. So this is the most aggressive we are actually seeing him. So let's see if we're going to see the aggressive Alex or more conservative when it comes to this second half in round number 2. Again, there's a big possibility we might not even see game number 3 if it goes all of Alex's way.
Definitely true. So Potch, what is the what do you do to keep the hair strong?
Head and shoulders.
Is it 2 in 1 or is it no?
It's, I don't know, cool menthol. So I think I don't use conditioner. I just go for the thing. And my hair is super limp, so I don't know. A lot of people also see when I commentate is like, I saw one comment like, hey, did Potch take a bath? Like his hair is all over the place because they get really sweaty when I commentate, right?
You know that stereotype. I was gonna say, you know that stereotype where it's like men basically use like 6 in 1 or whatever.
6 in 1.
Or it's just
it's
like
mouthwash, it's conditioner, it's soap, it's also it's that thinning. It's what do you call that? Like toilet cleaner. Yeah, it's all that. Yeah, I if there would be something like that, I would. But how is your like skincare routine? Do you just have like one soap for all, or do you have?
So I originally actually did not do any skincare. I just kind of so in high school, I'll admit I had pretty bad acne in high school, so I had to take some I had to take like some antibiotics and some skincare stuff to fix that. But then after high school, I was fine again. And then and basically now I didn't use skincare for a while, but recently I started using this this face wash. It's like
What's
Neutrogena. It's Neutrogena, but it's got this, I forgot what the name is of the chemical they use. It's like this new chemical thing that they use for like skincare or something.
Is it like to wake up? Because I tried like caffeinated drops on your eye bags.
No, it's something else. I don't know what it's. I'm gonna check later and I'll tell you guys tomorrow.
Follow Eli on Instagram, then I'll post it on Instagram.
Yeah,
I think post it on the stories.
The thing is, in high school, my mom used to buy me this 3-in-1. It was body wash, shampoo, and conditioner all in one. Which I don't even know that. I don't even think that's actually.
That's crazy.
Possible.
I wish it was.
Really
I wish it was toothpaste as well. That would be insane.
But I kind of gave up on that. Don't use 3-in-1, guys. That's not good. For the hair, basically shampoo, conditioner. And make sure you're using some sort of conditioner that's like the hair straightening, whatever it's called.
Is that what you do? That's your routine?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Make sure you wash your hair. Make sure you use conditioner. Make sure you use like the strong hair conditioner or whatever it's called.
Your hair is your crown and glory, so you might as well invest in it now. So
yeah,
we'll put a pin on that in just a bit, because it seems like we are gonna talk about the potential picks that GH will be getting. And they banned out. I mean, global bans are the Magician and the Patient, while we see Priestess. So Alex really did his homework, banning out the Priestess from Little Boy and also the Dancer.
And so it looks like we're gonna see Novelist here. So Novelist, a character we've seen banned a few times today, but not utilized too much. I do like Novelist here. I think Novelist is a good kiting character in general, a good support character, entomologist as well. So I think Bonbon would be a logical option here for Alex. But so we're gonna see he's gonna ban. Is that an airplanist? Okay, so we're gonna see the airplanist here banned from Alex. I think the survivor should go to a rescue right away. Something like first officer would make the most sense, considering that Bonbon is potentially incoming. I guess there's an option for Anne as well, so you have to consider this too. Prospector would also be good, but they're actually not going to play Prospector. I think if anyone to play Prospector, it would be Team GH, but looks like nope. Maybe they're worried about the Bloody Queen as well.
That could be an option. I'm just a big fan of Naraquin's Prospector because we've seen a lot of excellent plays here in Southeast Asia with Naraquin's Prospector. But with a Novelist, we do know GH has a really good synergy when it comes to survivors supporting each other. But that's the thing, Alex kind of just shut that down in the first round, just separating them. All they did was heal. But at least they still were able to pick up that first officer as the last pick. Seems like Alex went for mercenary ban. So does that say anything in terms of his potential picks of a hunter, Eli?
Yeah, maybe not Bonbon then. Looking at the team composition, Bonbon still would be okay, I think. Could play Anne, could play Bloody Queen. It'd be hard to
How's Wax Artist here?
Wax Artist on Church is not too strong. Against this team composition, also not great. Entomologist, pretty strong counter. So I think Wax would not be a great pick here for Alex. So yeah, I mean, also I guess Naiad. Oh, it's gonna be N. There we go. Okay.
So
that's why we see that's why we don't see Officer Band.
Yeah, the cats could definitely sniff out where he is when the Pocket Watch is prevailed, and also yeah, Airplanist could definitely just get away from any of the cats that will be incoming. So yeah, it's definitely making a lot more sense. We've seen a lot of interesting plays. I still remember in COA 4 Shauma with his round 2 Anne over here in COA. The cat jumps. I know you were talking about that. Yeah, Anne is a good hunter, like when it comes to just understanding it, but the skill ceiling is definitely really high to play it at a high level. So we're gonna see how Alex will fare in this matchup here.
Absolutely. It looks like we're gonna see for the spawn, Alex is gonna take the top right side here. As for the survivors, it looks like he's not gonna want to chase Ento as an Anne, so I think he'll most likely aim for Narakun. Go ahead and eliminate that Novelist. And Novelist is not actually too good against Anne, so I think that would definitely be his best chase target. The problem is, I guess, is that if they GH plays this properly, they will have these ready at church for Narakun to utilize, but that will force the officer to continue shooting cyber.
We're just gonna have to see how this one's gonna play out, folks. Again, Alex he's holding all the cards here. He needs to get more than just the tie to deny the game number 3. While GH, if they do get that tie, they will have that game number 3, but they still have that 5-point deficit. Fortunately, we don't have the persona builds here, so we're gonna go by ear. But that's how we gotta do this, Eli. Again, once again, Eli O and Potch Spice here, your commentators for the second half of round number 2 between GH and Weibo Gaming.
All right, looks like we're going to see Alex is actually going to go for Entomologist. So very curious decision from him here. He might even just pass up the Entomologist altogether and go for the Cheerleader as well. And there is actually Flywheel on the Cheerleader too. So if he goes for a Cheerleader chase, that could be pretty good for him. But no, he's actually just committing to the Entomologist, which is a very curious decision. I don't think this is one of his harder chase targets, actually.
True, but it seems like he already got a cat into the Entomologist bees, and we see he goes for that silence, but that's not going to silence him actually vaulting this window. So he's already kind of made a rotation around the map here, so we're seeing like a tour of Red Church. So seems like he's hell-bent and intent on downing this Entomologist while everyone still works on a Cypher. Another cat gets latched onto the Entomologist, but the bees are going to be able to stop that first vault.
And you see why Entomologist is good there, because Entomologist is a character that can kite out those cat stuns using the bees here. We're going to see he's going to take the vault. Blink is not ready just yet, so that was very good timing from the survivors to acknowledge that. We're going to see the bees absorbing that first hit, absorbing the second one. He's able to call them back here, and he's able to make it to the window as well, so there's not going to be what's that word? A stun, there we go.
A stun, yeah, or just a slowdown. Blink is already online for him, but you want to use that blink when you're going to down the survivor already. But you know, these cats have been latching onto Zhao Kahn, so Zhao Kahn has to be very careful. Now that he has no bees, he's free to jump and get that stun. Goes for the silence first and goes for the regular hit, while we know that blink is already online for Alex.
All right, it looks like Alex is going to continue chasing into the graveyard area here. Does have blink to work with. Will he blink at the pallet right here? No, he actually doesn't blink. He could have potentially just blinked right there. Now he will blink to secure the down. Pretty good first kite, but it's not enough for 3 Cyphers to pop, so the chance of GH actually winning from this position is going to be pretty difficult. Alex did bring Trump card as well, so he will have some endgame pressure to work with too.
And this is what's scary also if you're thinking the Entomologist, right? You don't have any more beasts to work with. You have no toy merchant to give you extra items, and it's going to be tough because actually 2 of the survivors here can't even give you an item, but Skyfall is already on the case. Let's see, he cannot get hit early on here. He gets hit as he's rescuing.
There's the second one. Tide Turner might run out before the rescue. It runs out. The Tide Turner runs out. It's only 5 seconds, and it ran out. Alex timing that perfectly. And all of a sudden, it looked like an easy tie for GH, maybe even a win. Now Alex can win this game.
Look at that beautiful crosshair placement, and now he's still gonna get the stun. And now, as he goes there, he's gonna get stunned once again.
He's got another jump here, Fox. He's gonna stop the next rescue as well. That first hit on the Novelist gave him the full presence, which gave him the second jump to work with, and that allowed him to stop that rescue. And all of a sudden, this went from a good position for GH to probably a 4-kill at this rate.
This was what you were talking about, right? The mastery of An, knowing when the second cat is gonna come in, just stuffing any potential rescue was just crazy, and he just timed it so well. He wasn't even at full presence when he stuffed the rescue the first officer, but he was able to stuff 2 rescues. Alex is a beast, man. That was crazy control that he was able to exemplify there. It's just a little unfortunate that they kind of played into the hand of Alex there. So now first officer does get rescued, but that's totally fine because he definitely has a foothold on this match since objectives have been on a standstill. Oh my.
Yeah, officer's gonna go down here as well. So Alex chair looks like he's just gonna chair the officer. He knows that this is the next chair for the officer. He's got all the time in the world to work with. 3 Cybers still remaining. They're gonna stop to heal. They need 2 survivors out the gate here. So as long as this officer expires, then it's very easy for him to secure 1 more kill and win things for Weibo. And he also finds where they're healing as well.
He is able to see. Oh, hits him through the window as well. So Nerikun, unfortunately, unable to close out the distance here. He's going to get found out, but at least he can get the rescue going. So he is going to try to absorb here, but he gets hit along the way, dropping that pallet. So now first officer is free to roam around, while the cheerleader, unfortunately, might have to pick up the novelist. Good curve, and now a down, double down. This is the second time we're seeing a double down, Eli.
Yeah, and this will be the elimination on to Skyfall, which means that Alex can simply secure 1 more kill, and that would be the victory for Weibo Gaming here. And yeah, he's just gonna find one of these survivors. Looks like it's gonna be the cheerleader against Little Boy. Able to avoid that first hit, able to avoid the next one. Flywheels to swing. Excellent job from Little Boy there. Able to avoid. I mean, again, we talk about Little Boy is such a strong player, and it's just gonna show there.
I think Alex also knew that, oh, Little Boy's on this cheerleader. Yeah, I'd rather go for the worst chase if not going after Little Boy, because you saw how much tenacity he has and how much creativity he has, but he does get stunned here right at the palleted area. And now it's only a matter of time, Eli, until Alex kind of gets his pound of flesh and he's able to secure that 5-point game, still living up to that undefeated streak since qualifiers.
He's gonna blink. Okay, he's gonna go for the blink. I think he was trying to blink, do like a 360 blink, but wasn't able to get that. But he is able to blink and secure the down. Yeah, it would have been. But he's now just gonna go for the last target here, which is the novelist. And yeah, just a matter of cleanup here for Alex. Now, I guess he does need to be a little bit careful, just because the last 2 cybers are technically almost done at this point. So you want to be sure you at least get your 1 more kill here. But in this situation, you might be asking, why is Alex going for a 4-kill if he only needs a 3-kill? If we do get in a situation where matches are tied, going into the playoffs, having extra points would be the determining factor.
True. So again, you want these players need to play the most optimal, because points really do matter, and you want to perform at your best, even though victory is a little imminent. Nerikun is able to
get the wall stun.
Yeah, so that was actually, you rarely see that, but he's still able to get it. So, and now this is where the territory gets a little shifty here, Eli, because now that second to the last cipher is already well on its way, and the last cipher is over here at the broken wall area.
Oh, good switch here, but it was not able to cancel the jump. You want to get that switch and cancel the jump. Nerikun is going to go down here. Still has self heal. I think Alex actually should share. No, he's not going to chair because Nerikun has self-heal, so he can still self-heal and go finish the last cipher. So Alex needs to be a bit careful that he doesn't play too greedy and then give up a potential cipher pop. I guess the mindset is even if they pop the cipher, he's still going to get 1 kill in the end game, so it's still okay.
Possibly a detention is still there. Yeah. So he's still like, you got to love how Alex is still trying to go all out in this and not playing too conservatively. So now he's just going to try to find an earmark in this area. He's going to do a little bit of cleanup here because he knows where the last cipher is at. And the thing is, they haven't even started a backup cipher. So it seems like, he's kind of just has a foothold, and trait is still on cooldown. So we're just going to wait and see how he's going to play this one out. Little Boy is going to touch a cipher here. As Psyche said, 17% is that when you start, that's when you start to hear it. Did he
Yeah,
switch
absolutely.
Not yet.
Switch traits? I don't think so. Yeah. Still waiting. Nerkard's still a self heal, so he's just kind of waiting around. He's now going to use it and push a new Cypher machine, which is 70%. So if Little Boy can last until the Cypher's ready, Alex might have actually put himself in a slightly suboptimal position. He's going to try to blink through this wall.
Oh!
Finals the blink! That might be enough for the Cypher.
This is huge.
He has a speed boost. He has a speed boost.
Cheer as well. This is big for GH, but he's going to get stunned in the process.
No,
Oh
Alex
my.
actually
No
accidentally
silence.
cancels.
Yeah.
That was, I think, I don't know why. That was Alex actually had that hit, but he didn't go for it. Cypher's ready. Alex has accidentally allowed the survivors to prime get through 2 Cypher machines here, and that's why I don't know. You could have just shared. Survivors need to also they need to pop this before his trade's back.
Yeah.
Right?
So now we're gonna see him go for that another silence here, but yeah, drops the pallet. He's gonna actually wait for this pop to happen. So yeah, he's just gonna wait for his cats to cool down for the optimal moment for him to hit, get the stun, and then hit again.
He's gonna wait for his trade as well. So I think that's why as soon as he canceled, I think the survivors maybe should have popped, because if they just let him get his trade back, that's not really obviously ideal. So I think Little Boy just needs to get to a good position and they go for the pop here.
Yeah,
but he's just kind of running around. I'm not really sure what the idea is for GH. Why they're waiting
behind this pallet, but yeah, you know, the time is actually on Alex's side because he's the one waiting for that end game pop to happen, because right now it's a kind of standstill. They go for the pop, and now this is gonna be kind of crazy. We're gonna see the cheerleader gather so much distance, unable to get the leap.
Oh no, Dungeon's actually at graveyard as well. No way Alex throws this, right? I mean, we're gonna see Little Boy. He's gonna go for the gate, but the gate's already 60%. Oh, can he make this gate in time? This is gonna be really interesting.
Teleport's ready.
70,
Teleport's
80,
ready.
90. He's gonna teleport. 97.
There.
Does he have the switch?
God. He gets
He
stunned.
does not. Oh, he gets the down here, and Alex able to hold on.
Oh, he's gonna crawl.
Yeah, you gotta share him.
You gotta share him, man. At this point, don't push it anymore. So it's he's still gonna. No, there's a chair right here, so it's gonna be fine. But yeah, it's his second chair. Yeah, so Novelist is gonna see the chair for the second time. He can actually hold out into Dungeon here. So we should just see here. But that was too close for comfort, Eli.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, if Novelist got the switch off with the book, he probably would have made it. So, but the cat stun was really crucial there. Trying to find where this cheerleader is. Cheerleader is gonna attempt a rescue. Huh?
Oh wow, okay, so it seems like he was trying to go for a rescue, but yeah, all's well for Alex. That ends well with a 4-person elimination. But you have to admit that was quite the dicey spot for Alex to be at, because again, the end game play wasn't as sharp. But hey, Weibo Gaming, congratulations. A very dominant performance on his side. Still undefeated in his Hunter streak. And now it seems like Alex is, I guess, contemplating here. They will go for that handshake. So again, an amazing performance by Weibo, not just on Alex's side, but also on the Survivor side.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so it will be the victory for Weibo. And this is, we talked about Weibo definitely having a huge advantage going into this match. And they were able to come out on top here, looking very good. Definitely looking like a first seed contender here for the playoffs.
Apple safe.
So far, so good. Yeah, looking good so far. But yeah, excellent job from Alex. He's able to stuff 2 rescues. That was definitely game changing. Maybe getting a bit complacent at the end there, almost giving GH an opening, but was just able. Because the thing is, what's actually really interesting here is if the Novelist makes that's actually a tie, because the Dungeon is at graveyard and Cheerleader's already there, right? So if the Novelist gets the switch off before the cat's done, Novelist is out, Cheerleader's out, and that would have been a tied game from, what's definitely not a tied position. So yeah.
I think Alex knew also how close he was from a 4-man elimination to a tie, because the gate, like you saw, was at like a 99%. It opened, the teleport already happened. If he was just a few seconds more late, that could have been curtains for him. And yeah, I think he, like you said, I think complacent or like a little bit passive was the right word of how he played that end game, because he really wanted to at least go for a 4-man, which he did at the end. But I think GH kind of sent a message that, we're gonna keep fighting till the very end. for this victory to happen. And yeah, you got to give it up to them that they kind of made Alex sweat a little bit towards the end there. So I think that's why it took him some time for him to get up too, because he's like, wow, that was a little close. That could have gone to game number 3.
Yeah, definitely a big close for sure. Yeah, I think it's okay as an Ann. I think it's okay to just share a survivor, because the chance of the survivor making the dungeon is unlikely as Ann, because you can literally just camp the dungeon. You can just put your cats out and kind of just drop them on the dungeon, and there's really no way for the survivor to get there as long as you just camp it properly, I guess, right? Yeah. So there's some hunters that can have a difficult time camping dungeon, but Ann is a good hunter for camping dungeon. And even if they do manage to get the escape anyways, you still win anyway. So taking that risk is a little... it's definitely, you know, you run a huge risk with that, I guess. But I think as a hunter in that situation, I definitely would have just shared. But for the most part, it worked out okay here for Alex in the long run.
Yeah, and we're holding Alex to a higher standard here because of how well he performed in IVL and in previous COAs. But yeah, you know, maybe tournament situation got to him. He was really hell-bent on getting the 4-person elimination for him to kind of play a little more aggressive and not share, and wanting to seriously go for more survivors eliminated. But hey, you know what? He does get the victory. I hope he does get that MVP, because he has consistently gotten 5 points. And Eli, this is the first game we're seeing that does not go to game 3. So that's just how dominant Weibo Gaming has performed in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Weibo playing very well today. And yeah, I mean, but it does go to show, of course, how strong all these teams, you know, how equally matched all these teams are and how strong these teams are for sure. So, you know, a best of 3 in all 3 of these games. I mean, this was I'll be honest, this was a long day, right? We started at, it was 11 my time. I think that was no, wait, was it 11? I don't know math. 10. It was a 9-hour stream. There we go. 9 hours. 9 hours and 12 minutes. And that's with this one only being best of 2. So.
Yeah, because everything went all the distance, right? No overtimes, but all 3 games, at least the first 3 games went, the full BO3s. So this was the one that kind of ended a little early, and considering that, we almost broke a 12-hour stream. So it's definitely going to be a long couple days. So hope you guys are going to hunker down and also join us in this journey as we, you know, tell the stories of all these teams. As you know, day 1 is kind of done and dusted. We just have to wait for the interview portion and the warding portion, and we'll keep you guys posted with the schedule for tomorrow as well, because tomorrow is going to be a bit of a doozy. With how the group stages, we haven't seen Do yet. We haven't seen Do 5 yet, and now this is going to be a big question mark on their side because they don't have Dong Xuan anymore. They don't have their key survivors as well. But we'll see how they perform. FPXEQ as well. We're going to see them perform tomorrow. We're going to see Scars, Rejects, your favorites tomorrow perform. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely a lot more action to come. Still, 9 more days of group stage. So yes. Yeah. Definitely keep in mind the top 3 teams will make playoffs, right? So top 3, top 2 per group.
Last year was 3.
Is it 3? Okay, it's 3 then.
It's like the top 2, and then the 3rd place team is like the losers bracket or whatever.
Oh yeah, the lower bracket.
Like that. Okay. Yeah. So definitely GH obviously still in this for sure. They had to play against their hardest matchup in round number 1. Not really ideal. Same goes for a few of these matches as well. I think B4U also taking on their hardest matchup in the first round too. So a lot of these teams getting their hardest matchups out of the way.
I would say B4U still has Wolves to look forward to.
Oh, right. Okay. Is Wolves in...
Wolves is in Group C, and Scars as well.
Okay. Wait, Wolves is in their group?
Yeah. Scars, Wolves, TE, B4U, and Cat.
Okay, never mind. Yeah. So they still have another. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I thought it was for some reason. I'm forgetting the groups, but yeah, definitely.
It might be Group B. That's where Omni's at. So Omni has HH, DG, FT, RD, and RC.
Yep. Yeah. I must have confused those.
No, that's all good because they're both NAEU, so I totally get it. Yeah, we might see Omni tomorrow. Group B, as we labeled it, as the group of hope, while Group A is the group of death. It's like the Chinese commentators also saying that. You have to admit, yeah, Group B, a lot of wild cards in that. Technically, RC is the only professional or like the league sponsored team that is there. RD, we just saw them go up against FT in a crazy match. HHDG. I was talking to Psyche, and you put them pretty high up, and they are a non-professional team that actually made it this far. So that's kind of crazy if you think about it, considering they're from the Chinese mainland division.
Yeah. And that's why I think that they have a lot of potential going into this. Obviously, the professional teams are very well prepared and have played a lot in these events. But the fact that they're able to actually get to this as a non-professional team, it never really happens. We don't actually see that happen, right? It's so the fact that they're actually able to get there, I would really rate them highly. I think we saw this with Japan one time. I forgot the team name, but it was with PB Cha in his first COA.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
I forgot the team name, but that was a non-professional team. I think it was 5.
5. Okay.
Yeah, and they also had a very good Survivor side. Yeah, they also had a very good Survivor side as well. And that was a non-professional Japanese team, and they performed very well. So that's why I think that a non-professional Chinese team, the fact that they're able to make it through this stage, it doesn't really happen. We don't see that in China. We always see the professional teams being the ones to make it. So I definitely think that team has a lot of good things to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the coming days. I'm excited for the skincare routines that we're going to be sharing during the downtimes, and the hair care routines as well, and sharing it with all of you guys in chat that has joined us. Again, big shout outs to, I see Hanako still here, Zosir, General Porsche, Blanche P, shout outs. I think she was, Blanche was wondering, oh, have we slept yet? I don't know if Eli has slept, by the way. He's on opposite time zones. So Erica is here, Rad as well. What time is it, by the way, in your time zone, Eli?
7:17 a.m.
Jeez. You've been up for 9 hours.
Yeah, I've been up since 1.
How's the jet lag?
I slept for like a couple hours. I mean, it was actually like almost completely fixed today, and then now it's just not going to be fixed anymore. So.
You going to play some basketball?
I don't know. We'll see.
Please rest, and we got a long day tomorrow.
Yeah.
So there's that. So once again, we're just waiting on our Chinese translations are good for this one. And this is where we miss Chocho and Nell, because they're the ones that are really like pulling the team or helping carrying the team with this one.
Yeah, we need Chocho back.
After we roasted her about like her knowledge in music.
Yeah, exactly. Is Chocho gonna be back for playoffs?
I think so. We just have to talk about the offline. I know she's like traveling now. So guys, if you're following her, give her a big shout out. Send her some love. She is.
Stop following or stop traveling. What? Stop traveling.
Yeah. Just stop. Just don't.
Just text her. Just text her. Just be like stop, and then in no contact, just be like stop, and then that's it.
Oh my god, we're gonna send a mob after her, just like random people in IGs just messaging Chocho stop.
I'll do it as soon as the stream's done. I'm just gonna DM her stop, and I'm not gonna have any contacts or anything. And so leave it like that.
If you do leave her weird messages, you ask her questions in the middle of the night, and then you don't even like context.
Sometimes I think about like, oh, I gotta ask Chocho something, and I message her, and I'm just like, Chocho, and she's like, and then she responds like literally like 20 hours later, and she's just like, what? And I was like, oh, I forgot. But I actually did forget because she took 20 hours to respond.
That's a while. That's a while. But then you also message at weird hours. I also got a message from you like really late at night. I'm like, oh, Eli's up.
Oh yeah. Okay, I just DM'd her stop. So everybody go to chocho.idv and then just go who's Chocho, yeah. And then just DM her stop, and then no context, nothing. Just that's it.
You're sending a mob after her. I wonder how much messages she's gonna get.
This is gonna be funny. this is gonna be fun. It's okay.
Oh no. They're probably gonna send her this clip, and we're gonna get in trouble with Chocho.
No, don't send her the clip. Just send her stop. And she'll never know.
She'll never know. She'll be like, who are they? Why are they saying stop? Oh no. But this is the punishment she gets for not like being here. We get to talk to her.
Yeah,
and she can't
for traveling.
For traveling.
It's her own fault.
Wouldn't it be crazy if like we're talking about Chocho and then all of a sudden we see her in the COA stage? Like, oh my god. Because like last year she wanted to be one of the mascots.
Oh yeah.
That's where she's traveling to.
Yeah.
Oh good lord. But yeah, it's been a jam-packed day. I would have to say all the matches had their fair share of highlights. And you know, if this is how the matches are to come, we're in for a treat with this group stage. And this is day number 1 of 10, so 9 more days to go. As we check out the match data here, Alex not pulling back any punches here. An excellent performance. Went after his hardest chase target. Said like, yo, I want to go for the hardest chase. Able to down Zhao Khan And not only did he stuff Skyfall's rescue, but also stuff Narukun's rescue for a double down situation. Excellent utilization of the cats. Then GH definitely bounced back here for them to be able to pop the last Cypher and open up an exit gate. But unfortunately for them, Alex was ready for it, for him to get that 5-point game.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, still really good. I mean, Little Boy obviously played really well this whole series, right? But unfortunately, the times he did get chased, it was already the match was already too far gone at that point to come back from. So I would like to see him get first kite and see how that'll turn out. Hopefully in some of these future matches for sure.
Fingers crossed that we get to see that. But yeah,
yeah.
The night definitely goes to Weibo Gaming. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex does get the MVP, but for survivors, any potential survivor MVPs on your side?
Well, obviously it would be Long from the first kite with the Acrobat, so I think that would be the only... I mean, that was like the most impressive performance was from Long, so... but I think I was getting 2 eliminations, it would... or 2-4 eliminations, would make sense that he gets MVP. You see the result here, 7-2 in both rounds. Yeah, very strong win for Weibo for sure.
Definitely a really strong performance for the Hunter side, since the survivors were just able to tie it out. But considering that it was up against Meow, that's a good. I would say the survivors really defended very well, considering that Meow tried going very aggressive at the start with the opera singer, and he went Bon in the second round, and he just wanted to opt for a tie. They gladly give him that tie for Alex to get that layup. So here we have it, MVP, none other than Alex himself, with the An performance.
And we see the average remaining Cyphers at 1.5. Yeah, the Cyphers had a difficult time getting towards the end game in that first round. Still 3 Cyphers remaining then. And they did barely mention the end game in the last round, but still not enough. Yeah, you see here, eliminations 4.0, perfect deduction of 12,000. Doesn't get any better than that here for Alex. And looking to be in top condition so far.
Top conditions indeed for him to be able to get this best deduction. Again, in Group D, you have Weibo Gaming, you have FPXEQ, you got GH, you got AWG, and Axis. We did put Weibo Gaming up there. And speaking of up there, Weibo Gaming is up in stage for the interview portion. So here we go.
大家好，我是 WBG 的监管者 Alice。大家好，我是 WBG 的小王。
Hello everyone, I'm WBG's Hunter Alex.
王总稍微有点不好意思，因为刚才台上的观众非常热情的在喊王总绝世大帅哥，也是辛苦大家这么晚还在支持我们 WBG 战队。那今天第一个问题，其实想要给到汪总，因为今天是作为教练来到台上嘛，还是想问一下，就是对于队员们今天整体的发挥感觉如何呢？
就一般般，就不是特别满意，但其实意料之中。总结其实我还是
Oh wow, so the host is telling Alex that he's cute and handsome, but Alex stoic as ever. He's gonna be like, no, we're all about the game today, sir. We'll celebrate after we win. COA.
可能过程有一点曲折，还是比较满意的。
对，我其实觉得已经不错了，
已经很好了。那今天第一个问题想要给到艾丽，因为艾丽今天第一局的时候就用歌剧演员完成了4抓。其实蛮意外的，这是今天歌剧演员首个4抓。那经过了版本的调整之后，狗哥你觉得目前歌剧演员的这个手感呀，包括
So the coach was asked how do they feel about their performance, and the coach said that we feel good about our performance and our result for today's match.
就飞得很慢，但是凑合还能用。
啊，已经是凑合还能用了吗？那。下一个问题就要给到汪总了，因为今天确实很多把歌剧嘛，然后我们都有看到，大家各种各样的操作和表现。前期真的是有一种完了歌剧演员是不是亟待加强的这种感觉。汪总觉得为什么会出现这样的一个情况呢？
啊，我觉得这个，还是要多练。
So Alex rated his performance good, but not great. So he'll just keep improving as the days go on. So, very hungry for more improvement.
因为艾丽的歌剧是从季后赛打到现在，就是一直4抓没停过，确实是这把看到了艾丽歌剧演员的熟练度，特别骄傲。
没办法，
天才没办法。
这练的又多又精，哎，这咋办嘛？
艾丽，你面对这样的夸奖，就是可以。目光坚定的直视前方，没有一点反应吗？
吹得太过了，低调了，低调。
吹得太过了，狗哥不敢
So the coach is saying to everyone that, you know what, they keep practicing, they want to improve their performance, and they want to be able, they are assuring everyone that they're going to become better and better each day.
4抓的一个机会，所以两位对于那波在备战间大概是有一个什么样子的这个心路历程呢？
差点就吓死了。
啊，差点就吓死了。
Oh, and Alex is a little bit being a little humble and like telling that his coach is talking about him way too much, and he said he talks about, he just gives him too much praises basically.
我也在想，如果 BO3 我使出 Alex， 阁下又当如何呢？
那无解哈，阁下只能再打一个 BO3 是吗？那其实今天的下一个问题也是要给到艾丽，因为第二局下半场
So the coach is also, I mean, they were shocked with the performance as well.
使出了艾丽无解，所以就没有 BO3，直接2比0拿下。是直接想到了会用猫猫人打手椅打得这么漂亮吗？
本来想出别的，但是他那个阵容只能出使徒了，稳一手。
所以猫猫人看起来是。
So the coach, sorry, the host is asking about how they feel like facing against GH and how they performed.
鹿头啊之类的。但是虽然都是4杀的结果，但是就是感觉看到大副选了之后直接锁使徒啊，这个太舒服了。太舒服了，因为。我们家艾丽角色持有身选什么都是4抓，其实对，但是使徒手施这个手椅啊，你看这个看起来就更爽。
So Alex wanted to pick a lot of hunters facing GH, but you know at the last match he said, all right, you know what, I should end it here, and goes with the An. So he wanted to showcase more hunters, but he just went with the 2 hunters.
我也想到了啊，特别棒！看来大家今天对于 Alex 的表现都是非常信任的。那今天打完了这个2比0之后，其实能够感觉到大家的状态是有在稳步提升的嘛？因为现在我们目前的组别好像相比于
So Alex is thinking back at his decision to pick An, and he said it was the correct decision for him to gain that result. So he's just reflecting basically on his decision making. So he did really well.
主要是。没毛病。那海外战队呢？因为今天也看了蛮多海外战队的表现，有没有觉得哪支海外战队是觉得蛮有兴趣想要交手？放眼望去 ，ZETA，
等着我们拿下。
要打就打这个，
要打就打第一。
对，要打就打第一。狗哥呢？你觉得呢？
都可以打。
Oh, so the coach said it's not normal, winning that easily.
今天在现场还是有很多粉丝留到这个时间。
And now they're discussing their next opponents.
加油鼓劲儿的狗哥。
And they're warning their next opponents about Weibo gaining and telling them to be careful of us because we're gonna improve.
哇，特别感动。那今天小王夸了你一整场，赛后采访有什么话想送给他吗？
平常发挥就好了，不要再吹得太过了。
王总说终究是我错付了，王总鼻子掉了，王总。
不是他。
So Alex is just thanking the fans and always supporting them, and appreciates all the fans that have been supporting them.
有什么话想要送给他们吗？
艾丽刚刚送粉丝的话太完美了，我已经想不到超越的了，我就。
天哪，这个是付费环节啊，我们一会儿要付费观。
So Alex is saying the reason that he's shy is because there's too many fans in the audience, so he's a little lost for words. So there you have it, folks. That is the interview portion of the match. Again, Alex, man, a few words, more of action, and his actions definitely speak louder than words and definitely scream 5 zeros. And for him to get that MVP, it's rightfully so. So again, shout outs to Alex, shout outs to Weibo Gaming for them to get this amazing start to their group stage performance. And for those who are going to face Weibo Gaming, like Alex said and the coach said, you know what, you got to be careful, because they are definitely improving each and every day here in the group stage.
Absolutely. Yeah, we see obviously Weibo really well prepared. Sorry, I'm kind of like I'm barely
yeah, we gotta let Eli rest, folks. Again, I do see some concerns in the chat for Eli. Yeah. Don't worry, we will get our rest after we wrap up today's shows with today's result. Again, shout outs to MRC. We also have TE and FT and Weibo Gaming getting the victory in their respective group stages. Again, not the end of the road for ZETA, B4U, RD, and GH. This is just day number 1 of 10 days, so they will have time to be able to bounce back from this. But here in the group stage standings, MRC getting a 4.3 lead, FT getting 4.7. We have Weibo Gaming gaining 7 and in the group stage, and also TE getting 5 points for the respective standings. Again, this rankings would definitely change here and there, so it's super important for you guys to tune in every day to watch these matches. So tomorrow's matches, we have HHDG versus Omni, Cat versus Wolves, FPXEQ versus AWG, and GG versus GR. Eli.
Absolutely. Yeah, GR and GG definitely will be an exciting match to watch out for. I definitely think that GG, I think I had them as the first in the group. I think so. I think they definitely have the most potential to go on and win their group. So that's a match I'm looking forward to for sure. And then also the HHGG team as well, which is a team that is non-professional, but still made it through the Chinese qualifiers. So that's going to be very interesting too, to see if they can actually compete with these high-level teams that are considered, professional teams and some of the best in the world.
Yeah, the big dogs would definitely see if HHDG can cement themselves in COAVII history here again. For them to be able to qualify is just amazing. So I'm excited to see that, especially for Team Omni. Omni will be representing NAEU, and we're going to start off the match in the group of hope, two teams that aren't professional teams or aren't league-based teams that will go up against each other for them to etch themselves in history of Call of the Abyss. So again, a lot of matches to look forward to. I'm also interested to see how Cat from South Korea is going to perform. They have South Korea also has been a team that, or has been a division that has been underrepresented in Call of the Abyss, or like when it comes to how they perform. I'm so OVO is usually there. We have also I forgot the name, Mitake from last year, bring out the Hell Ember. So they definitely have their moments in the sun. So I definitely want to see a little bit more highlights coming from Team South for a South Korea division.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what they're able to do this year. They always have a good performance, but they always fall a little bit short in the long run. So I definitely think that hopefully this year will be their year to turn things around and put up a good show.
And we're almost at the finish line, folks. Once again, just want to thank each and every one of you for joining us here today in day number 1. We got more days to come, but yeah, we're about to wrap this one up. Eli, how are you feeling so far in day number 1 of Call of the Abyss?
Well, in terms of the matches, they were really good. In terms of sleeping, maybe not so much, but we are going to sign out here. So thank you guys so much for watching for today. Be back tomorrow with more action of this group stage. So don't forget to come out and watch and support your favorite team.
Peace, guys. Good night.
给2级。又插眼了吗？我去双11了，我去双11了。好干，好干，好干，好干，好干！离到远，离到远边没有，奶，好像没有。哦，有了。我先换一下。OK， 好换。怎么说？继续跑。我这。後ろから撃ってたね。正解。OK。哦，去2号。哦，去板就砸头，直接砸头。OK， 我到。前方位，闭环走，不要待着。能救。我没挂过的。空勾啊！